I remember once, as we sailed down Tokyo Bay with the homeward-bound pennant flying, I involuntarily patted her on the side, and I swear she responded with a shudder from within. Archerfish, as I know her, and I know her well, is a fine woman. But I know her to be a great and gallant lady, and I shall always remember her just that way, the way she was. Former Archerfish Commanding Officer Commander Robert B. Scotty McComb at her decommissioning ceremony in San Diego, May 1st, 1968. Preface. The archerfish, found in the islands between Australia and India, does not appear to be all that different from any other fish. Once you learn more about it, though, you find it is quite a unique critter. This adept predator has the ability to hover just beneath the surface of the water as it watches its prey sitting on a stem or branch above. It waits patiently for just the right moment. When it's ready, it spits a jet of high-pressure water, stunning its victim, knocking it from its perch. It then devours it and moves on in search of other quarry. Archerfish was an apt name for a submarine. A sub also has the ability to lurk beneath the ocean's surface, patiently stalk its prey, then sneak up and shoot. But it's an especially appropriate name for one particular sub. The USS Archerfish, SS-311, didn't look any different than many of the other diesel-powered Vallejo-class submarines that were being hastily assembled and launched in the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard during World War II. She was about the same size, had the same engines, and was equipped with the same weapons as most of her class. She carried the same complement of crew, and at least in her first commissioning had similar missions assigned to her as did her sisters that were being constructed in Portsmouth at that same time. Once you learn more about this rather unusual boat, though, you'll see that the comparison to other submarines ends there. Like Forrest Gump or Woody Allen's Zelig, Archerfish had a knack for edging herself into the frame whenever history was being photographed. Her war record was not that remarkable, yet she had the distinction of sinking the largest ship ever sent to the bottom by a submarine. When the Japanese surrendered, there was Archerfish proudly sitting in Tokyo harbor, her crew sipping Tokyo Bay Joy Juice, a mixture of grapefruit juice and medical alcohol, in celebration. She sat out most of the Korean War, and as far as we know, never played a single game of blind man's bluff with the Russians during the Cold War. Still, her super-secret mission during that period probably contributed as much to the end of the stare-down with the Soviet Union as anything else did. It was some of the members of Archerfish's crew who had a close encounter with Fidel Castro's guerrillas when the revolutionaries came down from the mountains of Cuba near Guantanamo Bay. Then several other Archerfish sailors were there to party with Castro's men when they claimed Havana on New Year's Day, 1959. When a pair of divers set the record for the longest buoyant free ascent from the ocean's bottom, it was Archerfish who regurgitated those two brave men and sent them on their impossibly long float to the surface. And with her role in the successful experiment, she gave new hope to submariners everywhere that they might survive a catastrophic accident aboard their boats. One day, while routinely doing her job, it was Archerfish who glided over and documented the deepest trench yet found in the Atlantic Ocean. Like their boat, Archerfish's crew was a reasonably good metaphor for all the others who rode in diesel submarines. At first glance, they were no different from any of the brave men who have become submariners down through history, who have chosen to serve their country in the cramped, claustrophobic confines of a boat that's actually designed to sink. They were sons of fishermen and sailors, but they were also sons of steel workers and dirt farmers and big city cops. They came from cities near the ocean, where they grew up breathing the sea air, and from the nation's heartland, where the only waves came when the prairie wind blew across vast fields of grain. But if you will take a closer look, you'll see that these men were as unique as their beloved boat and its namesake fish. They were the ones who broke the standard rules of engagement, and in the process broke the back of the Japanese Navy. Against all odds, they sent the aircraft carrier Shinano to the ocean floor, the vessel's Japanese captain voluntarily going down with his ship, dying in disgrace. They were members of the Navy's only all-bachelor crew, whose antics rivaled anything on the television show McHale's Navy, and who were later dubbed the Playboys of the Pacific. It was a moniker they richly deserved. They were the ones who steered their boat into exotic ports all around the world, many of which had never seen a submarine before. The people in those ports had certainly never seen the likes of the Archerfish crew. With equal hospitality, the submarine and her crew welcomed on board dignitaries, B-girls, royalty, surviving members of the Shinano, school kids, a goat, members of the press, and Playboy bunnies, among others. They shot skeet off the bow, barbecued on the cigarette deck, and drew a tongue-lashing from John Wayne for not showing him proper respect. They outlasted Japanese destroyers and survived a treacherous fire. They worked hard and lived even harder. The men who became crew members of Archerfish were the lucky ones. At one point in the 1960s, there were over 300 names on the waiting list of those seeking a billet among the 60 or so who were fortunate enough to crew Archerfish then. And also in the 60s, they were the ones whose home port was movable, a mere formality to keep the paperwork straight as they steamed off for over a year at a time, dodging icebergs and tropical atolls along the way. Follow along as we track Archerfish from her birth in New Hampshire in 1943 until she died an explosive but noble death in 1968, still characteristically serving her country by doing whatever she was asked to do. Look at her more closely, and you'll see how exceptional this typical submarine was. You may well come to know and respect her, as her crews did, as many of them still do. Biannual reunions draw scores of former shipmates and their families. Her alumni, most of whom also served on other subs or ships, choose to attend the Archerfish gathering even if they pass up get-togethers for their other ships. Somehow they still manage to dredge up new stories each time that no one has yet heard, and produce the photos and documents and corroborating testimony to prove them true. Their well-maintained and extensive Internet site attracts thousands of visitors. The shipmates who are still around keep in touch with each other as if their service together were only last year or a decade ago, not most of a lifetime past. One other thing. If you listen to them talk, they speak of Archerfish as if she were as much a living entity as they. That's why this is a biography. Her memory is still as alive with them as that of their departed shipmates. She may have been made of steel and aluminum, wires and pipe, but she lived and she died, just as so many of her crew have. They are determined that neither she nor they will ever be forgotten. But just like those submarine sailors whose remains are forever lost in the deep, there is no solid ground above Archerfish's head for a granite marker, no grave where wreaths can be reverently laid in remembrance. No matter. Those who knew her well believe the best way to remember her is to make certain her story is told. Told for the Archerfish crew members still alive, as well as for those on eternal patrol. Told for the thousands of submarine sailors who preceded them, and for those who still ply the planet's seas on the boomers and fast attacks, the nuclear boats. Told for those who admire and appreciate the skill and bravery of those who choose the all-voluntary silent service, even as they wonder about the manner of man who would do so. And told for anyone who loves a damn good story populated by remarkable characters. We agree. This is the biography of a gallant lady, a diesel boat, a gloriously unique submarine, and of her exceptional crew. This is the biography of Archerfish. First Commission, 4 September 1943 to 12 June 1946. The sea, washing the equator and the poles, offers its perilous aid and the power and empire that follow it. Beware of me, it says, but if you can hold me, I am the key to all the lands. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 1. Good Scotch and Cigarettes. Malvina Thompson laughed out loud when she read the invitation that had just arrived from Rear Admiral Thomas Withers. The Admiral had addressed the letter to Mrs. Malvina Thompson. He had also felt the need to instruct her to keep in a restricted status the rather vague launch date of the submarine she was being invited to sponsor. Thompson took a long draw on her cigarette, downed another swig of scotch, and once again let loose that distinctive cackle of hers. Not only was she most assuredly not a Mrs., but the letter had also given very skimpy information. It only told her that this submarine, what was it called? USS Archerfish, was to be launched sometime in the middle of June 1943. Even if she happened to be sharing tea with some Nazi or Japanese spy, she seriously doubted that such vague details would be of much use to him. She knew from the idle conversation she overheard around the White House that they were launching submarines up there at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, all the time, and floating them off to the Pacific. Almost one a month by now. She figured the enemy was adept enough at espionage to already know far more about the schedule than sometime in the middle of June. Still, she was quite pleased to be asked. It was an honor to be selected to sponsor a new submarine, and she appreciated the invitation. As the First Lady's personal secretary, Malvina Thompson usually remained in the background, behind her decidedly foreground boss. She had the thankless tasks of keeping up with Mrs. Roosevelt's daunting daily schedule and then reading it out loud to the press before each day's news conference. She had been Eleanor Roosevelt's right hand since being picked out of a Red Cross secretarial pool way back in 1917. The First Lady appreciated her secretary's hard work and efficiency, but Mrs. Roosevelt was quick to point out that Thompson's open-heartedness and sense of humor were equally valued. Actually, Thompson was quite happy about sponsoring this submarine and was sure E.R. would not mind her taking a couple of days to go up to New Hampshire for the event. After all, Mrs. Roosevelt had experience sponsoring ships. The First Lady had christened the aircraft carrier USS Yorktown, CV-5, in Newport News in 1936. There was another benefit, too. Malvina Thompson could invite her sister to serve as matron of honor, and have her niece come along as well. That would give them some time to visit during the train ride up to Boston and back. "Terrible waste of good champagne, though," she said out loud, and laughed some more. "Tommy, what's so funny?" E.R. called from next door. The First Lady always called her Tommy. Malvina hopped up and went to show her the letter. She knew the First Lady would also get a chuckle over the Admiral trying to marry her off. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Navy Yard in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, C.M. Elder, a retired Navy captain who was serving as the treasurer of the New Hampshire Auxiliary Navy Relief Society, had inadvertently made another error. Elder was charged with selecting the final design for launch tags to be distributed to attendees during the ceremonies for all the submarines that were being built in the yard. When he corresponded with the people at the Fraser Label Company in Chicago, he selected scarlet red on golden yellow as the colors for the Archerfish's tag. However, in the correspondence he omitted the hyphen in the submarine's official name. All 8,500 tags should have had the boat's name spelled Archer-Fish. To this day, those who served on the submarine's first commission during World War II still spell the name with the hyphen as it was originally intended. Those who came after have dropped it and call their boat Archerfish. Such trivial mistakes were easily made in the rush of early 1943. There were far more important details to worry about. The United States was involved in a two-ocean war, one in Europe and another in Asia. The construction facility in Portsmouth was bustling, working night and day to turn out submarines for the war. At the height of production, 24,000 people worked there. 5 Baleo-class diesel submarines were under construction at the end of 1942 and in the first half of 1943. In addition to Archerfish, Apagon, SS-308, Aspro, SS-309, Batfish, SS-310, and Burrfish, SS-312, were either already undergoing sea trials or were well on the way to completion. Scheduling was crucial. The boat builders made do as best they could. For example, construction on Archerfish was not far enough along to permit installation of her torpedo tubes when they arrived at the yard. The workmen simply installed the tubes in Batfish. Batfish, the only one of the 5 sisters still around today, is on display in a grassy park in Muskogee, Oklahoma. She still has the Archerfish designation SS-311 stenciled on her torpedo tubes. It's interesting to note that she made good use of her borrowed tubes. She was officially credited with sinking 9 Japanese vessels, though the crew was certain of at least 15. The keel of the Archerfish was laid down on January 22, 1943, and she was far enough along to float, ready to launch, on May 28th. That was no small feat. Even as late as the day before she was to be officially launched, workers were still installing mooring lines, flashlights, fire extinguishers, and life preservers. Chippers and caulkers still hung from her sides, removing the last temporary clips. Painters were assigned to touch up the hull with anti-corrosive and anti-fouling paint as the blocks, shores, and cribbing were removed. Welding ground wires and the lightning ground were not taken away until the night before launch. Still, she was finished and presentable enough to launch on time. On Friday night, May 28, 1943, she rested in Slip 1 at the yard, ready to get the 8:20 p.m. ceremony over with so she could have her controls installed, begin sea trials, and get to her assigned port. The seemingly odd time of 8:20 p.m. was chosen for the launch because that was when the rather capricious tide would be most favorable. The Piscataqua River's high and low tides could vary by as much as 7 feet, and an ebb current of 12 knots was not uncommon. Navy Commander J. H. Spiller, the launching officer, and Captain S. E. Dudley, the production officer, were too busy getting ready for another send-off to ponder this latest boat's future. It was routine for them now, these launching ceremonies with all their detailed paperwork and onslaught of memos that covered every possible contingency, right down to who was responsible for pulling up the christening bottle, and to whom he delivered it. The men whose job it was to send these boats out to sea doted on minutiae. It likely kept them from thinking about where their charges might end up once they had left their care. They knew the odds. Many of the boats they saw launched down the Piscataqua toward the Atlantic Ocean would eventually rest on the bottom of the sea for eternity. So would many of the brave submariners who manned them. 35 riggers and laborers from Shop 72 stood by to help get her out of the slip and over to Berth 2 after the festivities, along with men from various other shops and the tugs sent over by the captain of the yard. A hospital corpsman was assigned to the submarine's deck, beginning an hour before the ceremony. Divers were scheduled to inspect the slip and skids from beneath at 2 o'clock that afternoon, and another crew would do a thorough inspection an hour later to make sure everything was tied down for the launch. Those yard workmen, who would be busy on other projects in the area around the new submarine, would be allowed to cease their work for the 25 minutes that the launching festivities would take. But that was all the rest they would get. They would have to resume their regular tasks immediately after the ceremony. Commander H. Ambrose would be aboard Archerfish, in charge of riding her out of the slip and supervising the trip from there to her berth. Though he was the first skipper of Archerfish, his tenure would only last a few minutes, until the tugs had eased the submarine into berth 2, port side 2, and tied her off. Someone else would eventually guide her toward the Pacific Ocean and the war. Before, during, and after the launch, the Coast Guard patrolled the fairway, making certain no one was in the area who shouldn't be, either accidentally or on purpose. Such a ceremonious occasion was hardly a good time to have a spanking new submarine collide with some errant tug. A special marine contingent kept watch, both at the launch slip and at berth 2. There had been no incident of sabotage at Portsmouth. The Commandant intended to keep it so. Miss Thompson rode the train up from Washington that day, traveling with her sister and niece. They arrived in Portsmouth at about 6:30 p.m. She enjoyed dinner prior to the launching with Rear Admiral Withers and his wife. Withers had a special place in submarine history. He was considered the father of long-range submarines, the man who had convinced the Navy that subs could do more than defensively patrol our own coasts and harbors. New generation submarines like the Archerfish were built to carry more men, go farther, dive deeper, and run faster than their predecessors. For the first time in U.S. Navy history, these plunging boats were being designed to be aggressors. During dinner, Miss Thompson refrained from mentioning the marital mix-up in Admiral Withers' first letter to her, though she still chuckled when she thought of it. There was reason for celebration that evening. Archerfish was the 6th submarine to be launched from Portsmouth in the first 5 months of 1943. That was a matter of considerable pride to everyone involved. Still, it was to be a muted event. Gala receptions for guests had traditionally been held either before or after launch ceremonies in Portsmouth, where such events had been held for various type vessels for over 150 years. However, the parties had been discontinued during wartime. It was necessary to get the area cleared and everyone back to work as quickly as possible. Only a limited number of guests, officers, and shipyard workers were allowed to take part. That was both for security and scheduling reasons. Anyone wishing to attend had to have an invitation or direct orders or get special permission from the commandant of the yard to be there. A newly completed warship would be a juicy target for saboteurs. But more practically, the space around Archerfish's slip was quite cramped. It would be embarrassing to have some distinguished member of the sponsor's party bumped into the drink. This would be one of the few parties Archerfish missed in her colorful life. Miss Thompson's sister, Mrs. Charles Lund of Washington, D.C., who served as matron of honor, and her niece Cynthia were among those on the platform that night. So were Leon W. Gridmore and his wife. Gridmore was a toolmaker from the Navy Yard Central Tool Shop. He had been designated to present the employee's gift to the sponsor. It was a silver bowl with her name engraved on it. Thompson subtly checked to make certain it was engraved to Miss Malvina C. Thompson, as she had specifically requested. It was. The band began playing naval favorites promptly at 7:50 p.m. The official party marched up onto the sponsor's platform, and Gridmore presented the employee's gift at 8:05. Lieutenant Ralph Curtis, a Navy chaplain, offered a prayer at 8:07. After a few short speeches, a bright red warning flag flew at 8:15, followed 3 minutes later by one long blast on the warning klaxon and a single bell to alert Miss Thompson that it was time for her to go to work. As she posed for the photographer, the First Lady's secretary carried in her left arm a dozen roses, purchased for the occasion by the taxpayers of the United States for $24, and held the christening bottle in her right hand. When the bell sounded, she laid aside the flowers, seized the bottle in her left hand, and sang out, "I christen thee Archerfish." Then she whacked the bow of the new submarine hard. Everyone who had gathered in the area of the slip and on the deck of the new boat applauded heartily as the bottle shattered and its contents spewed all over. Immediately the triggers were released, and Archerfish eased down the carefully greased skids out of the berth and into the water. After all the frenzied work, the detailed preparations for the ceremony, the launch was over in less than half an hour. Archerfish had been conceived on January 22nd. Now, on May 28th, she had been birthed. It was a gestation of just over 4 months. The message went out the next day to the Bureau of Ships. This is restricted. X. Archerfish successfully launched at 2020 Queen 28 May. There was no way any of those gathered there at Slip 1 that gentle New England spring evening could have suspected what lay ahead for the boat they had set afloat. Nor could they ever have fathomed the role she would play in her country's history over the next quarter-century. In retrospect, though, it seems especially appropriate that her sponsor was a woman who was respected for her hard work and efficiency, yet well known for her sense of humor and her fondness for cigarettes and good Scotch. Chapter 2. Down the Piscataqua. The U.S. Navy wasted no time after the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. Stunned by the surprise attack, angered by its sneakiness and ferocity, the Navy immediately took stock of which of its vessels in the Pacific would still float, and then went to work with them. Within 6 hours after the dawn attack, the Navy issued orders to begin unrestricted submarine warfare against Japan. In a sharp departure from previous naval tactics, targets included commercial shipping as well as military vessels. Within days of the assault, U.S. submarines were on station, hunting near the Japanese home islands. After a stuttering start, they would eventually be gloriously, devastatingly effective. They would also suffer awful losses, more than any other naval force in the Pacific theater. At no time during World War II did submarine sailors comprise more than 2% of the Navy's total personnel. Still, they sent to the bottom more than 55% of all Japanese shipping, both military and merchant, that was sunk by all the agencies that were involved in the war. No doubt Archerfish and her prospective new skipper, a handsome Texan, Lieutenant Commander George W. Kell, were anxious to join the fray as they awaited completion of the boat. After the ceremonial launch at the end of May, the new boat sat patiently in berth 2 at Portsmouth, getting herself ready, being fitted for final inspection and shakedown training. She was scheduled to be completed on September 10th, and everyone hoped to be underway for the Panama Canal and on to Pearl Harbor by Thanksgiving. There was no way to know what lay in store for this new boat, but it was built to fight. Its crew was trained to fight, and it was, by God, ready to fight. There were the usual delays. The East Pittsburgh plant of Westinghouse Electric was building the boat's electrical controls, and they notified the Navy Yard in July that the controls would ship 8 days late. Batfish's completion had already been delayed as well from August 27th to September 6th. Burfish was still on schedule for September 30th. Of course, the submarine's elaborate electrical control system was crucial. Like most of the diesel boats, when she was submerged, the electric motors that were responsible for turning Archerfish's screws received their juice from 2 banks of storage batteries. When on the surface, the motors were usually powered by generators that were directly attached to each of the 4 main diesel engines. The engines and generator sets also kept the batteries charged. Though she could be gobbled up like a minnow by today's gargantuan nuclear boats, Archerfish was still an imposing sight when she was eased into dry dock number 2 on Saturday, July 24th, for more work. She was 311 feet, 8 inches long, from stem to stern, about the length of a football field and 1 end zone. Her beam was 27 feet, and she displaced 1,840 tons on the surface and 2,405 tons submerged. In the dry dock, the yard crew found that some of the anti-fouling paint had failed to stick to the hull and had to be reapplied. Workers also changed some troublesome shaft bearings and painted the propellers with black varnish. The electrical controls finally showed up from Westinghouse on July 29th. It now appeared that the new completion date of September 18th could be met, and that transit through the Panama Canal would come in mid-November. Archerfish could be at war by Christmas. The inspection and survey team from the Bureau of Ships in Washington set September 18th as a firm date for them to come up to Portsmouth and do the final run-through. The Commandant of the Navy Yard considered the progress reports and schedule and picked Saturday, September 4th, 10:30 in the morning, as the date and time for the commissioning ceremony for Sugar 311. When he wasn't dealing with the incessant paperwork, Lieutenant Commander Kell could stand on his boat's cigarette deck, the area behind the sail, and watch the workmen put the finishing touches on her. He wondered if there had been similar hold-ups when they built John Paul Jones's famous square-rigger warship, the Ranger, in 1777, near this very spot, but across the river. By early September, the winds off the Atlantic were already carrying a chill in the early mornings and evenings. It would be good to be heading south before they got too deep into the New England winter. Kell was ready to go someplace where the weather was warmer, where the war was just plain hot. Progress was definitely being made. Barring any other delays and subject to the inspection, they should be ready to begin shakedown and training by the third week of September. Kell had seen the paperwork from the dispersing officer transferring his and his officers' pay accounts to the new boat. If they were now being paid by the Navy to be billeted on Archerfish, the boat might soon be headed toward the canal and on to Pearl Harbor. Kell had already been joined by Lieutenant Commander James Clark, Lieutenants Sigmund Bobzinski and Clark Sprinkle, Lieutenant Junior Grade William Crawford, Ensigns John Andrews and Romulo Cousins, and Machinist Harold Brantner. The crew was coming together and continued to report right up until they were ready for their sea trials. Some were experienced and qualified submarine sailors. Others were novice sailors, NQPs, non-qualified personnel, known to experienced crewmen as non-qualified pukes, with plenty to learn. Officers and sailors in the U.S. submarine force have always been volunteers. No one has ever been forced to accept such duty. They were and still are carefully selected for service in the rather unique environment in which they are required to live and fight. During Archerfish's time, before being assigned to a submarine, most enlisted personnel spent 2 months and officers 6 months at the basic submarine school at the Navy facility in Groton, Connecticut. Enlisted men then spent more time in specialty schools, such as the ones for enginemen, electricians, and torpedomen. Once assigned to a submarine, officers served a probationary period of 1 year in which they had to learn all about their boat, her machinery, piping, weapons. The theory was that any man aboard should be able to step into any station and be proficient at what needed to be done. After the probation period, the officers faced written, oral, and practical examinations administered by commanding officers from 3 other submarines. If they passed, they were then entitled to wear the gold dolphin insignia that confirmed they were qualified submarine officers. Enlisted men had a 6-month training program in which they, too, had to learn everything about their boats. After vigorous examinations by qualified petty officers, in which they had to show knowledge of all systems and expertise in all compartments, they were re-examined by a qualified officer. This was followed by a one-on-one question-and-answer walk-through of the entire boat with the executive officer, XO. If he was satisfied, the man was awarded silver dolphins and designated as being qualified in submarines. This rigorous qualification scenario is only one reason submarine sailors have always been so proud of their dolphins. They also signify their membership in a strong, select brotherhood. George Kell started his Navy career as an enlisted man. He used a year of prep school to help get into the Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, and graduated in 1932. He was a practical joker and a good athlete. His most prized possession at the Academy was a set of dumbbells. According to his class yearbook, he liked to casually toss the weights to an unsuspecting bystander while whispering a warning to catch. He married his wife, Laura, in 1932 as well. He was commander of USS R-14, SS-91, based in Key West, when he got orders as the prospective commanding officer of a new submarine that was then being built in Portsmouth. Kell moved his growing family into a rented house on Cutts Island, Kittery Point, Maine, not far from the Navy Yard. From there, he got up and went to work just as if he were going down to the office each day, until his new sub was ready to steam away to sea. He had the usual ups and downs of any commanding officer. As will happen, some of the wild young crew straggled in late for muster and had to be punished. Some showed up drunk and disorderly. One crew member even got bread and water for 5 days for some more serious transgression. There were the usual minor injuries and illnesses, and even a few cases of gonococcus infection of the urethra, serious enough to require treatment at the Naval Hospital. They were sailors, after all, and it was hard for some of them to stay focused while they waited for their orders to go to where the action really was. But there were hopeful signs that they would soon be at sea. The boat took on fuel for the first time on September 15th, receiving 90,112 gallons of diesel fuel. Archerfish was officially delivered and accepted on September 21, 1943, with only a few items still missing from her inventory: a portable hydrogen indicator, Momsen lungs for emergency escape, and a torpedo charging valve test set among them. Kell reported on September 23rd that the detail and assembly of his full crew of 70 enlisted men and 7 officers was satisfactory. She and they were about ready for their first dive. The shakedown and testing had to be rigorous. Any faults in the boat's complicated systems were better discovered in the waters off New England than beneath a Japanese destroyer somewhere in the China Sea. Archerfish eased out of the Navy Yard into the Piscataqua River for the first time on September 25, 1943, steaming down to open water, heading out for sea trials. It was a beautiful day. The seas at State 1, the wind never exceeding force 3, the temperature in the high 60s, and visibility better than 30 miles. They dived to 67 feet on their first attempt, taking only 90 seconds to do so, and completed a total of 8 dives on her first day. All went well, except for a minor injury to one of the crewmen. Fireman Second Class Charles Wells got a nasty cut over his left eye while shutting a hatch. Fred Doc Smith, the pharmacist's mate, took care of it, though, and Wells learned to duck when he closed a hatch from then on. Unlike when she was in dry dock, anyone watching Archerfish make her way in or out of the narrow channel for her first trip to sea that day would not have been impressed by her size. That's because, like an iceberg, most of the boat was under water. Only the superstructure, fairwater, and shears were visible when the boat was surfaced. Almost completely beneath the water was the pressure hull, a steel cylinder built to withstand the tremendous force of seawater when she went deep. Water pressure increases by 1 atmosphere with every 33 feet of depth. The pressure hull was tested to withstand the force of the sea at 412 feet. A series of tanks were installed around the pressure hull in the shape of an inverted saddle, with the space between forming the boat's ballast and fuel tanks. Inside the hull were all the machinery, weapons, and working and living spaces for the crew. If any observers on the shore that day could have toured the inside of the boat, They would have marveled at how compact and utilitarian the vessel's design was. There was no wasted space. As subsailors like to say, there's room for everything aboard a submarine, except a mistake. For the uninitiated, though, it was difficult to imagine where all those men slept, or ate, or relieved themselves, or how they lived so close to one another for such long periods of time without killing each other. This, too, was a reason for such a strong bond among submariners. A submarine is, by size and definition, a ship. Down through the years, they've been called eel boats, plunging boats, pig boats, and sewer pipes. Submariners, though, almost always refer to their vessels simply as boats. The business end of the sub was her forward torpedo room, the compartment in the boat's bow. As with most other compartments, this one served multiple purposes. There were 6 torpedo tubes protruding through the forward bulkhead of the compartment. 16 crewmen could sleep, live, and stow their worldly goods there. 14 torpedoes were usually stored in this area, and it was also where the fish were maintained and repaired. Hydraulic oil, torpedo alcohol, and emergency freshwater tanks were located in Archerfish's forward torpedo room. There were also a toilet and a shower for use by the officers. The sleeping berths were fitted in wherever possible among the ordnance. Many of those berths had to be taken out when the torpedoes were being moved or worked on. That was always quite a job. The torpedoes weighed over 3,000 pounds, more than 1.5 tons each, and had to be moved about by a series of chain falls, ropes, and pulleys, mostly using human muscle. And there were approximately 600 pounds of high explosive in the warhead attached to each torpedo. An escape trunk allowed entry to or exit from the boat from this room. It had a hatch at both the top and bottom, and an escape door on one side that allowed up to 4 men at a time to leave the submarine, using Momsen lungs, in case an emergency occurred while she was submerged. The Momsen lung was a rubber bag that recycled exhaled air. Each lung held a canister of soda lime to remove carbon dioxide from exhaled air and replenish it with oxygen. By the 1950s, submariners could also employ the buoyant ascent method if they were stranded 300 feet deep or less. Wearing only a Mae West life jacket and relying on their own strong lungs filled with pressurized air, they could leave the sub and rise to the surface, vigorously exhaling all the way. Archerfish would one day play a key role in the development of that method of rescue. Behind Archerfish's forward torpedo room was the forward battery area, where the boat's officers ate, slept, worked, and relaxed. Also located here were the wardroom and a pantry, the ship's office, berths for the chief petty officers, and 3 staterooms for the officers. In reality, there was 1 stateroom for the captain, and all the other officers shared the other 2. Stateroom, by the way, was very much a misnomer. The rooms were hardly comparable to cruise ship staterooms. Most would consider them little more than closets, but they did provide the officers with some small measure of privacy. Underneath these rooms was the forward battery well. It was filled with 126 tons of potentially explosive but essential storage battery cells. Along with the other bank of cells that were located in the after battery compartment, they provided the electricity to propel the boat when she was underwater. Archerfish could typically travel on battery power for up to 8 hours, depending on her speed. Farther back and beneath the conning tower was the control room, where the radio shack and most of the controls for diving, surfacing, and driving the submarine were located. The pump room was below the control room. This space housed the high-pressure air compressors, air conditioning and refrigeration systems, trim and drain pumps, low-pressure blower, and hydraulic accumulator. Above the control room was the conning tower, where the periscopes could be found. The Torpedo Data Computer, or TDC, an amazing but totally mechanical computing machine, was also located there. Behind the control room was the after battery compartment, the location of the crew's berthing space, mess, and galley. Archerfish carried a large chill box, refrigerator, a cold room for frozen foods, and an ammunition storage locker, all located below the crew's mess and galley. The after battery, located in the battery well beneath the crew's berthing space, was the same size as the forward battery. One real benefit of submarine service was the food. Since crew members were required to live in a confined space, often without the benefit of sunlight or fresh air, the Navy attempted to make up for their sacrifice with home-cooked meals. Officers ate the same food as enlisted men because there was only one galley. Since storage space was limited, the crew literally walked and lived on top of their stores when they left port on patrol and until they had used them up. The only washroom for the enlisted men was located in the after battery. Here, the crewmen shared 2 toilets, 2 showers, and 2 wash basins. One of the showers was usually used to store potatoes, and the other to store garbage, until it could be dumped overboard. In reality, showers were a rare luxury while at sea. 4 noisy Fairbanks Morse diesel engines filled the forward and after engine rooms. The girls who frequented the bars at ports of call all over the world claimed they could always tell sailors from the diesel boats by the distinctive odor that clung to their hair, skin, and clothing. Whether it's true or not, old sub-sailors fondly remember the unique smell of their boats, one that they never forgot, and one you can still get a whiff of if you visit those boats that have been restored and are open to visitors. Also located in the forward engine room were 2 distilling plants, used to make fresh water from seawater for drinking, bathing, and the like. Most important, the stills also made battery water for the storage cells. Battery water had to be extremely pure, so it was usually distilled first. If it wasn't clean enough for the batteries, it was used for drinking instead. Another, purer batch of water had to be cooked up for the battery cells. There was an auxiliary engine in addition to the 2 main engines in the after engine room. The diesel boats had a unique method of propulsion. Contrary to what most might think, the boat's diesel engines did not directly drive Archerfish's screws. Instead, there were generators connected to the main engines. They produced electrical power. That electricity coursed through big switch boxes that made up the main propulsion cubicle. The cubicle filled up the forward 3/4 of the upper level of the maneuvering room. In the lower level, 4 main electric motors were connected to the 2 main shafts, 2 motors per shaft, through reduction gears. The shafts passed through the pressure hull in the after end of the motor room, and that's where the screws were attached. In the maneuvering room, a strange and fascinating operation took place any time the boat was under way. The electricians' mates who worked there used a complicated array of levers and rheostats to send the power to the batteries or to the main motors that turned the shafts and screws, thus controlling the direction and speed of the submarine. The men played the rheostats and levers like virtuosos, slapping them, twisting them, working them, clicking their release buttons. It was as if they were playing an odd musical instrument in an intricate, coordinated concert. Their performance was vital, though, to where the boat went and how fast she got there. Because of all the electrical equipment contained inside it, the cubicle was also susceptible to electrical fires. Finally, at the stern of the boat was the after torpedo room. It was smaller than the forward room because it only had 4 torpedo tubes. 15 crewmen shared living space here with 10 heavy, deadly torpedoes. Archerfish test-fired her 4-inch gun for the first time on September 27th and dived to a depth of 100 feet for the first time that day as well. Baleo-class subs, like Archerfish, were called thick-skinned boats and were designed to dive to a test depth of 412 feet, as opposed to the previous Gato-class boats that were limited to 300 feet. As you will see, there were times when Archerfish went deeper than her test depth, despite the possibly dire consequences of doing so. On the 27th, they also used the boat's condensation stills for the first time, making 450 gallons of potable water. Once they returned to Portsmouth that day, one of the crew, ship's cook Joseph Barudi, was sent to the hospital with a possible tapeworm. In mid-October, Archerfish steamed away from Portsmouth and down the coast to the U.S. Navy torpedo station, located on Goat Island in Narragansett Bay, just out of Newport, Rhode Island. There, they test-fired torpedoes for 2 days. Commander Kell reported good results. That was a great relief to everyone. The big disappointment in the submarine war effort in the first years of World War II had been the inaccuracy and lack of reliability of the torpedoes. Torpedoes had been deadly weapons ever since Robert Fulton, the inventor of the steamboat, had designed the first one that could be used as an offensive weapon. Even then, it was little more than 2 floating mines held together by a chain that could be used against ships at anchor. Britain's Robert Whitehead designed the first self-propelled torpedo in the 1860s. Before that, the word torpedo meant any underwater explosive, and usually applied to a mine or some other device, most often delivered by a surface ship or on the end of a spar. But by the beginning of World War I, the German U-boats were using a steam turbine-driven fish that could travel very fast to the intended target. Those U-boats enjoyed considerable success. However, the newer torpedoes being fired by American subs at the beginning of World War II had not been adequately tested. Only 2 test shots had been made at Goat Island, both aimed at a submarine hulk. One missed. The other struck its target and exploded. Thus, the torpedoes that America went to war with in the Pacific had a 50% failure rate. When a submarine at the Battle of Midway fired the first 8 torpedoes of the engagement, 7 of them ran much deeper than they were supposed to, and missed their easy target completely. The 8th torpedo struck the Japanese ship, but did not explode. It was a dud. Thank goodness for Admiral Chester Nimitz and his aircraft carriers and dive bombers. Submariners all over the Pacific reported having their fish whoosh harmlessly past targets running too deep, or they clearly heard the duds strike their targets without going off. The Navy brass blamed everybody else. The sub-captains for poor shooting, the civilian contractors who built the weapons for bad workmanship. Many submarine commanders left their boats in frustration. Some were replaced for lack of aggressiveness or for ineffectiveness, but many of the skippers blamed the torpedoes. It took almost 2 years before the flaws in the Mark 14 torpedoes were discovered and fixed. By the time Archerfish was ready to head for the Pacific, the accuracy and reliability of the torpedoes had greatly improved, and they were already having a deadly effect on Japanese shipping, in addition to the warships of the Imperial Navy. Kell had to be pleased that his own tests with his new boat were for the most part successful. There was one minor torpedo misfire that resulted in its own bit of irony. Archerfish would one day sink the biggest vessel ever sunk by a submarine, while in Newport she may well have sunk the smallest. One of the test torpedoes fired from the boat's No. 4 tube had a sticky steering engine and missed its target. Instead, it traveled all the way across Narragansett Bay and struck a small yard boat that was tied up there. There was no explosion because the torpedo was not armed. The weapon did punch a hole in the little boat, and it sank quickly after impact. Nobody was hurt. The November wind blew cold the day Archerfish pulled away from her berth at Portsmouth, bound for the Panama Canal and eventually Hawaii, then on to the first of her 7 war patrols. As she eased past the river banks where grew the wild strawberries that had attracted the first settlers to this place in 1623, the crew had no way of knowing whether they would ever see these shores again. They certainly could not anticipate steaming 75,000 miles, making 908 dives, and being officially credited with sinking or damaging over 92,000 tons of enemy shipping over the next 2 years. Or know that they would earn the Presidential Unit Citation and the Navy Occupation Service Medal. Or that they and their boat would be sitting alongside the submarine tender USS Proteus, AS-19, and in company with other units of the U.S. fleet in Tokyo Bay when the surrender papers were signed aboard the USS Missouri, BB-63. No, all that would have been too immense to ponder, even if they had been so inclined. Each man concentrated instead on what he was supposed to be doing as they pointed their boat toward the open sea. If he had any concerns, they were more likely no weightier than when he would next be paid, or if there would be cold beer in the next port. Laura Kell came down to watch the submarine depart that day, along with other family members and friends of the crew. She had been busy packing the house, getting ready to go with the children to stay with her parents in Watertown, New York. That was the usual routine when George steamed away, and until he could find quarters for his growing brood at their new home port. She, as well, tried not to think about where and to what fate her husband and his boat and crew were headed. Laura, of course, had no way of knowing what the future held, whether or not her husband would ever come back, how long this war would go on, who would eventually prevail. Nor could she ever have guessed that her family would one day be reunited and return to this area, to live in the same rented house in Kittery Point where they had spent the last few months. That they would eventually buy the home when her husband was assigned shore duty in Portsmouth and Boston, or that one of her sons, Stephen, would one day be a member of the class of '62 at Annapolis, and would live in that same house on Cutts Island into the 21st century. Even now, nearly 6 decades later, Stephen Kell remembers that day, watching his father's boat ease down the narrow channel and out to sea. The submarine seemed so close that he could reach out and touch it, but he knew better than to try. He was only 3 years old, but he wondered why all the women and older children were waving and crying, and why the men on the bridge and the lookouts were so furiously waving back. There had been none of that on the days when his father's new boat went to sea for her trials. None of those gathered on the point that day could see the men down below, those on watch in the engine rooms and in maneuvering and at their other duty stations. And those men could only picture in their minds the scene on the shore, their wives or family or girlfriends out there waving goodbye. Laura, Stephen, and the rest watched until Archerfish eased out through the entrance to the harbor, made the turn to the right, and disappeared from view. Little Stephen had seen his father's boat sail away before, and he always came back home soon after. He still couldn't imagine what was different about this day. As the submarine squeezed out of the narrow harbor between New Hampshire and Maine, and as the coast of Massachusetts and the hook of Cape Cod reeled off to their starboard, the collective pulses of the crew of Archerfish quickened. They were finally under way, going halfway round the world on a righteous mission, to fight an enemy that threatened everything they and their country held dear. As they settled in and steamed southward, the crew of Archerfish also knew they were off on a grand adventure. This was only the beginning, though, the first sailing of a much grander adventure than they could have ever imagined. This could well be a mission from which they would never return. No matter. They were bound to do what their country had called on them to do, bound to do their duty or die trying. Chapter 3. Croaking Fish and the Formosa Straits. No American submarines were damaged in the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. The submarine piers were totally ignored by the Japanese attack pilots that morning. They homed in on the larger ships along Battleship Row instead. It wasn't long before the Japanese realized this had been a major blunder. These submarines were the first and primary resource the U.S. Navy had available to throw at the enemy when war was immediately declared following President Roosevelt's Rallying Day of Infamy speech. By the end of the war, 52 American submarines had been lost, only 3 of them in the Atlantic. So were more than 3,500 submarine sailors. The last submarine sunk by the Japanese, the USS Bullhead, SS-332, went down with 84 men aboard on the day the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. Today in Pearl Harbor, there is a special memorial park with 52 separate plaques, one dedicated to each of those lost boats. The death toll represents about 20% of all men who served on subs in the Pacific. It is a stunning statistic when you consider that 1 of every 5 submarine sailors who served in the Pacific died. The men on Archerfish certainly knew the odds on November 29, 1943, as she steamed into Pearl Harbor for the first time. They were still more than ready to get on with it, to get to work. Some of the signs of the sneak attack were still visible around the base as they pulled into port, even after almost 2 years, but the place was bustling with activity. Everyone there was primed to keep the country's naval power focused on a victory that finally seemed to be in sight. Despite a slow start, progress was being made. Thanks in large part to the American submarine force, Japan was slowly being starved, and a tremendous toll had been taken of both military and civilian shipping. Still, it was a dangerous ocean out there. A desperate, cornered enemy had plenty of weapons of his own, and a powerful incentive to use them. The Japanese Empire was fighting for its life, and still taking seriously its motto, "Death before dishonor." Captain George Kell had already taken stock of the mettle of his officers and crew by the time they arrived in Pearl. They had worked together in the sea trials back in Portsmouth, then during the transit south through the Panama Canal, and on the run across the Pacific to Hawaii. The boat had done well, too, except for a problem with her bow buoyancy tank vent. That proved to be a lingering hindrance. The trip had been uneventful, except for losing 2 things along the way. One was a sailor who turned up missing while they were tied up at Balboa in the Canal Zone. He was reported as a straggler, and they had to wait until Henry Bristow came aboard to replace him the next day. They also accidentally left a pair of Bausch & Lomb 7x50 binoculars up on the bridge when they did a practice dive before entering the canal. They were lost, of course, at a cost to the taxpayers of $103.19. Commander Kell knew one thing for certain. After spending the better part of 5 months with these men, he was ready to go to war with them. As he later wrote in his summary of Archerfish's first war patrol, "All hands answered every call made upon them with a will which was gratifying, and which was strictly in keeping with United States naval tradition and the spirit of America." It was important that a captain be confident in the ability of his crew, officers and enlisted men alike. On a surface ship, if a man makes a mistake during an evolution, it can get people hurt or killed. On a submarine, one man's error can cause the entire boat and its crew to be lost. And that may well be the biggest reason for the remarkable camaraderie among submariners. Each man depends on every other for his very life. That doesn't just apply in wartime either. Boats can be and have been lost in routine, everyday maneuvers. Amazingly, until just after the beginning of the 20th century, submarine duty had been considered by Navy brass to be the equivalent of shore duty for sailors. Subsailors received 25% less pay than their brothers on destroyers, cruisers, and other surface ships. That all began to change one blustery, rainy morning in 1905, when President Theodore Roosevelt took an impromptu ride on the USS Plunger, SS-2, America's second commissioned submarine. Not only was he impressed with the easy ride of the boat once she dived away from the weather on Long Island Sound, but he also took note of the pluck of her crew. After a 2-hour trip around Oyster Bay, Roosevelt declared that submariners have to be trained to the highest possible point, as well as to show iron nerve in order to be of any use in their positions. He backed up his words by issuing an executive order giving those who served on submarines an immediate $10 a month raise. They also received an additional $1 per man for each time their boats submerged. Of course, it wasn't the hazardous duty pay that made men like Wes Mayhew and John Patanovich and Charlie Wells and Cactus Yachter and the rest of the Archerfish crew volunteer for submarines. The money was a plus, all right, and certainly patriotism was a big factor. It was obvious the submarines were making a difference in the war, and especially in the Pacific. When a submarine sank a warship, it had an immediate and visible effect on the enemy's war effort, far more so than capturing a hill on some island or holding a line on a battlefield. For men who really wanted to have an impact, submarines gave them away. If you asked them, though, all the men aboard Archerfish the day they arrived in Pearl Harbor would likely have given the same reasons men give today for choosing the silent service. The challenge, the excitement, the quest for the unknown, the desire to be a part of an elite, close-knit group, the same attractions that have led men to volunteer for duty with the Airborne, the Marines, the Green Berets, the SEALs, and other select military groups down through history. But submariners have always been a different breed, for certain. In his Tales of the South Pacific, James Michener noticed the way the sailors from the subs stood aloof and silent, the way they gazed at their pig-boat with loving eyes. He was struck by the manner in which the sub-sailors stood apart from all the other Navy men he saw. They've always been unique, and they've always been damn proud of it. Upon their arrival in Hawaii, there were still a few more things that had to be taken care of before Archerfish was ready for her first war patrol. There were minor repairs needed after the trip from the States. Additionally, radar had to be installed, as did 4 50-caliber gun mounts on the deck, along with lockers for the guns themselves and for their ammunition. She also got a fresh new coat of gray camouflage paint. One very important addition was a food mixer, which Kell enthusiastically described as a great aid in making good bread and cake. Finally, there was yet another training period from December 4th through December 20th, in which she test-fired a total of 13 torpedoes and experienced an indoctrinational depth charging from the USS Wyman, DE 1038. It wasn't the real thing, but it came as close as possible. After loading stores and equipment on December 21st and 22nd, she was finally ready to depart. She first steamed toward the isolated Pacific island of Midway, 1,200 miles to the west for refueling, then headed on to her first patrol area. Their station was a broad swatch of the North Pacific Ocean and East China Sea that included the northern part of Formosa to a portion of the Chinese coast, all the way up to the southern tip of the Japanese home islands. That put them over 4,000 miles away from Pearl Harbor. They burned over 36,000 gallons of diesel fuel just getting there. Archerfish spent Christmas Day 1943 fighting rough seas and had to put 3 engines on propulsion to make required good speed. At the submarine base on Midway, on December 27th, they topped off their tanks, taking on 15,000 gallons of fuel, loaded more fresh provisions, did some minor repairs on the deck plating, calibrated the conning tower depth gauge, and touched up some of the brand-new gray paint that had been washed off by the heavy seas. All this took only 4 hours. Archerfish was underway again by mid-afternoon. The lookouts and those on the bridge waved goodbye to their air escort at 17:25 hours. She was now, finally, at war, on her way across the broad, open Pacific, transiting hostile waters where every contact could be the enemy. This first patrol would not end until February 15th, back in Midway, and Archer Fish's experiences would be relatively typical for a World War II diesel boat. There were successes and disappointments. The crew learned with each. But unlike many of her sisters, the Archer Fish lived to return to the fight another day. While on patrol, the crew assembled in the forward torpedo room about once a week to watch movies. It was something everyone looked forward to. The screen was placed between the tubes and the mine tables so that about 15 to 20 crew members at a time could watch the flicks. There was also a relatively good but informal communal library aboard. Favorite reading material on the Archer Fish, according to John Patanovich, included Of Mice and Men, God's Little Acre, and Lady Chatterley's Lover. For the less literary, comic books featuring Captain Marvel, Green Hornet, and Superman were also popular. A special point was made to celebrate birthdays and holidays while on patrol. The cooks and bakers went all out, preparing special meals and birthday cakes decorated with personal messages. In port or at sea, the boat's mess was the general gathering area for the enlisted personnel. One of the benefits of riding submarines was that the galley and the chill box were always open. In port, when there was no cook on duty after the evening meal secured, anyone was welcome to get whatever he had a craving for out of the chill box and fix it himself. There was one rule, though. The galley had to be cleaned up before 0500 when the cooks came on duty. Anyone leaving a mess had his open icebox privileges revoked. Still, despite the constant availability of food, most of the crew squirreled away sardines, crackers, canned peaches, and other snacks throughout the boat. Archer Fish crossed the international date line for the first time at 1:10 in the morning on December 29, 1943, making the 29th one very short day. As they drove on, they dived routinely each day, more often if contacts were sighted, and continued their ongoing drills. Continual training is a fact of life on submarines, even today. Many of the boat's crew included seasoned submariners. However, this was the first war patrol for not only the Archer Fish, but also for her captain and half of her officers and crew. Many of them needed all the training they could get. For example, Kell wrote in his summary of the first patrol, "In general, sound conditions, listening to onboard sound gear to try to detect enemy ships, seemed good. Much fish noises were heard, and at one time an inexperienced operator reported screws and got a turn count on what proved to be croaking fish." This wasn't the first young sailor to make such a mistake, but where they were going, it could prove fatal. They pulled to a stop on December 30th when they spotted an object floating in the water and determined it to be a mine. Everyone had a good time, firing 2 drums of 20-millimeter rounds and 2 clips from a Tommy gun, but they couldn't make the thing explode. They left it bobbing and drove on. On January 5, 1944, Archer Fish felt the first rattle of enemy bombs aimed for her. Earlier in the day, they had sighted by radar a sampan and an apparent enemy aircraft. They either evaded on the surface or dived for the depths well before the targets got close enough for them to be seen. At 14:11, radar showed an airplane at 8 miles, and it was closing quickly. Commander Kell once again gave the command to dive. 3 minutes later, they all heard what appeared to be 2 distant explosions. Either that, or they were only small bombs the plane had dropped. Still, from all indications, someone up there was trying to blow them up. They stayed underwater until 1713. There was no sign of the plane or anyone else when they surfaced. When Archer Fish arrived in her patrol area on January 7th, a problem had developed with the boat. A gasket in the hull flange of the after-engine room air induction was leaking appreciably, especially in deep dives. Captain Kell cryptically noted in the log, "If we have to stay deep for any period of time in quiet running, this may prove embarrassing." 3 men went into the submarine superstructure to tighten up a loose bolt that was in the way of the gasket. That seemed to help the situation enough to keep them on patrol, but it remained a problem. They also made a note to recommend a different type of material besides soft rubber for that particular gasket. By the time they were near the east coast of the island of Formosa, Archerfish had begun her routine of staying submerged during most of the daylight hours and running on top during the evenings. That's when they recharged batteries and hunted for quarry. Using a boat's radar, low profile, and speed, submariners had found that running on the surface was the better way to find prey. Then they had the option of diving or staying topside when they ultimately made the attack. There were continuing problems with the relatively new boat's radar and gyro systems, but the weather was the one real hindrance to performing their mission. It seemed to never let up. It was rainy, windy, and nasty during most of their 28 days in the area. Most nights they couldn't even see the stars well enough to use them for navigation. Because of the rough seas, repair work was hard to accomplish when they were on the surface. There was even worry that if they spotted a worthwhile target off Formosa, the sea was so violent that the torpedoes would have to be set to run at least 15 feet deep to have any chance of reaching their targets. Set at that depth, the fish would, in most cases, run right under whatever they were aimed at. That lowered the number of potential targets considerably. As the run of bad luck continued, it was inevitable that the boat was about to have her first close but no cigar. Captain Kell greatly wanted to move around to the west of Formosa, toward the northern end of the Formosa Strait, and nearer the Chinese coast. He felt strongly that the hunting would be better there than in the near-empty ocean east of the Big Island. There were problems with stalking that area, though. The heavy seas and poor visibility made it a very risky proposition. The waters were shallower and more confined in the strait, too. And the weather had made periscope observation more and more difficult. They were relying mostly on radar to detect enemy shipping, but the heavy rain sometimes made even that problematic. Kell reluctantly decided to head farther away from Formosa instead. He ordered them back toward Miyakojima, the biggest island at the tail end of the spine of small Japanese-held islands that stretched southwest from Kyushu and the Japanese homeland. Just after midnight on January 18th, radar finally showed a ship contact at 7,000 yards. The seas were still rolling, the sky was overcast, and the rain was coming down hard. But Kell and his crew began tracking the ship anyway as it steamed southward at 7 knots. Just as they had been drilled to do over and over, they kept their distance from the ship while they worked their way ahead of it. The entire crew went to battle stations at 0240 as they inched closer to the target. They needed to try to get a visual sighting, but visibility in the storm was less than 2,000 yards. Still, the radar pip was so strong, Kell decided to go ahead and shoot 4 torpedoes. He desperately wanted to set the fish to run at 6 feet, but was afraid the heavy seas would not allow them to reach the target before exploding. He had his torpedomen set them at 10 feet and fired from the stern tubes. 4 Mark 14 3A torpedoes zoomed away at 8-second intervals, their exploders set to detonate on contact. Moments later they heard 2 explosions. Then, a minute and a half after that, there were 2 more. However, without visual contact, they couldn't confirm that the blasts they heard were actually their torpedoes hitting the target. Kell did not want to give up on this chance to claim credit for his first kill. He maneuvered around to run in front of where the Japanese ship was assumed to be heading. As they turned, he reloaded the stern tubes so they were ready to shoot again. This time, when they drew within 9,000 yards of the spot where the target should have been, they heard the ominous pinging of sonar. Thankfully, the noise was getting weaker. Kell quickly surmised that they had been shooting at some sort of shallow draft escort craft and missed it. The vessel's captain was now furiously looking for Archerfish as the ship moved farther away. Sure enough, the torpedoes had underrun the target and exploded on their own when they got well past it. 10-foot running settings had been too deep. Eventually, they completely lost the distinctive screw sounds of the target as it moved off. They were still unable to see him with the periscope in the rotten weather. Archerfish reluctantly gave up the chase. There was a general disappointment throughout the boat. They would get another chance at a target with much better luck 4 days later. The weather had improved slightly by January 22nd. With the brighter skies, Kell and his executive officer, James Clark, had decided the day before to backtrack after all. They turned back to patrol the Formosa Strait, even if it should prove to be more dangerous. That decision paid immediate dividends. At just after 21:30 on the 22nd, as the sub steamed along on the surface, their radar showed a promising contact on a bearing of 011 degrees and a range of 24,000 yards, about 13.5 miles away. As the submarine drew closer, they found they were approaching not a single vessel, but 4 large ships and 3 smaller ones, running in a convoy. The crew knew at once that these targets were worth pursuing. For one thing, they were following a pronounced zigzag evasion course. The convoy was also attempting to hug the western Formosan coastline to avoid detection. They were prime targets. "Let's determine his zig," Kell ordered his executive officer. "See if you can figure out what kind of pattern he's running." "Will do, Skipper." In order to line up for the best shot, they needed to determine if the ships were following a regular course with their zigzagging or moving more or less at random. But in the process of trying to determine the nature of the maneuvering of her contacts, Archerfish almost let the whole column slip past them in the rain and darkness. "Jim, let's go ahead and come in for a 120 track before they drive off and leave us," Kell announced. "I've got it now, Skipper," Clark reported. "They're moving from 190 to 240 constant helm, running 3 to 4 minute legs. Recommend we shoot the second ship in the column. She's the closest large one." Still on the surface, Kell pointed Archerfish directly toward the ship they had been watching. Visually, they could only see the target as a dim outline, but it was the only one of the bunch they could see at all. The others were only radar contacts. Still, they could tell the target was almost surrounded by the 3 smaller boats, one patrolling ahead, one on her starboard side, and another astern, doing all they could do to protect the larger vessel. Again, all signs pointed to this being a worthwhile use of Archerfish's limited supply of torpedoes. Kell decided to fire 4 torpedoes from the forward tubes, then swing around quickly and fire 4 more from the aft. If he was going to raise the ire of the destroyer escorts, he was going to make certain he did not let this prize get away. Archerfish waited patiently until the target reached the left limit of its zig, and was about to start back on the zag just as Clark had determined. "Fire 3!" Kell barked, and then, in quick succession, sent the other 3 torpedoes spinning out from tubes 4, 5, and 6. Only a minute later, a terrific explosion shook Archerfish. Everyone on the bridge grabbed something solid and held on. The lookout on the small platform in the shears above the bridge reported that the target disappeared only a few minutes after the hit, or hits, by the submarine's torpedoes. He also described a massive pall of black smoke. Because of the intensity of the explosion and the almost immediate sinking, Kell assumed they had struck either the magazine of a warship loaded with ordnance or a large ship full of explosives. Whatever it was, Archerfish did not have time to celebrate the killing of her first prey. They were still in the process of swinging around 180 degrees to fire her stern tubes, when they realized someone was now shooting back at them. Kell gave the dive order, and they headed for the depths to hide. They had an anxious moment when they shifted to hand power on the bow and stern planes too soon and broached the boat. That meant her mast and fairwater popped back to the surface, making them visible to anyone looking or shooting their way. They quickly got that straightened out and finally slipped beneath the surface of the sea. Then they had another problem to worry about. They had to flood in an extra 6,000 pounds of seawater to make the boat heavy enough to get through a negative temperature gradient, a dividing point where water temperature is considerably different above and below. Such a gradient can act like a wall in the water, and it takes more flooding to drop below it, or more pumping to climb above it. But the gradient also bends sonar pinging as well, making it more difficult for surface vessels to detect a submarine below it, or for the sub to see ships on the surface above. About 10 minutes after diving, they settled at 250 feet. That was as deep as they dared go in the shallow water of the Formosa Strait. Soon they felt the first of a series of 6 quick depth charges boom nearby. The first 3 explosions did little more than rattle the sub and the nerves of the men inside her. The fourth one shook their dental fillings. Every man held his breath. The Japanese patrol boats could be getting closer to them. Maybe the gradient wasn't making them as invisible as they had hoped. Or maybe the Japanese were just getting lucky as they blindly dropped the charges much too close to the right place. It didn't matter. The result would be the same either way. A close blast could do enough damage to send Archerfish to the bottom of the sea on her very first outing. As they awaited that explosion, several men on board thought about what an inglorious turn of events that would be, getting sunk on their maiden voyage. No new vessel should have to suffer such ignominy. The 5th blast was more distant. So was the 6th. 5 more explosions rocked them over the next 2 hours, but none was close enough to cause damage. Because of the way subs have to operate, claiming credit for sinking an enemy ship has always been an iffy proposition, unless there are other Allied units in the area to confirm the kill. Quite often they are shooting from a considerable distance in less than ideal weather. They can hardly afford to stick around or move in for a closer view after shooting their torpedoes either. And if they are successful, their prey ends up in the mud at the bottom. In the case of Archerfish's first sinking, documentation had to be forwarded after the patrol to Admiral Charles Lockwood, Commander Submarine Force Pacific Fleet, and a determination was made based mostly on the captain's report and the best description of the vessel they sank. Admiral Lockwood's office eventually granted to Archerfish a confirmation of the sinking of 1 passenger freighter, class unknown, 9,000 tons. Early on the morning of January 23rd, the fireworks finally ceased, and the sub eased farther away from the site of its initial triumph. Spirits were high throughout the boat. Not only had they sunk their first enemy vessel, though they would not receive official credit for it, but they had also survived a rather intense round of depth charges. Each man had done his job well throughout the entire operation, and the boat remained solid. "We got our first one, men," Kell finally proclaimed with a broad smile and a tip of his coffee cup to those in the control room. "Good a way as any to celebrate a birthday," one of the crew members proudly noted. "Birthday? Who's got a birthday?" But then the skipper remembered. Oh, birthday. In his log entry for January 22nd, 1944, Lieutenant Commander George Kell wrote, "We had celebrated the first anniversary of our keel-laying in right smart fashion." Chapter 4. Aggressive Spirit. Morale is good notwithstanding disappointment over a fruitless patrol. That was how George Kell summed up his crew's state of mind after their second war patrol. They had begun the trip on March 16, 1944, after a month in Midway. That time had been spent fixing the lingering leak in the hull flange gasket, painting topside, and renewing brushes in the No. 1 main motor after it developed severe sparking during torpedo firing exercises. The safety tank, which was normally full of seawater, was filled with approximately 5,400 gallons of diesel fuel prior to departure. It was hoped that this extra fuel would extend the time they could remain in their patrol area. There was also a sad note in connection with this stay in Midway. One of the torpedo men from the after torpedo room, George Hepfler, didn't show up for muster on the morning of March 2nd. Hepfler was known as a nice guy who mostly kept to himself. He was last seen the night before, leaving the Goony Bird Hotel, the submarine rest camp on Midway, headed back to Archerfish. There was a general fear that he might have fallen off the narrow wooden dock and into the sea. Sure enough, his body was found in the small boat basin on March 5th. He had drowned. Hepfler was buried at sea in a moving ceremony held aboard one of the harbor vessels. An honor guard from Archerfish served as pole-bearers. But none of the men who worked side by side with him in the after torpedo room could attend the service. They were too busy getting ready to depart for the patrol. The base chaplain performed standard Navy burial at sea rites. The sub had suffered its first casualty, but not at the hands of the enemy. Once underway again, they had a small epidemic of common colds. They also had more problems with their radar and spent a great deal of time tuning it, replacing tubes, and testing. Despite Archerfish's continuing troubles with their set, radar had proved to be one of the American submariners' biggest advantages over the Japanese. Few of the Japanese ships or submarines were yet equipped with radar. The technology allowed the Americans to detect enemy targets well before the Japanese were aware that they were being stalked. Along with the Torpedo Data Computer, TDC, another major innovation, American skippers could now draw precise coordinates to potential targets from a great distance, and then shadow those targets until they had the best possible shots. Success rates were soaring. Properly working and fully tested radar, along with operators who were trained in its use, gave U.S. submarines a tremendous leg up in the battle for the Pacific. On March 25th, Archerfish received special instructions from ComSubPac to head for an area near Palau, a group of islands north of New Guinea and east of the Philippines. It was a long way to steam, and Kell doubted there was any chance of getting there by the designated time. The trip was complicated by the appearance of occasional Japanese aircraft that sent them into hasty dives. They also had trouble with the flood valve in negative tank, which was used to provide negative buoyancy for quick diving. That made it take longer than usual to go under. There was a possible case of appendicitis with one of the crew, too. All the while, as they steamed toward their assigned area, they continually looked for possible targets. There were none. Kell assumed that the major operation on Palau that they were supposed to be supporting was the reason for a dearth of Japanese shipping in the area. Whatever it was, there was nothing for them to shoot at, and dodging all the aircraft contacts was beginning to wear on everyone's nerves. Finally, with the sub low on fuel, ComSubPac told Archerfish to leave the area and head for Johnston Island for refueling, then to go on to Pearl Harbor for refitting. Kell noted, "Headed accordingly. Warned to look out for Jap subs. Plan to run submerged during daylight while in this area in hopes of knocking one off, and to keep from getting knocked off." Kell and his crew still had hopes of bagging some kind of kill on this patrol. It was not to be. They did not encounter any Japanese ships, but Archerfish's hard luck continued. After taking on 14,900 gallons of fuel at Johnston Island and setting out for Pearl Harbor farther to the east on April 23rd, Kell attempted to make a dive at 05:35 on the 25th. She simply would not go under. The lights on the indicator panel in the control room, the Christmas tree, were showing everything working normally. That was clearly an error. The boat would not submerge. They discovered that the vent on the bow buoyancy tank, the one that had given them trouble before going through the Panama Canal, was not opening to allow seawater to flood in and take the bow down. The crew could not even force the vent open by shifting to hand operation and placing a long cheater bar on the operating arm. That meant Archerfish was stuck on the surface with the sun already up, a clear target for any enemy aircraft or ships. Fortunately, they were not in what was considered enemy waters. Still, it was a tense time until the manhole cover to the bow buoyancy tank could be removed, and the linkage to the vent unstuck with bar and hammer. They were finally able to dive again at 7:20. During the refit back at Pearl, Archerfish said goodbye to her first skipper. Lieutenant Commander George Kell was replaced by Lieutenant Commander William Harry Wright. Kell went on to a long and distinguished naval career. He later had occasion to witness some of the most awesome firepower ever exhibited on this planet while assigned to Bikini Atoll during Operation Crossroads, the atomic bomb tests there in 1946. He also commanded the USS Libra, a.k.a. 12, served as superintendent of planning and estimating at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, and was the senior naval representative at the meetings of the Korean Armistice Commission in 1956 and 1957. He also helped negotiate the release of a commercial airliner with 26 passengers and crew aboard that had been abducted by the North Koreans in 1958. Kell eventually retired from the Navy in 1961, and then taught mathematics at Portsmouth High School for 6 years. Archerfish's first skipper died in 1973. Commander Wright guided Archerfish away on her third war patrol. Leaving Pearl Harbor on May 28, 1944, they were headed once again for Midway, and a refueling and replenishing stop there. She was then on her way to a station near the Bonin Islands, a string of tiny Japanese-held islands in the Pacific Ocean north of the Marianas. One of the Bonins is a rocky piece of land most folks heard of later, a place named Iwo Jima, the site of the famous photo of the Marines raising the stars and stripes. Sure enough, Archerfish suddenly found herself in the middle of the operation designed to soften up Iwo Jima for the invasion that would come the following year. Her primary mission was there to serve lifeguard duty, picking up downed pilots during the intense carrier-based attacks that were being thrown at the Japanese on Iwo Jima. At the same time, she was still charged with watching for any possible targets. There would be plenty. On June 23rd and 24th, Wright and his crew watched all the enemy activity on Iwo Jima from a distance, but were amazed at what they saw through their periscope. They counted 76 enemy planes on the ground at one point and observed a fighter umbrella in the air and a constant flow of bombers taking off and landing from there. There was also plenty of ship activity into and out of the beach. On the second morning there, they surfaced and watched a vicious dogfight that was taking place in the sky west of the island. At least 4 planes went down in flames. They moved closer to try to help, but had to dive when enemy fighters buzzed them. One bomb exploded nearby, and they went to 150 feet to hide for a while. Over the next few days, they tracked and stalked a number of potential targets, but the ships they chased usually proved unworthy of torpedoes. In some cases, Wright believed shooting at them in their present position so near the island would bring down a rain of hellfire on his boat. Also, many of the ships rode too high in the water for the torpedoes Archerfish and the other submarines carried. Even if set to run at their most shallow, the fish would simply zoom right beneath the targets, missing them altogether. At the same time, Archer fish still had a primary mission of rescuing downed aviators, and unless they had their sights on an especially fine target, it was best to remain undetected. Then, on June 29th, about mid-morning, they spied a target they could not resist. It was a Japanese destroyer at 4,000 yards, running alone after escorting another ship into the anchorage at Iwo Jima. Despite being close to the beach and underneath tremendous air cover, Archer fish boldly squared around and in the submerged attack fired 4 torpedoes from her bow tubes at a range of 1,160 yards. The commander of Submarine Division 201 would later sum up this attack in his report to ComSubPac with something of an understatement. The aggressive spirit displayed in pressing home this attack is noteworthy. Commander Wright watched through the periscope as the first fish hit the target 42 seconds later, slamming into the destroyer just forward of the mainmast. The ship was immediately enveloped in steam and smoke. The second torpedo struck beneath the ship's bridge. Wright later noted in the log that flame, smoke, debris, and people shot out of the field of the scope. The bow was observed to break upward at about a 30-degree angle. The Japanese destroyer was a goner. On last observation, Wright reported, only settling steam and smoke were visible at the target. Still, Wright saw that the sky remained filled with airplanes and that watercraft were already swinging in their direction from near the beach. They cleared the area, rigged the boat for depth charging, and went down to 400 feet as they withdrew. The first 2 nearby explosions, from either aerial depth bombs or depth charges, apparently damaged the sub's sound heads. They were effectively deaf. There were more detonations, but thankfully they came from much farther away. Still, they stayed below for over 11 hours before daring to come up again. Archer fish had sunk her second ship, and there was no doubt about what this one was. A Japanese Hatsuhara-class destroyer, 1,400 tons. She got her next chance at a target only a few days later, on July 2nd. They had spotted another enemy ship that resembled an American LST, landing ship tank, though men who rode on them preferred to call them large, slow targets. They had to pass on taking a shot for a familiar reason. They did not have torpedoes that could be set to run at less than 6 feet deep, and the LST only drew 4 to 5 feet of water. Wright noted in the log the crying need for a torpedo that will run at a depth from surface to 4 feet in smooth seas, so targets such as this one and the many small escort crafts they had seen could be hit. At 10:40 in the morning, they noticed a smudge of dark smoke on the horizon. Despite all the newfangled radar Archer fish carried, seeing the smoke from their stacks was still a primary way of detecting approaching vessels, just as warships had done since the first steamships began traversing the world's oceans. Sure enough, a convoy was being formed and was already zigzagging on a general southerly course away from Iwo Jima. It consisted of 1 large ship and 4 smaller ones, escorted by 2 destroyers. Wright peered through his scope from a range of 3,000 yards. "XO, I can see troops and equipment all over the top side of the big one," he reported. "That'll be our target. Let's fire a full nest forward. I don't want to leave any cripples." They continued to track until they had a good angle on the big ship. Then they fired 6 torpedoes, set to run at 6 to 10 feet deep. One of the destroyers spotted the bubbles that the steam-powered torpedoes emitted as they ran beneath the surface. Wright watched as the destroyer turned with the tracks, but away from the submarine. Good. Maybe they wouldn't come after Archer fish after all. Meanwhile, Wright ordered the sub turned around by 180 degrees. As soon as she had her butt turned to the target, 2 minutes after the initial fish were away, she fired 2 more torpedoes from her after tubes. These torpedoes were aimed at one of the destroyers. Archerfish maneuvered slightly, aiming all the time as coordinates were called down and entered into the TDC. The order was given to fire the 2 Mark 18s that were loaded in the remaining after-tubes. At the same time, Commander Wright saw something frightening in the periscope sweep he was conducting. The first destroyer had turned abruptly and was giving our scope a 0 angle and was coming in with some speed, range 1,200 yards. The Japanese were going to give chase after all. Wright assumed that all the torpedoes were away by now and gave the command to rig for depth charge. The outer doors to the torpedo tubes were immediately slammed shut. However, the 10th torpedo had not yet been fired and still rested in one of the after tubes. Only 9 torpedoes had been sent toward targets. Wright later apologized for the error, but at that moment failure to fire one fish was the least concern on everyone's mind. All hell was about to break loose. The crew of the Archerfish heard 4 explosions that coincided with the estimated run times of their first batch of torpedoes. Then the men in the conning tower heard another blast that correlated to the fish that were fired from the after tubes. The men in the after torpedo room said they clearly heard 2 explosions, that 2 of their fish had found a target. At any rate, they had certainly hit something. They were later credited with inflicting damage on the large transport and on one of the destroyers, a total of 12,000 tons. But despite all the mayhem they had set loose, the boat did not receive credit for sinking any of the ships they had shot at. There was no time for confirming sinkings or celebrating just then. They were diving fast and deep, passing 400 feet and drawing off to the westward, trying to evade the destroyer that was now chasing them. They picked up the sound of the ship's screws directly overhead, and then heard the ominous splashes of its powerful depth charges as they hit the water and sank toward them. Moments later, the sub was rocked by a thunderous series of nearby explosions. Over the next hour or so, a total of 107 charges were dropped. Radar technician Richard M. Cousins, who manned the JP sonar, counted them all as he listened, his body braced as best he could against the violent concussions. Commander Wright later wrote, "Although the effect of the brutal depth charging was sobering, the lads that day learned to love a boat that could take such punishment." And she did take the punishment. Despite the fierce barrage, Archerfish held together just fine, and all compartments reported no damage. Archerfish picked up her first downed aviator on Independence Day, 1944, within sight of the island of Iwo Jima. He was a young pilot named John B. Johnson, flying off Big Ben, USS Franklin, CV-13. His Grumman F-6F had been struck by Japanese fire. He parachuted into the blue Pacific and then floated there in his bright yellow raft. When the crew pulled the grateful pilot aboard, he asked if he could keep his raft as a souvenir. The captain was hesitant, but finally agreed. There wasn't time to deflate it and bring it down a hatch, so they secured the raft to the cigarette deck. They realized by the nearby splashes in the water that shore batteries had opened up on them. They were being shot at. There was also a blip on radar that indicated a plane was 10 miles out, but heading their way quickly. Executed well-known maneuver commonly known as "getting the hell out of there," Wright recorded in the log. Captain Wright told Johnson he would have to work for his keep, and sent him to the lookout platform in the shears, the area above the bridge where the scopes and masts are housed, to keep an eye on the approaching aircraft. As it grew nearer, the rescued pilot kept reassuring the captain that the plane was one of ours. When it was only a mile away, Wright suddenly called out, "Clear the bridge! Clear the bridge! Dive! Dive!" As the skipper sounded the diving alarm, the lookouts were already scrambling from the shears to jump down the upper conning tower hatch. They immediately headed for the depths, but by decks awash, just as the ocean was beginning to cover the sub, they were wickedly strafed by the Japanese fighter. Captain Wright turned to Johnson and pointedly said, "No wonder you were shot down. You can't tell one of theirs from one of ours. I could plainly see the rising sun, and you had the binoculars." A damage report was requested, and all compartments reported a tight boat. They later found an antenna shot away and 20-millimeter fragments in the shears, but there was no other serious damage. They also took a wicked depth charging. The captain was puzzled about how the Japanese planes circling overhead were able to pinpoint their position so closely while they were underwater. Then he realized they were likely using the pilot's yellow raft, which was still lashed to the cigarette deck, as a convenient bullseye. Even at several 100 feet deep, the bright-colored object was visible from the air. As soon as it was safe, they surfaced and deep-sixed Johnson's Souvenir. John B. Johnson went on to become a Rear Admiral and Assistant Chief of Naval Personnel for the Naval Reserve. During the course of the war, submarines rescued over 500 airmen, including one of our future presidents. George H.W. Bush was rescued by USS Finback, SS-230, after his torpedo bomber was brought down by anti-aircraft fire over Chichijima. On July 6th, Archerfish picked up another downed pilot. But this one was an oil-covered Japanese aviator who had been shot down in all the furious action above Iwo Jima. Although there were other enemy survivors in the water, he was the only one of them willing to be rescued by an American boat. The prisoner was manacled to a bunk in the after torpedo room, and the electricians were assigned to guard him. He was delivered to Midway at patrol's end. Naval police took him off the boat with a pillowcase covering his head. Later that night, after picking up the prisoner, they surfaced into an eerie scene. They popped up in the midst of oil and other flotsam, the obvious remains of a wreck or crash. They passed 3 people floating in the water. However, when they called to them, there was no response. There were other instances of passing through wreckage as they headed back east, of seeing cadavers floating in the water, but they could no longer do anything for these men. Archerfish returned to Midway on July 15th. 3 weeks later, after an excellent refit accomplished by the tender Proteus, they were off again on their 4th war patrol, to an area east of Kyushu and south of Shikoku, the southern islands of Japan's homeland. Among the crew members were Vinnie Brundage, the chief cook, Ed Keast, his assistant, and John Healy, a seaman striker who later became a great baker. Joe Baruti was another cook, but he had a rather severe problem, one much worse than the tapeworm he had suffered from before the boat completed sea trials in Portsmouth. It seemed that he was susceptible to seasickness and allegedly turned green, even when the boat was moored at the pier, just from the harbor swell. Willie Baird was an electrician's mate who loved to play the Wabash Cannonball on the record player in the crew's mess, much to the chagrin of his shipmates who were not from the South and didn't appreciate the hillbilly music. But tears rolled down Baird's cheeks as Roy Acuff sang the old standard. Another character aboard at the time was a throttleman named Bill Sherman, who was observed during a depth charging, leaning back nonchalantly on a big toolbox, enjoying sardines and biscuits, while all those around him were saying their Hail Marys. Less than a week into the trip to the assigned station, not far out of Midway, Wright and his crew ran up on an enemy diesel trawler, armed with 2 20-millimeter or 40-millimeter deck guns, and with depth charges prominently loaded in the after rack, ready to drop on an American submarine. Wright hesitated. If any of his men should be wounded in an attack, they would have to be treated on board the sub for the next 30 days, until the patrol was over. After consideration, he decided they were 500 miles from the nearest land, so the enemy ship would not be able to summon any help. Besides, the target was simply too good to pass up. They stayed outside the trawler's likely effective range of 3,000 yards and did a surface attack, using Archerfish's 4-inch deck gun instead of torpedoes. It was early in the patrol, so Captain Wright wanted to save those for bigger, less maneuverable targets. Once they surfaced, the Japanese patrol boat spotted them immediately and began firing at them, but its shots were falling a good 1,000 yards short. Archerfish's crew fired 5 rounds at the trawler with their 4-inch deck gun, and the enemy boat was suddenly lost in a cloud of smoke. Wright squinted through his binoculars. "You see what they're doing?" he asked Bob Bobzinski, who was now his executive officer. "Looks like they lighted a smoke canister. Now they're hiding in all the smoke," the exec answered. "Right. They want us to think they're on fire." Then, as the smoke suddenly cleared, Wright and the rest of the men on the bridge watched as the ship jettisoned its depth charges and headed directly for them. They could now see the damage they had inflicted. The trawler's upper works were heavily damaged, and its mast was gone. Archerfish continued to fire away. Though there were no signs they had inflicted any damage on the engineering plant or below the patrol boat's waterline, they felt they had almost certainly caused casualties. Also, the damage to the ship's topside ensured it would have to leave its station and return to port no matter what. Wanting to err on the side of caution so early in the patrol, Wright decided not to move in for the kill. The Japanese patrol boat still had the ability to shoot back, even if it was afire and heavily damaged. They drove on. They were later credited with damaging a patrol boat 250 tons. The enemy patrol boat would turn out to be their only target for the entire patrol. They returned to Midway on September 24th, without firing another shot or launching a single torpedo. The disappointment is obvious in the commander's personnel report in the final patrol summation. Although contacts and action with the enemy were at a disheartening minimum, the officers and men retained their sharp spirit of aggressiveness throughout the patrol. Their state of training and morale remain high as all hands look forward to better luck next time. As they picked up the pilot boat and obediently tailed the vessel back into Midway once again, several men noted that it had been just over a year since their boat's formal commissioning, and they had had 4 war patrols under their belt. They had nothing to be ashamed of. They had struck blows against the enemy. Still, as their captain noted, they all looked forward to better luck next time out. But now, as they eased back into Midway, as they prepared for their next assignment and picked up yet another new skipper, no one aboard Archerfish could have imagined the better luck next time that they were about to have. Nor could they have ever comprehended the size of the prize they were about to bag. Chapter 5. O-Boat Joe and Shinano. Out of war, there inevitably emerge stories of victory and defeat, and we are sometimes reminded how narrow the boundary can be between each. The sinking of the Imperial Japanese Navy's most prized, super-secret vessel, the aircraft carrier Shinano, by a U.S. diesel boat named Archerfish, is a perfect example. It shows how luck, skill, and tenacity can all come together, resulting in a glorious, history-altering success. Or how those same attributes can spell tragic defeat, depending on one's perspective. The story of that historic, fateful encounter includes so many unique aspects, so many fascinating subplots, it almost reads like well-crafted fiction, or plays like a Hollywood movie. But it is all true, and its characters are real. There's a Japanese captain, soon to receive his stars as a rear admiral. This captain had once watched as 2 of his comrades deliberately and ingloriously went down with their doomed ship, after a fiery defeat at the hands of the Americans. Another primary character in this scenario is a massive new vessel, newly constructed, an unsinkable supership that is almost certainly the last great hope the Japanese Navy has, if it is to regain the upper hand in the battle for the Pacific. But this spectacular vessel is jinxed from the very beginning. Add in another interesting character, a promising but discouraged submarine commander, a self-doubting man who finds himself reborn, primarily as the result of a late-night poker game. Even the sign of the zodiac figures into this fascinating story, one that is now recognized as a classic of submarine warfare. Those are only some of the elements of this story. And never mind that it also includes a dramatic 6.5-hour encounter on the high seas that may well have turned the course of the war. And that most assuredly changed history as well. Certainly, as with any historical battle, there are the elements of tactics, of decisions made under intense pressure, of guesses right and wrong, that will be studied, dissected, analyzed for generations to come. But it is mostly a story of two men, two crews, two vessels, brought together one night on a moonlit sea. It is a story that begins in North Dakota, and in the highest reaches of the Imperial Japanese Navy, starts to come together at a poker game on the South Pacific island of Midway, and in Dry Dock No. 6 at Yokosuka Naval Shipyard on Tokyo Bay, and culminates off the south shore of the Japanese home island of Honshu, 2 days before Thanksgiving in 1944. Captain Joseph F. Enright seemed to have an unlikely heritage for a man who would become captain of a submarine. He was born in 1910, about as far from the sea as a man can be. He was a North Dakotan, the son of an Irish father and Norwegian mother. It was his Uncle Frank, his dad's brother, a World War I Navy veteran, who lit the spark. Frank Enright had regularly mailed his nephew postcards from the many exotic ports he visited, urging him to consider Annapolis when he was old enough. There was some appeal in those postcards to a young man who was growing up, working odd jobs and going to school in Bismarck, on the cold prairies of the upper Midwest. So Joe decided to follow his uncle's advice. Thanks to his father's urging, U.S. Senator Gerald P. Nye gave young Joe an appointment to the U.S. Naval Academy in 1929. He did his family proud. Joe graduated from Annapolis in the top half of his class in 1933. As a raw ensign, he served for 3 years on the USS Maryland, BB-46, before entering submarine school. His first duty as a submarine officer was aboard USS S-38, SS-143, stationed at one of those glamorous places pictured on his uncle's postcards, Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. In 1939, he was transferred to USS S-22, SS-127, based in New London, Connecticut. He was serving as that boat's executive officer, and the vessel was in Argentia Bay, Newfoundland, when word came of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Enright's boat was quickly dispatched to Panama. Their mission there was to guard the Pacific entrance to the canal from the Japanese. 6 months later, S-22 was sent to Great Britain, but Joe Enright was not to make the trip. The Navy had bigger plans for the boat's promising young exec. He stopped off in New London to assume command in June 1942 of USS O-10, SS-71. The O-10 was a school and teaching submarine that was used to take submarine school students out for practice dives in Long Island Sound. Enright enjoyed this duty and was quite popular with everyone stationed in New London. He quickly became known to his friends as O-Boat Joe of the O-10. Less than 5 months later, Enright became part of a new Navy initiative designed to get the service's best and brightest young submarine officers ready for the unique, brutal undersea war that was already being fought in the Pacific. He was assigned to Prospective Commanding Officers School at New London. The school was really little more than a cram course in how to run submarine war patrols. Its first class was made up of 10 experienced sub-commanders who were on a fast track to captain new boats that were bound for the Pacific. Joe Enright was one of them. They had no textbooks. They used actual war patrol summaries from battle action, reports so recent that they often showed up by airmail, fresh off the duplicating machines in San Francisco. Much of their class time was spent aboard 2 submarines, the USS Mackerel, SS-204, and USS Marlin, SS-205. While these were new, well-equipped boats, they did not have the size or range to be used against the Japanese. Still, they gave the students great experience in stalking and shooting at targets provided for them out on Long Island Sound. This also gave them the opportunity to practice the practical tactics that sub-skippers were finding most useful against the Japanese. They could experience real-life situations only a few weeks after they had actually occurred halfway around the world. In March 1943, 2 months before a new boat named Archerfish was christened up the coast in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Joe Enright was designated prospective commanding officer of a brand-new Gato-class submarine, USS Dace, SS-247. This was the first sub constructed in Electric Boat Company's Victory Yard in Groton, Connecticut. A great many of the workers who helped build her were women. As Enright noted, Rosie the Riveter had been replaced by Wendy the Welder. Joe Enright was a lanky, round-faced man, with pale blue eyes, a quick wit, and a broad, easy smile. He was well liked by his crew on O-10, and by the other officers with whom he attended the prospective commanding officers' school, just as he had been at the academy. He was also clearly on the verge of becoming the promising submarine commander that the 1933 Lucky Bag, the Annapolis Yearbook, had predicted. Both he and his new boat were on a fast track for action. He had been promoted to lieutenant commander in October 1942. He reported to the supervisor of shipbuilding at Electric Boat Company to take over the Dace in March 1943. The boat was launched on Easter Sunday, April 25th. She was commissioned in July, did torpedo testing in Newport, Rhode Island in August, and left for the Panama Canal on September 6th, 2.5 months ahead of Archerfish's trip through the Big Ditch. Like many sub-commanders, Joe Enright was his own man. He insisted on having a few comforts in his cabin that were not exactly regulation. He had a 2-foot by 4-foot patch of carpet on the floor, because he didn't like the feel of the cold deck on his bare feet. The North Dakota winters had given him more than enough of that. He also made sure the polished metal mirror was replaced by one made of real glass. He told anyone who asked, "I'll take full responsibility if I get hit with flying glass while I'm shaving during a depth charging." With his glass mirror and carpeted stateroom and brand-new boat, the young commander was more than ready to take on the Japanese. Enright later wrote, "I was elated. Getting the Dace command was another of my lucky breaks. I was one of the first of my class to get command of a new sub right from the building yard." He was also delighted to find that his crew included an executive officer, Bill Holman, and a number of other officers and crewmen who had already served on war patrols in the Pacific. Even as confident as he was, the skipper knew how valuable the war experience of his shipmates would be for a rookie captain. Lieutenant Commander Enright's elation was to be short-lived. Dace steamed into Pearl Harbor on October 10th and was off on her first war patrol 17 days later. When Enright and his officers opened their orders, they were quite pleased. They had been assigned to Patrol Area No. 5, a busy box in what had been termed the Hit Parade, south of the major Japanese home island of Honshu. There would be targets aplenty, and the young commander was sure he could quickly prove that the faith his superiors had placed in him was justified. However, for one reason or another, they never seemed to be able to get into position to shoot at anything. At one point, they received solid intelligence that gave them the location, speed, and course of a Japanese aircraft carrier steaming nearby. It was the Shokaku, one of the carriers from which the attack planes bound for Pearl Harbor had been launched. The Japanese carrier had also participated in the Battle of the Coral Sea. It would be sweet revenge and quite a coup for its promising young commander if Enright and Dace could send that flat top to the bottom on her very first patrol. Later, Enright admitted that he made one crucial mistake. He worked the attack by the book, instead of following his gut instincts. Whatever the reason, in the process of shadowing Shokaku, Dace allowed the carrier to slip past, and she was gone. They never even got a chance to fire a torpedo at her. Joe Enright had failed miserably on his first big opportunity. It was a bitter pill for the confident young commander to swallow. As they pointed Dace back toward Midway, he doubted he would ever again have such a perfect target presented to him. By the time he stood on the bridge on December 11th, watching their tiny destination island come into view, Enright had already convinced himself it was all his fault, that he was the weak link that had let Shokaku slip away. There was no denying the facts. He had a fine, experienced crew and a new boat. They had been presented with an ideal shooting gallery for a patrol area. A textbook target had floated right before their eyes. Now, here they were, the patrol over, disappointedly returning to Midway with nothing to show for it all. The next day, after a sleepless night, an embarrassed Enright asked Captain J.B. Longstaff, the senior submarine commander on Midway, to relieve him of his command of the Dace. He told Longstaff that a skipper who could do a better job should replace him. Such a request was unheard of. Sub-commanders tended to be an ego-driven bunch. They rarely admitted mistakes, let alone asked outright to be replaced. Such a move would certainly damage an officer's career beyond repair. Still, Longstaff passed along Enright's request, and the Navy granted it, even though no one ever blamed him for failing to mount an attack on the Shokaku. No one but Joe Enright himself. Most of the brass, and especially the commander of the Pacific Fleet Submarine Force, Admiral Charles A. Lockwood, knew how difficult it was out there. They rarely engaged in second-guessing their sub-commanders, and Lockwood pointedly forbade it. The command of Dace went to one of Enright's best friends, Lieutenant Commander B.D. Claggett. The Dace played a major role in the battle for Leyte Gulf in the Philippines, and eventually ended up in the Italian Navy in the 1950s, renamed Leonardo da Vinci, before being scrapped in 1975. Soon, despite giving up his command, Enright found himself serving in another important and useful position. He was named executive officer of the submarine base at Midway, which had become known as Gooneeville, after the awkward-looking Goonie birds that lived there. But in the grand scheme of things, Enright knew he was now on the bench, out of the game. He certainly wasn't doing the one thing he had trained all those years to do. One of the hardest things had been to tell his parents what had happened. They had come out from North Dakota by train the previous July to proudly watch as their son's new boat was commissioned. The letters from his mother almost always mentioned how pleased she and his father were of what he had accomplished. When he gave up his command, it was heartbreaking for the disillusioned young man to write to his mother and tell her about it. His parents knew better than anyone how hard he had trained, how proud he had been of his submarine and crew. Now, when they read this letter, they would also know how disappointing his failure was. As he watched from his office window the constant coming and going of the submarines, as they hastily refueled and restocked, and then drove back out for more battles, Joe Enright felt more than ever that the war was passing him by. He lay awake at night and considered asking for another command, but he always dismissed the thought. He had been given his chance, and he had blown it. There was a vicious war to be won. Somebody who was a better skipper than he was required out there, manning that conning tower or bridge, running the attacks, firing the deadly complement of fish at enemy ships. It eventually took a sudden death and a fortuitous poker game to get Captain Joseph F. Enright back on the bridge of a submarine where he belonged. To get him back on the way to bagging Shinano. Thousands of miles to the west of Gooneeville, a mammoth form was finally taking shape in Dry Dock 6 at the Yokosuka Navy Yard, just down the bay from Tokyo. The Shinano had been under construction for 4 years. In the beginning, she was intended to be a super battleship, a sister to Yamato and Musashi, two of the biggest warships ever constructed. However, the Japanese had learned a bitter lesson at the Battle of Midway. They realized that any hope of victory depended on the use of fighter aircraft launched from carriers. The decision was made to complete this behemoth as an aircraft carrier instead of as a battleship. The ship was so massive it had to be assembled in the dry dock instead of the usual slipway. Her statistics boggled the mind. She had a displacement of 72,000 tons, a hull that was almost 840 feet long, and a flight deck that was 48 feet above her waterline, and the size of 2 football fields. Powered by steam turbines, she was designed to run at a top speed of 27 knots and have a range of 10,000 miles without refueling. Her hangar deck and flight deck were built of steel almost 4 inches thick, backed with 3 feet of concrete sandwiched between steel plates, all to repel dive bombers such as had wreaked such havoc on the Japanese fleet at Midway. Traditionally, the Empire's battleships were named for the provinces of Japan. Shinano was originally named for an ancient prefecture now a part of Nagano. The prefecture bore the name of the country's longest river, which flowed north to the Sea of Japan. The decision was made to keep the battleship name, though, even when she was completed as an aircraft carrier. That was more for superstitious reasons than practical ones. It was considered bad luck to change a ship's name once it had been written down. Shinano was built behind an unbelievably thick veil of secrecy, even for those treacherous times. U.S. naval intelligence was aware that at least 2 of the massive battleships were under construction, and they were also aware when they were eventually launched. They had no idea whatsoever that there was a 3rd vessel being built, that it was being converted to a carrier, or that it would be the largest warship in the world. Neither did the Japanese people until well after the war was over. The yard workers who were assigned to her construction were required to live in Yokosuka, so the Kempeitai, the Japanese secret police, could better watch them. A thick, galvanized steel fence surrounded the dry dock on 3 sides. A tall, steep cliff effectively blocked the view of the other side. No curious eyes could see the ship at rest as she was being completed. No one was allowed to have a camera anywhere in the shipyard. Shinano was the only major warship built in the 20th century that was not photographed during its construction. The ship could not even be mentioned, much less named, in any radio transmission. Security was so complete that there was no image or description of Shinano or anything similar in the U.S. Navy's Recognition Manual, the book carried by all submarines to aid in identifying targets. Security was not perfect. The United States did unwittingly snap one photo of the ship. An American B-29 bomber named Tokyo Rose, flying a reconnaissance mission more than 30,000 feet over Tokyo in early November 1944, took a picture of the bay at the same time Shinano was out of her barn for builders' trials. It was a bright day, the sky free of clouds. The monstrous carrier left a huge V-shaped wake behind her as she steamed at 24 knots to practice recovering aircraft on her deck. She showed up clearly on the photo the airplane took that day. The irony is that the picture never made it to the U.S. Submarine Command, and due to a shortage of photo interpreters, no one knew what a prize they had until well after the war was over. The secret of Shinano's existence was still safe. One person on board the Shinano that November day noticed the lone B-29 high overhead, though, and he correctly assumed a photo had been taken. However, he had no way of knowing that the picture the reconnaissance plane had snapped would never directly cause him or his new ship any harm. Captain Toshio Abe was shocked and alarmed when he spied the plane high in the sky. Now, after all their precautions and secrecy, the Americans knew of the existence of his new supercarrier. They would almost certainly be waiting for her when she was finally launched. They would arrange to target her with a wolf pack of submarines from their bases in the Marianas. There was no doubt about it. Every decision the new vessel's captain made in the next few fateful weeks was tinged with the belief that the enemy now knew of his top-secret carrier, and that they were poised to destroy her as soon as she left Tokyo Bay. Abe was an experienced officer. He was a graduate of the Japanese Naval Academy, commander of Destroyer Division 10, and an experienced torpedo officer. He was slated to receive his stars, making him a rear admiral as soon as they took Shinano into the inland sea on her maiden voyage on the way to the Philippines. Abe had seen his share of war. He was captain of the destroyer Kazagumo at the ferocious Battle of Midway in June 1942. American dive bombers had mortally wounded 4 proud Japanese aircraft carriers, including Hiryu, the flagship vessel of Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi. Even though it was clear Hiryu could not survive her wounds, Abe eased his destroyer alongside to offer help in fighting the inferno and to give water to the men who were still trying to save the ship. Finally, early in the morning, Admiral Yamaguchi gave the order to the ship's captain, Tomeo Kaku, to abandon ship. With 800 hands assembled on the deck of the doomed carrier, and with Toshio Abe watching from the bridge of his destroyer, Yamaguchi made an emotional speech in which he accepted blame for the loss of the carrier and vowed to ride the ship down to his death. Captain Kaku expressed his own desire to go down with his ship in disgrace as well. The 2 men then ordered Abe and the other nearby destroyer skippers to torpedo the damaged ship once the crew was off, assuring that the Americans would not capture her hulk. Toshio Abe could not believe the 2 officers were really going to die with their ship. It was an ancient tradition, but one frowned upon by modern commanders. Abe went aboard Hiryu in a last attempt to persuade Yamaguchi and Kaku to save themselves, to live on to fight another day. He knew that Admiral Yamamoto, the commander of the combined fleet, had expressly ordered that no more of his officers die in such ritualistic sacrifice. Their experience and skill were far too valuable in a war that was quickly turning against them. Still, despite Abe's best efforts, he was unable to change the officers' minds. They thanked him and ordered him back to his ship. Just as the sun rose that morning, its rays mockingly resembling the Japanese Navy flag, Captain Abe gave the command to fire their torpedoes, sending the carrier, her admiral, and her captain to a deep, watery grave. Still, Abe never forgot the bravery, the dedication of Admiral Yamaguchi and Captain Kaku. He could not stop thinking about the 2 men riding Hiryu to their deaths. As he returned to Tokyo with what was left of the fleet, he had to wonder how he would act should a similar situation ever present itself to him. Would he strap himself to the bridge and die with his ship, or would he choose to live to fight another day? The war took a sharp downturn for Japan after Midway. Now more than ever, they needed the supercarrier completed and headed for the Philippines, where the Americans were already advancing on the Japanese garrison at Leyte. There was no one else to send. 2 other carriers, including the Shokaku, the target Joe Enright had missed on his first patrol, had recently been lost to American subs off the Marianas. In addition, the super battleship Musashi, originally one of Shinano's sisters, had been sunk at the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The colossal carrier was their last and best hope. Japanese naval headquarters rushed Shinano to completion, and though hardly finished, she was shipshape enough to be launched 4 months early, on October 5, 1944. A small crowd gathered for the formal event at 8 o'clock that morning. But when the dry dock valves were opened and the water rushed in, a portion of the gate that had been keeping out the waters of Tokyo Bay suddenly gave way. The force of tons of seawater ripped off and snapped the mooring lines, lifted the giant ship violently upward, and slammed Shinano viciously against a concrete wall. Then, on the recoil, she crashed hard into the wall once again. Scores of sailors and dock workers were hurt, and the ship's bow and sonar compartment were heavily damaged. Repairs were accomplished in only 3 weeks, but Shinano already had gained the reputation of being a jinxed ship. Many sailors vowed quietly among themselves that they would never serve aboard such a cursed vessel. Once she was seaworthy and her sea trials completed in the confines of Tokyo Bay, Toshio Abe was ordered to take the carrier to a rendezvous with what was left of the rest of the fleet near Kure in the inland sea, a protected body of water almost completely surrounded by the main Japanese islands. He was to leave his covered berth on November 28th. In order to get to the rendezvous, though, he would have to take the ship out of the bay for the first time and steer her through open ocean, where he was certain American subs were lurking sneakily, waiting to attack. Still, he was confident of his chances of successfully making the run. He was convinced that his new ship's 27-knot speed was enough to easily outrun any submarine the Americans had. The ship was heavily fortified, especially against dive bombers, and she was also protected against torpedoes. She was equipped with large metal bulges below the waterline, called blisters. These were designed to cause any torpedoes to explode well before they could reach the ship's main hull. That limited them to only minor damage. However, because of all the weight from the other armament she carried, Shinano only had half the number of blisters Yamato and Musashi had, and they were installed farther below the waterline, at the depth where the American submarine captains seemed to prefer shooting their torpedoes when the targets were larger. Even with his concerns about the existence of an American wolf pack, Abe was still certain his ship was unsinkable, that they could run to the inland sea, and he could claim his admiral rank. A week before he was to sortie, intelligence officers seemed to confirm Abe's suspicions. A wolf pack of American submarines had left the Marianas, bound for the waters off Honshu, the main Japanese island, on which Tokyo is located. Another pack had left Saipan and Guam, likely on their way to hunt the same waters. Abe was more convinced than ever that the Americans knew of his new ship, once the aeroplane had caught them in the bay. Now they were coming to get ready for him when he steamed out of Yokosuka. There was still more confirming intelligence. There had been at least 7 submarines already operating in the waters near Honshu in the last few weeks, sinking picket boats and generally wreaking havoc. Abe had a chart on the wall on the bridge of Shinano with X's marking the spots where the American submarines had struck. There was no doubt they were all forming up out there, that they were waiting for him to steam out into the open sea with the Empire's brand-new warship. Of course, Abe could not have known that those 7 subs he was hearing about, called Bert's Brooms, had no inkling of his existence. They had been sweeping the area of Japanese picket boats, so they would not be able to warn the defense forces of a planned attack on the mainland by the U.S. Third Fleet. Now, the Americans had determined that the subs were attracting far too much attention and would hinder more than help the planned approach. That attack was later postponed, and by the time Shinano left Tokyo Bay, the submarines had already been dispersed and sent to other areas. Abe never learned either that the submarines coming his way from the Marianas would never make it to the waters off Honshu. They were forced back by stronger-than-expected resistance, bad weather, and bad luck. But then the captain was faced with a greater and more immediate threat to Shinano than the American submarine wolf packs, a threat that would ensure the carrier must leave the harbor as soon as possible. The same intelligence briefing that told of the submarines also warned Abe that there would almost certainly be heavy bombing in the next few days by the American B-29 superfortresses. It was no longer safe to leave the massive carrier in the shipyard. Even if the Americans did not suspect that she was there, the bombers could unknowingly damage the carrier with the pounding they would inflict on the construction facility. The Yokosuka Navy Yard would certainly soon be a primary target for those American bombs. Still, even with that knowledge, Captain Abe wanted to wait a few more days before leaving. Flooding tests on the ship's various compartments had not been completed. There were many other portions of the massive ship that remained unfinished. His request was denied without comment after American bombers struck hard at the Nakajima aircraft factory near Tokyo on November 24th, and then again on the 27th. It was no longer prudent to keep Shinano in her berth. where she might be destroyed without ever launching a plane in battle. She would make her maiden voyage as planned. Right on schedule, Shinano eased out of the yard on November 28th and passed the Sea-Boy at the entrance to Tokyo Bay at about 6 in the evening. Because parts had not arrived on time, only 8 of her 12 boilers were operating. That meant she could not run at full speed, but everyone agreed the 24 knots she could make if pressed would be more than enough to outrun any American submarines. The ship's 1,100 compartments had still not been fully tested to Abe's liking, but his bosses were satisfied with her seaworthiness. About 300 shipyard workers were still aboard as they pulled away, finishing up as much as they could as Shinano steamed toward the inland sea. In all, the carrier had over 2,500 officers, sailors, and workers riding her out of the bay that evening. Additionally, she carried 50 Oka special attack suicide airplanes and 6 Shinyo suicide boats. She was delivering them to the other ships she was slated to meet up with in the inland sea for transit on to the Philippines. Shinano was to get her own complement of aircraft when she finally got to the safety she hoped to find in those guarded waters. Anyone watching her departure that day would have noticed, in addition to her stunning size, 2 other striking things about Shinano's appearance. One was her unusual rounded bow, a special design to allow her to better cut through the water while cruising. Some said it made the carrier look as if she wore a clown nose. Others said quietly that it made the ship downright ugly. The other oddity was the way her tall smokestacks were canted 27 degrees from the vertical to her starboard side, instead of standing straight up or leaning to the stern as they do on most ships. This was a concession made when the decision came to build her as an aircraft carrier with its elevated flight deck instead of as a battleship. The pronounced tilt was necessary to vent the stack gases away from the ship's superstructure, but the effect was to make Shinano look as if she were continually listing drunkenly to port. Captain Abe had learned a week before that he would have no air cover for the transit. That made a night run even more necessary, even if that was prime hunting time for submarines. Now, as they steamed out of Tokyo Bay and toward the open ocean, he had every man aboard busy completing inspection. They were to especially make certain that no lights showed at all. They still weren't using their radio. Throughout the entire 4.5 years of construction, for security reasons, the ship had never been mentioned on any radio transmissions. Now he could make out the dim shapes of his 3 escort destroyers, each one captained by experienced men who had lived through much in these last 3 years of war. As they entered open waters, Abe scanned the horizon, wondering where the wolf pack was by now. He knew there were at least 7 of them out there, waiting, looking for his massive shape. But so far, things had gone well. As he and his escorts passed the island of Inambashima, he felt a strong renewal of confidence. They would make the inland sea by tomorrow morning. They would then steam on with the fleet to the Philippines, and there, with the help of the new supercarrier, they would win a great naval battle that would once again redirect the course of this war in favor of the Emperor and the ancestors. He gazed at the gilt-framed picture of Hirohito mounted in its assigned place on the bridge. He mentally renewed that solemn vow to his supreme leader. Then he turned and watched the bulbous bow of his wonderful new ship as she plowed ahead into the darkening Pacific, steaming toward glory. Back on Midway, Lieutenant Commander Joseph Enright had had a change of heart. While doing his duty as executive officer of the Midway sub-base, he had gotten word that his mother had died suddenly from a brain aneurysm. Again, he recalled how proud she and his father had been when he graduated from the academy, when he got his dolphins, when he received his command on the Dace. She had never said a word in her letters, but he knew she was disappointed that he no longer commanded a submarine after he had worked so hard to get there. She was not disappointed in him. She was disappointed for him. That made it even worse. Shortly after his mother's death, he wrote a letter to Admiral Lockwood requesting another chance as a submarine skipper. He imagined his chances were small, but he owed it to his mother's memory to try. He was still awaiting a response when he found himself involved in a red-hot poker game one night at the Brass Hat Club in Gooneeville. He knew immediately he was in over his head. These guys were serious, and the money in the middle of the table looked like a small fortune to him. Then, late in the game, with lots of luck and a daring bluff, he won a sizable pot from one of the other players, a submarine squadron commander named Leo L. Pace. Joe had held his ground, staring at 2 pairs in his own hand, while Captain Pace showed a couple of jacks on the table. And as he swallowed hard, but tried to look calm and cool, Joe drew the perfect card, giving himself a full house, and claimed the pot. Pace just sat there, looking at the cards on the table in front of him, watching Enright pull the money his way. The squadron commander finally looked up and grinned. "Joe, if you had the chance, would you run a submarine the way you play poker?" Pace asked, looking Enright straight in the eye. "Yes, sir," Enright answered quickly and emphatically. Pace rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He knew Enright was a good officer. They had first met at the Naval Academy, where Pace was a duty officer, while Joe was a student there. Unbeknownst to Enright, his letter to Admiral Lockwood seeking reinstatement had been routed through Pace as well. And now the commander had observed the skill and daring with which the young man played cards. "Tell you what," Pace said, "you can have Archerfish when she comes in." The commander was as good as his word. Enright got his new orders within 10 days after the fateful card game. He rowed Archerfish from Midway back to Pearl Harbor with then Captain William Wright. He assumed command once they got to Pearl. Commander Wright immediately went back to the States, where he had a new construction command awaiting him, a submarine still being built that he would skipper. Enright was well pleased with his boat and crew, and it was clear his reassignment was a popular choice. When Archerfish left Midway, a big crowd of Joe's friends was on the dock to wish him well. They even had music, provided by big band leader Ray Anthony and his group, who happened to be in Gooneeville at the time. The trip to Pearl gave him a good opportunity to get to know the men he would be working with. "They were the finest band of brothers I ever had the privilege of working with in the Navy," he later wrote. There was the inevitable paperwork to complete, the inspections to carry out, an 8-day training exercise to perform, and all the other work necessary in order to get ready to go back out on patrol. But Archerfish and her eager new skipper finally left Pearl Harbor on October 30th, 1944. They were rushing to get to their assigned area off the main Japanese island of Honshu, going by way of Saipan in the northern Marianas, north of Guam. Then they got word on November 2nd that the operation they were to support had been delayed, so they slowed down. That gave them time for test dives and other drills, and they took advantage of the opportunity. They were moored in Saipan for 2 days while still more repairs were made to the boat. While work was done on Archerfish, the officers were driven around the tiny mountainous island on a much-appreciated sightseeing tour. Meanwhile, the enlisted crew members went ashore in walking parties, escorted by officers who were stationed there. They were urged to stay close to each other. The Marines had only captured the island from the enemy 4 months before. There was a real danger from some of the booby traps that were still being discovered. Some Japanese troops remained on the island as well, hiding to avoid capture. Inevitably, 4 of the Archerfish sailors got separated from the rest. They went off looking for adventure and cold beer, not necessarily in that order. The men decided to take a shortcut through a cane field. One of them pulled up short when he heard something rustling in the thick cane brake ahead of them. "Halt!" he called out in a voice that he hoped sounded like an angry, mean rifle-toting Marine. Just then, 3 Japanese soldiers burst from the cover directly in front of them and ran wildly in the other direction. The fleeing troops left behind a loaded rifle, a bayonet, a medical kit, K-rations, and other items, plus 4 wide-eyed submarine sailors. "It is very fortunate that we don't have 4 casualties," Enright later wrote. Some of the crew also decided to take a swim, against the advice of the Marines. Sure enough, for the next several days there was a high incidence of furuncles, styes, and other various infections that kept Chief Pharmacist Mate Bill Hughes busy dispensing ointment and lancing boils. With repairs completed and a new story to tell, Archerfish left Saipan, headed for her patrol area. Once on station south of Tokyo Bay, the boat had 2 primary assignments: serve lifeguard duty for downed B-29 pilots who were supposed to resume pounding the Tokyo area over the next few days, and report weather conditions to the 73rd Bomber Wing so they could better plan their raids. The boat arrived at her lifeguard station November 11th, the day Shinano came out of her shed and conducted her builder's trials. The same day Tokyo Rose shot her portrait and put fear into Toshio Abe. And the same day the portrait of Emperor Hirohito was hung on the bridge of the colossal carrier. Over the next 2 weeks, Archerfish dived and surfaced over and over, dodging air and ship contacts. Occasionally they saw bombers headed for the Japanese mainland, but so far they had no pilots to pull from the Pacific. They sometimes saw Japanese trawlers or other ships not worthy of torpedoes, but no other potential targets presented themselves. The fact was, with the lifeguard assignment, they were not free to range very far to look for anything to shoot at. Joe Enright was beginning to wonder if his bad luck still held sway. Maybe he had been right the first time. Maybe he wasn't cut out to be a sub-skipper after all. Then, on November 27th, a blustery Monday, he received a radio message that additional bombing raids on the Tokyo Yokosuka industrial area were being delayed. For the next couple of days, he and Archerfish were relieved of their lifeguard duties and could roam at will, looking for anything they could find to sink. The transmission also alerted him to the fact that there were no other submarines anywhere in the area. The ocean was all theirs. This was wonderful news. Theirs was a promising triangle of ocean, prime for any shipping into and out of Tokyo Bay. Once again, Joe Enright had been blessed with a fine boat, an experienced crew, and a teeming patrol area. The radio message concluded with, "Good hunting." As he stood on Archerfish's bridge, the cold sea spray in his face as he guided the boat closer to the Japanese mainland, Commander Enright fingered the rosary beads in his pocket as he thought of his wife Virginia and his young son, 7-year-old Joe Jr. He also thought of Minnie, his mother, and of how proud she would have been that he was back doing what he so desperately wanted to do. He hoped he could make them all proud this time, that he could live up to the faith so many people had placed in him, the confidence this bright, determined crew had in him. He also hoped that he would do the right thing when the time came. Somewhere along the way, someone mentioned to Enright that they were now in late November, and that the message that they were free to hunt this crowded stretch of ocean had come just as the sun entered the zodiacal sign of Sagittarius. That he knew was the sign of the Archer. Such astrological stuff wasn't such a big deal to a devout Catholic like Joe Enright, but considering his luck so far as a sub-commander, he looked for positive omens wherever he could find them. Just before they were to dive at dawn on the 28th, the skipper's thoughts were interrupted by his radar officer, Lieutenant Joe Boza, who had come to the bridge. "Captain, request permission to take the SJ radar out of service for repairs," he said. "We got a problem?" Enright asked. "Just some minor ones, Skipper, and we need to adjust for better performance," Boza reported. "We'll have it back up by 1700. Enright thought long and hard before he gave permission to go ahead. Once night fell, they would be blind without the radar. He wanted to be ready for a good night of hunting once they came to the surface at dark. Botha assured him they would have everything working by then. Enright reluctantly gave his permission. Still, he stopped by the radar area several times during the day to check on the progress of the repairs. 1,700 hours came and went. Everything was going fine, he was told. They would be back up and sweeping well before dark. Now they were close enough to the Japanese mainland to see and even photograph Mount Fuji through the periscope. They surfaced just before nightfall, still without radar. There had been no contacts during the day, but with darkness quickly blanketing them, it was time to become more aggressive, to go in search of targets. That's what these fleet boats were designed to do, and Archerfish and her crew were ready to finally make a name for themselves. At 19:30, Enright heard from his radar crew that the system was now working, but they needed to do some testing and tuning. The skipper groaned when he heard the report. Japanese vessels carried radar detection systems. Once Botha and his team turned on the radar, the enemy would know that they were there. That took away the sub's best weapon, surprise. There was no choice. They had to have a working, calibrated radar if they hoped to be as effective as they so desperately wanted to be this night. Enright told the lieutenant to go ahead and do what he had to do. Finally, about 20:30, Botha reported everything was working properly. The watchstanders on the bridge had already sighted Inambashima and called the report down the hatch to the radar team. "We don't see the island on the radar," came Botha's response after a short telling silence. Joe Enright groaned again. If the radar they had worked on all day couldn't see a damned island, how in hell would it find a destroyer or battleship? "Radar contact 030 degrees, Joe Botha suddenly sang out. Enright slapped the bridge, railing in anger. "Joe, no matter what your radar shows, Inambashima is at 060 degrees, he growled back. "Fix it." "Aye, aye, sir," came the meek reply from below. But only a few seconds later, the young radar officer reported something new. The excitement was obvious in his voice when he called up to those on the bridge. "Captain, your island is moving." Captain Toshio Abe allowed himself the slightest of smiles when he heard the report his officer of the deck was giving him. "Sir, we have detected enemy radar. It is the proper frequency for an American submarine." It was a little after 20:30, and the Americans were already bathing them with their radar. Abe knew he had been correct all along. There was a wolf pack of submarines out there beyond the small islands, waiting for Shinano to steam out to the open waters. He also snorted at the arrogance of the Americans, daring to use their radar so blatantly, knowing they would certainly be detected. But then something dawned on him. It was only one of the submarines in the pack that was using her radar. They were intent on misleading anyone who detected the signals into believing there was a lone hunter out there. That boat would then act as a decoy while her mates circled, while they swam into position for the mass killing. Abe immediately ordered his topside watchstanders to be on the lookout for the submarines. The moon was almost full, shining brightly through occasional clouds, and the Americans were likely running on the surface, as was their practice after night had fallen. The ship and her escorts had already assumed the predetermined zigzag evasion course, moving at a quick 20 knots, faster than any American submarine could go. Abe had also once again reminded the destroyer escorts that they were not to venture out from their assigned positions. They were not to try to sink any of the subs that might be out there watching them, no matter how tempting they might be. Instead, their job was to stay close to Shinano, forming a protective screen. They were not to go off chasing some obvious decoy that might be attempting an enticing ruse, luring them away from the carrier they were supposed to be guarding. A nervous ripple spread throughout the ship as the public address system alerted everyone to the submarine's presence. Captain Abe, though, was still not worried. He could see the nearby dark shapes of the 3 protective destroyers, diligently guarding his ship. Each carried 36 depth charges, more than enough to deal with the Americans. He also knew from watching the construction that Shinano was truly as well armored as any ship that had ever been built. She was deceptively fast, too. It would take far more than a swarm of slow American pig boats with their inferior Mark 14 torpedoes to cripple such a floating fortress. Abe checked the bridge clock right next to the unsmiling face of his emperor. 22:45. They would be safely in the inland sea by 10:00 the next day, less than 12 hours away. Just then, one of the lookouts reported seeing something, an unidentified vessel about 9 miles away. Without the brightness of the moon, no one would ever have been able to see it, but sure enough, several others squinting through their binoculars spied something that appeared to be the sail of a submarine. Abe ordered the signalman to flash a coded recognition message toward the vessel. He did. There was no reply. Whoever and whatever it was certainly not an Imperial Navy vessel. Suddenly, one of Shinano's escort destroyers broke ranks, abruptly left its screening position, and began a 35-knot dash toward the interloper. The destroyer's lookouts had spotted the dim smudge on the moonlit horizon as well. Her captain knew without a doubt that he could quickly and easily take it down. The mystery vessel was already within range of the destroyer's powerful deck guns, and even if it was a submarine and should dive for the deep, this deadly ship would be on top of the shadowy vessel in minutes. They would be dropping depth charges well before the Americans could go anywhere deep enough to save themselves. If those were Americans in that submarine out there, they had only about 5 more minutes to live. Ensign Justin Judd Dygert was serving as officer of the deck aboard Archerfish. When he heard the radar report of a moving contact at just over 14 miles away, he swung his binoculars in that direction. He couldn't see anything but moonlight on the water and blackness on the horizon. Above him, a young torpedoman, Martin W. Bob Fuller, was stationed on the lookout platform that was attached to the periscope shears. Captain Enright later noted that Fuller had the superior eyesight of a younger man, or he might never have spotted the dark shape so quickly. The contact might well have gotten away in the lost time. "Contact 2 points off the starboard bow," Fuller shouted with conviction. Now, with that information, Enright and several others could just make out the bump on the horizon that Fuller had somehow picked out of the darkness. The captain ordered the sub's bow swung around so they could track from ahead, and called for full power from the sailors in the maneuvering room. At the same time, every man in the fire control tracking party rushed to his station. Lieutenant John Andrews climbed quickly to the bridge to relieve Ensign Dygert as the officer of the deck. Over the coming hours, Andrews proved just as effective a cheerleader as he was an OOD. Dygert went below to help plot their course in relation to the contact. In the conning tower below, Lieutenant Davis Bunting had the TDC up and running and was already entering the coordinates as they were being reported. The first tasks were to try to determine what kind of course the contact was following, how fast it was traveling, and, of course, what kind of vessel it was. The blip on the radar screen indicated it was something sizable. If it could be seen from 14 miles away at night, even as a distant, dim bump on the horizon, then it was definitely something worth pursuing for a bit. Even though they were still quite a distance from the contact, torpedoman Edward Zielinski was already on station, making sure his fish were ready to swim. At the command of "Man the tracking party," Lieutenant Rom Cousins became diving officer. Cousins was one of the original crew members aboard since the commissioning of Archerfish, and one of the first in a rather long line of characters who made up the ship's company over the years she was in service. He was an orphan from San Francisco who went on to a career as a bootlegger in San Diego during Prohibition, even though he was only 16 years old at the time. A judge gave him the option of jail or the Navy. He made the obvious choice, and had developed into a skilled submariner. He was also a renowned storyteller. Finally, when they had gained some distance on the contact, Enright ordered "all stop," so they could plot and use the TDC to get a feel for the course and speed of the moving island. Southwesterly, 210 degrees, 20 knots. It was big, all right, but whatever it was, the thing was moving extremely fast for its size. Captain Enright ordered a course to match the contact's 210 degrees, and for flank speed about 18 or 19 knots while the boat was on the surface. He wanted to keep the target in moonstreak on the water, not his submarine. Now O-Boat Joe had his first crucial decision to make. Textbook tactics demanded that they drive to a position in line with the contact's course, dive, and wait for him to come their way. Then, when he was within prime torpedo range, 1,000 to 2,000 yards, they would shoot. That's the way a cautious card player would do it. But this was no time to play it wary, not even if he was holding 2 pairs and the other guy had a jack showing. No, it was time to draw a card and hope for a full house. "John, let's stay on top and see if we can figure out what that thing is," Enright told Andrews. "Maintain flank speed, and let's see if we can get ahead of him and figure out if he's zigzagging and what kind of escorts he's got." "Aye, sir." The dance was on. Finally, in the light of the moon, Enright could see his gigantic new contact better. He had hoped for a warship of some kind. Now his hopes fell as he turned to his executive officer, Mr. Bob Bobzinski, who had joined him on the bridge. "Looks like an oil tanker. I can't think of anything else that might be that shape," the skipper said. "Agreed, Captain, at least for now." If it was a tanker leaving Tokyo Bay, it was likely empty, headed back to the Philippines for a refill. Not the juiciest of targets, not the warship that he craved, bristling with guns and loaded with ordnance or troops, but still something worth pursuing. The radar operator reported a small blip now showing up to the left of the target. That made the diagnosis even more likely. It was a lone tanker with a single escort. With that information, Enright decided on a daring surface attack. Whatever it was, he and his boat needed to sink it. They would have to be within 3,000 yards of their target to be effective, but with the moon behind the tanker, and with Archerfish's bow always pointed toward the target, they should be able to sneak up and shoot. "Turn right to a course of 270. Stop when we are 5 miles from the target's track," Enright ordered. Then he gave the command that every man on board had been waiting for. "Man battle stations!" "Man battle stations, torpedo!" Andrews sang out. The sub's gong resounded throughout the boat. All compartments reported in order, and immediately that they were ready. From the snipes, back to the engine rooms, to the lookouts on the bridge, every man aboard Archerfish did his job quietly and efficiently. Enright alternated between his spot on the bridge, peering through his binoculars at the dark hulk, and popping down the hatch to the conning tower to see the contacts on the radar screen. He still worried about continuing to use the radar as if they were the only vessel on the ocean tonight. He knew the enemy had detection equipment and had certainly picked up their signal already. The book said to keep the scan to a minimum. But in his gut, Enright knew he needed to keep a close eye on this target until he could answer all the questions he had about its identity and course. Besides, neither the contact nor its escort had yet shown any interest at all in him and his submarine. There was no doubt the enemy knew by now that Archerfish was out there stalking. They apparently didn't care. Meanwhile, the boat was racing at top speed across the ocean's surface, trying to take a position ahead of the prey, ready to fire torpedoes when they had the best shot at the empty tanker. Then they could turn tail and run. About 21:40, everything changed. Several of the lookouts reported the contact didn't look like a tanker at all, but appeared to be some kind of aircraft carrier. Bobzinski and Andrews concurred. There were also at least 3 destroyers running interference for the immense ship. Excitement ran through the boat as the word was spread. They were no longer stalking a 5,000-ton tanker, but a prime warship contact. Enright and his exec studied the recognition manual, looking at the classes of carriers they knew the Japanese had. Nothing in the book looked anything like the target they were watching out there in the moonlight. A surface attack was out. Their only hope was to try to run on the surface as fast as they could, hoping to get far enough ahead of the swift-moving giant to give them time to dive and get set up for a shot. And even then, they needed the Leviathan to be running some kind of zigzag that might bring it closer to them. Already, with Archerfish straining to run at 19 knots, the Japanese ships were going faster, about 20 knots, and that 1 knot difference was enough to cause the sub to steadily drop behind. As he squinted through his binoculars, Joe Enright felt a hint of déjà vu. He had had the Shokaku in his sights, too, and she had slipped away. Then, as if to confirm his earlier thought that the mystery vessel probably knew of Archerfish's existence because of their radar signal, the ship flashed a challenge light in their direction. Enright ignored it. He told Andrews to keep the lookouts sharp and report any change in the course or condition of the targets. Then he went below to the conning tower. The radar scan confirmed what he was seeing visually up there on the bridge. The massive ship they were tailing was definitely pulling away from them. Just then, one of the lookouts yelled a chilling report down the hatch. "One of the escort destroyers is headed our way. He's coming fast." Enright quickly ordered everyone below except for the officer of the deck. Then the captain climbed back up to stand beside Andrews. As Enright watched the destroyer grow larger in the lenses of his binoculars, he heard the radar report called up. The menacing ship was less than 5 miles away and closing at 35 knots. Again, the skipper was faced with a quandary and not much time to resolve it. He could dive now, and he would definitely lose the contact of his dreams. If he stayed on the surface, he knew the destroyer coming at them had enough weapons to blow Archerfish out of the water. Or he could turn his stern to the onrushing warship and shoot torpedoes at him. That would be a tough shot, and it would take a ton of luck to have any hope of hitting him. Launching torpedoes would also let the destroyer know for certain that there was a submarine out here, if she didn't already. The Japanese Navy had drawn the second jack. They now had a pair of them showing. Should Joe Enright stay in the game and take his chances in the highest-stakes poker he had ever been involved in? Enright decided not to do a thing, to continue paralleling the carrier's course while ignoring the destroyer. He could picture the faces of his crew below, anxiously awaiting his command to dive. The warship was now on what looked like a collision course with Archerfish. There was no doubt they would soon both arrive at the same point in the Pacific Ocean at the same time. Still, the Japanese destroyer captain had not fired a shot, or even challenged them with a light. Enright could not imagine why. "1 more minute, John," he said calmly. Cold spray was hitting him in the face, and he could feel his heart racing with the excitement of the moment. This run was the most exhilarating thing the young commander had ever experienced in his life. "Stand by to get below if we have to pull the plug." 1 more minute, and they would dive, hoping the destroyer was running at them blindly, seeking the source of the radar beam they had doubtlessly intercepted. Even in the semi-darkness, they could easily see the unlighted destroyer, even without their binoculars. 30 seconds passed. In half a minute, the destroyer would be right on top of them. But then, the 2 officers on the submarine's bridge distinctly saw a bright red light flash on, coming from the aircraft carrier. It shone vividly from the topmost point on the giant ship and stayed lit for a full 10 seconds. Went out. Flashed on for 10 more seconds. Went out again. Enright's first thought was that it was an order for the destroyer to open fire. He fully expected to hear the booms and see the flashes from the warship's decks any second. He made ready to order the dive. But Andrews had his binoculars to his eyes once again, and there was an odd expression on his moonlit face. "She's turning, Skipper. She's going back toward the carrier." Amazingly, she was doing so without firing a single shot. It seemed like no time before Andrews reported that the destroyer had resumed its screening position next to the carrier. Radar confirmed his assessment. Then, moments later, they called up the word that all 4 ships had changed course and were running in a direction that would take them farther away from the Archerfish, almost due south. Enright went back below to poll his officers on what they thought about the encounter with the destroyer and the new course. Everyone was baffled about the sudden pullback and the strange red light on the carrier's mast. Bob Bobzinski had a thought on the sudden veer to the south, though. "I'll bet her true course is 210, like she was doing when we first spotted her," he said. Everyone, including Captain Enright, listened. Bobzinski had grown up a few miles from the Navy Yard in Portsmouth. He, like Rom Cousins, was one of the original crew members of Archerfish, and he had great wartime experience prior to coming aboard before her commissioning. He had been aboard one of the first submarines to patrol the waters within sight of Mount Fuji only days after the debacle at Pearl Harbor. His opinions carried great weight aboard Archerfish. "Something also tells me if we just head on down, we'll intersect when he makes the turn and zigs back this way." "So we stay on a course of 210 at flank speed, gain ground on him, and pick him up when he comes back toward us?" Enright confirmed. "Right. And if we lose sight of him, we can keep him on radar. He doesn't seem to give much of a damn about it." So that became the new tactic. Once again, they had thrown the standard rules of engagement out the window and followed their educated hunches. At about 23:30, Captain Enright ordered his radioman to wake up Pearl Harbor, where it was 04:30, with a message to Admiral Lockwood that they were stalking big game off Honshu. Then he went back up to the bridge. The black bump was now almost out of sight on the horizon, even when they used their binoculars. Joe Enright rubbed the bridge of his nose and gritted his teeth. If they had guessed wrong, that aircraft carrier would not only be out of sight, it would soon be out of radar range as well. Gone for good. Lost. Just like Shokaku. He could only hope that devilish Japanese skipper had not just called his bluff. Captain Toshio Abe was livid. The captain of the destroyer must have lost his mind. He was clearly disobeying orders, dashing off to chase what was looking more and more like a decoy, intent on drawing away the screeners, so the rest of the pack could shoot at Shinano like a very large fish in a very small barrel. Even as the disobedient destroyer bore down on the unidentified American ship, the brazen enemy continued beaming his radar as if he didn't care whether the whole world knew he was out there. Even more proof the contact was a blatant chunk of delectable bait. "Must I remind everyone again that our mission is not to go chasing rogue submarines?" Abe snapped. "We are to deliver Shinano, intact, to Kure, in the inland sea tomorrow morning." He quickly ordered a course correction to the south, and then, in the same breath, told his second-in-command to light the big red light on the carrier's mast, calling the destroyer back from his foolish run. From his vantage point on the bridge, he could imagine the warship's captain's anger as his ship heeled over sharply, turning back toward Shinano, just as he was about to run up on his target at point-blank range. Abe vowed he would later see to it that the man faced disciplinary proceedings for his reckless disregard of orders. Now, with the course change, Abe was more certain than ever that they could outrun the pack of American submarines. Once the subs had been left far behind, Shinano and her screeners could swing back around and eventually resume the course for Kure and the sanctuary the inland sea would offer. Just when it appeared all was going well, Abe received word from the engine room that one of the shaft bearings was running dangerously hot. If they did not slow the screws, they ran the danger of warping the shaft and causing damage that would take weeks to repair. Again, Abe felt his temper soar, but he knew there was no choice. After giving the reporter of the bad news a tongue-lashing, as if he was totally responsible for the misbehaving bearing assembly, He okayed slowing the boat to the 18 knots his engineers recommended. It was not lost on the captain that 18 knots was also about the top surface speed for most American submarines. Anyone chasing them would be able to at least match speed with his carrier. There was also news from the radio room that a strong nearby signal had been heard, on a frequency used by the American subs. It was encoded, of course, and the operator had no idea of the message's contents. Abe had a clear suspicion, though. The American boat they had been dodging was likely giving the carrier's position and course to his pack members and bragging to his headquarters about the large quarry he had been shadowing. Well, would the American submarine captain be bragging after Abe and his little convoy had driven off and left the surreptitious hunters far behind? Just before 0300, Abe ordered that their course be adjusted once again to 270 degrees due west. This invalidated the information the decoy submarine had transmitted to his friends. Besides, they needed to head back toward the home islands, toward the entrance to the Kii-Swedo Strait, the narrow passageway into the inland sea. This would allow them to make the transit from open sea to strait as soon after sunrise as possible. Admiral-to-be Toshio Abe had no idea that when he ordered the change to a westward tack, he had just put his colossal new ship on a virtual collision course with the Archerfish. Almost immediately after Shinano's initial zag to the south, Chief Yeoman Gene Carnahan on the Archerfish reported the course change to Joe Enright and the rest. "Range is 13,000 yards, he added. Enright felt his heart race. If the big vessel was zigging and zagging as he and Bobzinski had guessed, they had to be careful. Archerfish did not want to be spotted if the quarry abruptly turned back her way. If the Japanese commander and his screener captains were convinced the American sub had given up the chase, all the better. At the same time, they certainly didn't want to lose contact with the convoy, even for a short while. If the big ship's course was supposed to be 210 degrees toward the Philippines, it would make yet another turn soon, more to the southwest. Archerfish had to race ahead, paralleling the carrier, matching her speed as closely as she could, and be ready when that turn came, so she would have a shot. The target still had to turn or slow down if she were going to bag it. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the sub to have an optimal chance to fire any torpedoes. At about 0200, Enright and his exec finally noticed a slight change in the speed of the ship they had been shadowing. She had slowed. Not a lot, but enough to make a difference. At least, after all the long, tense hours, something had changed. They could not imagine what the Japanese commander was up to, but it was an interesting development. Enright knew dawn was not that far away. They would become visible to the lookouts on the warships well before the sun appeared. At about 0230, Joe Enright ordered his radioman to give Admiral Lockwood and his staff back at Pearl Harbor a quick update on their progress, or the lack thereof. The message was receipted at 0241. By that time, Lockwood and his staff were up and fully awake, anxious to get word on what the submarine was stalking, and whether or not they had attacked yet. Lockwood radioed back, "Good luck, Joe. Keep after him. Your picture is on the piano." It was good to have an admiral with a sense of humor. The same message was broadcast on the submarine-to-submarine frequency, just in case some friendly boats might be coming to offer assistance. Enright knew the Japanese would likely hear these transmissions, but he doubted it would have any effect on the carrier or on their plan of action. The enemy knew Archerfish was still out there somewhere, and it had not seemed to bother them one whit so far. About then, Joe Enright realized for the first time how tired he was. The strain of the full night of stalking was pulling heavily on him. He ignored his aching muscles, his stinging eyes, as he stared at the contact, steaming along complacently. The bastard had still made no move to turn in their direction as they had expected, as they had been wishing she would do for the past 4 or 5 hours. Then, at 02:56, as if Joe Enright had willed it to happen, the huge carrier began to change course, almost imperceptibly at first. Something that big did not turn on a dime. But then it was clear. He watched, disbelieving, and heard the excited shouts from the men in the conning tower below as they called out the new course information. Ship contact number 4 on Archerfish War Patrol number 5 had just turned. It was headed directly at the submarine, and it was coming her way at what looked like full speed. Toshio Abe knew at once what the nearby coded radio transmissions on the American submarine-to-submarine frequency meant. The leader of the pack of submarines that swarmed around his ship had relayed Shinano's position, course, and speed to all the others. Now they would get into position to attack from all sides. Even with the reduced speed, he still had advantages, though. Submarines had to be on the surface to match speed with the carrier. Yet they would likely have to dive to shoot their torpedoes and still escape the destroyers. He knew at least one of the stalkers was on the surface because they were still seeing his radar on the carrier's detectors. He quickly considered his chances against the pack of submarines. If they were so damn determined to shoot him, then let them go ahead. They would not sink his vessel. They would have trouble enough hitting a target as quick as his ship. Because of the carrier's blisters and heavy armament, it would take many torpedoes making direct hits to damage Shinano. Even then, she would not be likely to go down. Of course, the Americans still had no idea of the course she might take, so the run was still on. Daylight was not far away, and if he could dodge them until then, the Americans would have to slink off and hide once again. He and his ship would be safe. Now another turn was necessary. The wolf pack was likely arrayed west of them, along the routes favored by merchant captains steering their ships from Tokyo Bay to the inland sea. The submarines would be lying in wait there, lined up, ready for them to steam right into their hornet's nest. "Come to course 210, Abe ordered abruptly. The helmsman steered the ship to the new direction. He and the rest of the crew could feel the gargantuan vessel heel only slightly as she responded to the course change. All the while, Abe stared at the chart on the wall with its nest of X's marking the recent reported observations of American submarines, mostly north and east of where they now ran. On the new course, they were moving farther away from those ominous X's, leaving them behind. The Admiral-to-be felt better already, but he knew another zig would be necessary soon, before the submarines could determine his course and line up again for an attack. At 03:05, he was informed that the incessant radar transmissions from the mystery vessel had abruptly ceased. "He has finally dived," Abe said, as much to himself as to anyone else. He raised his voice when he ordered, "Inform the screeners. We are at greatest peril now." At 03:10, Toshio Abe gave the command to again change direction to run due south. That should confuse the American vultures. Abe knew some of his officers and crew disagreed with his decision to remain passive, to not send the destroyers after the submarine, whose radar they had been intercepting all night. Of course, they never questioned his tactics out loud, but he could see it on their faces. He was more convinced than ever that his was the proper action. When they finally floated the Empire's wonderful new carrier through the strait and into the safety of secure waters, the doubters would then believe. Daylight was only a few hours away, and the Americans would cease their hunt before then. All they had to do was avoid a fight a little longer. Abe was certain they could zigzag and run fast enough to accomplish that, and that his ship, the savior of the Empire, would be delivered whole. A few minutes after 0300, Joe Enright gave the command to dive. Archerfish was now less than 7 miles from the target, and they needed to maneuver to be able to get anything close to a broadside shot. 6 torpedoes were ready forward, and 4 more rested in the after tubes. The skipper took his position at the boat's twin periscopes. "Bring her level at 60 feet, he ordered. That would leave the scopes just above the surface of the ocean. 1 minute after the first yodel of the diving alarm, Archerfish was at depth and waiting. Quartermaster Bill Sykes began calling out the range and bearing of the target from the calibrated wheels on the night scope as Enright focused on their contact. Lieutenant Davis Bunting entered the information into the TDC, keeping it updated. The skipper had already decided to set the torpedoes to run at a depth of 10 feet. The book didn't say to do it that way. It recommended a running depth of 25 to 30 feet when attacking a carrier. Enright had no idea that the target's blisters would be ineffective at that depth. He was once again relying on gut instinct, assuming that punching a hole higher up on the side of a target that massive would tend to help capsize the vessel. He also knew the torpedoes he was using had a history of running deeper than their settings called for them to do. He figured that he could score a hit even if they ran deeper than they were supposed to. They certainly wouldn't underrun her. Because the night scope was larger and more likely to be spotted by lookouts on the target ship and her escorts, Enright used it sparingly, raising it, taking a look, and lowering it. On one of the quick looks, he noticed the carrier seemed to be leaning sharply, as if she were in the midst of a huge turn, so sharp she was banking like an airplane. Bunting and the TDC said differently. The carrier was still on its original course. It would be much later, when Enright learned of the unusual canted stacks on Shinano, that he realized why the vessel looked to be turning, even when she was plowing straight ahead. Now, with the range only a couple of miles, everyone on Archerfish knew he had to be ready. As the carrier drew to within range and ran past them, they would have only a brief opportunity to see a glimpse of her beam and to shoot all 6 forward torpedoes. They were now at an angle sharp on her bow, making the target appear much shorter than they knew she was. It was hardly a perfect shot, but it was likely the best they could get considering her speed. The next time Enright raised the scope and took a look, the words "Fire 1" were already forming on his lips. But when he spotted the carrier again, he couldn't believe his eyes. This time there was no mistaking the fact that the target had made a pronounced zig. That unexpected turn had given Archerfish a perfect setup. In another 2 minutes, the massive vessel would be in the absolute best part of the ocean for the sub's fish to find her. With his ideal view, the commander described to those nearby what he could see of the vessel. As he later wrote, "Never before or since have I seen such an apparition." They were still trying to figure out which of the remaining Japanese carriers this mammoth could be. Enright even grabbed a piece of paper and a pencil and quickly sketched out a rough picture of the odd-looking giant that now filled his scope lens. "She looks like this," the captain said. Everyone who looked at the drawing stared blankly. It looked like nothing any of them had ever seen, and it certainly didn't resemble anything they were looking at in the identification manuals. "Skipper, the Japs don't have anything like that," one of the men finally said. "The hell they don't," Enright snorted. "I'm looking right at it." Just then there was something new to worry about. As Enright stared intently at the target, he noticed that one of the screening destroyers had pulled close to the carrier, apparently to receive a message. But then it eased away and started back toward its station. It didn't take long for Enright to realize that the warship, in returning to its screen, would pass very near Archerfish's periscope. Close enough to see it, if it didn't run right over it. Enright's eyes grew wide when he saw the ship so near, and he dropped the scope quickly. He asked that the boat be lowered another few feet, just to make certain the destroyer could pass over without striking any part of the sub. Every man aboard held his breath, listening to the awful groan of the warship's engines as it passed directly overhead, and likely less than 20 feet from the highest point on Archerfish. The destroyer moved on, unaware of how close it had come to running into the enemy. Finally, Enright could raise the scope again and call out the coordinates for the TDC. His stomach churned when he located the huge vessel again. The delay while they dodged the destroyer had allowed the carrier to get past the prime shooting point. He heard Sykes call out the new information for Bunting and the TDC while he held the scope's crosshairs on the middle of the carrier's beam. She was no longer a perfect target, but she was still wide enough to blow sky high if they did their jobs correctly. Coolly, calmly, Joe Enright gave the command to fire the torpedoes. The sub bucked slightly as the first weapon whooshed away. Then, 8 seconds later, she shuddered again as the next one left its flooded tube. In short order, all 6 fish were headed toward the target. Enright held his breath as he stared through the scope at the huge target. It seemed to take forever for the torpedoes to make their run. Just as he was sure all 6 had somehow improbably missed the island-sized objective, he saw a beautiful sight. A stunningly bright fireball exploded near the target's stern and climbed up her cliff-like side. An instant later, everyone aboard Archerfish heard the muted boom, then felt the pronounced shock wave rock the sub, even from a mile away. Next, 50 yards forward of the first blast, another explosion ripped up the towering side of the carrier. As much as Enright wanted to wait and see the other torpedoes strike home, to watch the carrier sink, he noticed the destroyers were already turning and heading for his position. Amazingly, as they prepared to go deep, they distinctly heard a total of 6 explosions. All Archerfish's weapons had apparently struck home. The jubilation didn't last long. Everyone was busy as they dived toward 400 feet. Those 3 destroyers would be dropping their ash cans within moments, and it would almost certainly get very rough, very quick. Still, Joe Enright could not get that last view he had out of his head. 2 fish had hit hard, and the carrier was already listing. Even now, the sonarman was reporting the unmistakable noises of water rushing into a ship, of a huge structure breaking up under the forces of the sea. When the boom of the depth charges finally came, they were distant. The destroyers had no idea where their attacker was hiding. The explosions soon stopped. The screeners had returned to the carrier, likely to pick up survivors. Now the crew of the Archerfish could finally celebrate. It didn't last long. Joe Enright and some of the others soon headed for their bunks for some much-needed sleep. It had been a long night. There was a regular day of duty ahead for most of them, a day of patrolling along the Japanese coast looking for more targets. Even though he was exhausted, Joe Enright had trouble going to sleep that morning. Adrenaline still rushed through his veins, and he couldn't help reliving each step of the chase and attack. He had relied on his gut, on his well-honed instincts, and he had won. He couldn't wait for Captain Pace and Admiral Lockwood and the others who had given him this chance to learn what had happened. He only wished his mother was still alive back in North Dakota so he could tell her about what he and his shipmates had accomplished this night. Archerfish and her crew had bagged their biggest quarry, but they still had no idea just how big it really was. Commander Toshio Abe's initial thought was to try to get his wounded carrier to shallow water and ground her. However, the explosions had already cost them fresh water for the boilers, so they were dead in the water. Next, he ordered 2 of the destroyers to stop looking for their attackers and tie up to Shinano in an attempt to tow her to shallow water. There was no way they could pull anything so massive. The lines snapped, and the attempt was abandoned. The SOS transmitted from the carrier's radio room that morning was the first time the name of Shinano was ever mentioned in any radio transmission. When American codebreakers heard the SOS and translated the name, they assumed the distressed ship was a cruiser. They were typically named for rivers. The Shinano River was Japan's best-known stream. When it became clear that the carrier was going down, when Abe was finally willing to concede that Shinano could possibly be sunk by enemy torpedoes after all, he reluctantly called his officers to a meeting on the bridge. He ordered them to abandon the ship, but closed the meeting with the words, "I shall remain aboard." Out of respect, they did not try to talk him out of his wish to die with his ship. One of his young officers retrieved the Japanese flag, wrapped it around himself, and returned to stand beside his captain on the bow of their colossal, unsinkable vessel. As the survivors paddled frantically away or watched from rescue boats, the ship's stern slipped deeper beneath the water, while the odd-looking bow rose high in the air. Seawater rushed into the fire rooms, forcing air out the tilted stacks in a painful, deep-throated scream. Archerfish's first torpedo struck the side of Shinano at 03:17 on November 29, 1944. The last great hope of the Imperial Japanese Navy dropped beneath the waters of the Pacific Ocean at about 11 a.m., less than one full day into her maiden voyage. She took down with her over 1,400 sailors and civilian workers, many of them sucked to their deaths by the violent force of the sea, rushing into the elevators and lower compartments as the gargantuan ship sank. Ocean depths in that area are typically near 4,000 meters, so it is unlikely her remains will ever be visited. The Japanese people were not told of the loss until after the war was over. November 30th was Thanksgiving Day. The cooks aboard Archerfish prepared an especially sumptuous meal for the crew that day, featuring dressing, yams, creamed onions, peas, freshly made cakes and pies, and strawberry shortcake with whipped cream. Captain Enright carved the turkey and said a special prayer of thanks. The boat's 5th war patrol ended at Guam on December 15th. That's where Joe Enright and his crew received some very disappointing news. The Navy brass could not credit them with sinking an aircraft carrier. Intelligence maintained there were no carriers in Tokyo Bay, so how could they have sunk one coming out? Enright was asked if he would settle for credit for sending a cruiser to the bottom, since the SOS from their victim had appeared to refer to a ship named after a river. Not just no, but hell no, was Enright's answer. It had been a bright moonlit night, and he had had a perfect view. He knew what he had shot, and he felt strongly that his boat and her crew deserved credit for it. His immediate superior agreed to attach to the report Joe Enright's rough sketch of the target, the one he scratched out just before shooting his torpedoes. He had thrown it away, but one of the officers retrieved it from the trash and saved it. Even then, Archerfish was only credited initially with sinking a CV carrier, Hayataka type, or possibly larger, 28,000 tons. That was nothing to be ashamed of, but it certainly wasn't what Enright wanted or felt his guys deserved. Still, there was no way to swim down 4,000 meters beneath the Pacific and take a look at what they had sunk so they could prove their claim. After the war, Japanese records confirmed that the vessel that Archerfish had sunk was indeed a brand-spanking new supercarrier on her maiden voyage. This information also showed Shinano to have a full-load displacement of 72,000 tons. Still, the Navy would only give official credit for 59,000 tons. That was more than enough to finally give Archerfish recognition for sinking the largest vessel ever sent to the bottom by a submarine. It was also the shortest-lived warship ever destroyed by any means. Of the almost 1,700 war patrols conducted by U.S. submarines in World War II, Archerfish's 5th patrol was the most productive, based on tonnage, thanks to Shinano and her awesome bulk. Incidentally, Japanese accounts also showed that only 4 of the 6 torpedoes Enright and his crew fired that night actually hit the target. The other explosions heard by Archerfish's crew were run-bys. They had sunk the giant with 4 well-placed hits, making the feat even more remarkable. Captain Joseph F. Enright was awarded the Navy Cross by Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal. The Archerfish received a Presidential Unit citation. The crew of the sub, or at least the ones who remained aboard for the 6th patrol, and the new men coming to the boat, were able to spend the Christmas and New Year's holidays at Camp Dealey, the rest and recuperation camp on Guam. The text of the Presidential Unit citation they received summed up nicely what Archerfish and her crew had accomplished. For extraordinary heroism in action during the 5th War Patrol, relentless in tracking an alert and powerful hostile force which constituted a potential threat to our vital operations in the Philippine area, the USS Archerfish culminated a dogged 6.5-hour pursuit by closing her high-speed target, daringly penetrated the strong destroyer escort screen, and struck fiercely at a large Japanese aircraft carrier, to sink this extremely vital ship. Handled with superb seamanship, she responded gallantly toward the ultimate destruction of a crafty and fanatic enemy. When Enright and his crew struck fiercely that full moon night off Honshu, they struck what was certainly one of the most damaging blows of the war against that crafty and fanatic enemy. History had been unalterably redirected by a diesel boat named Archerfish. Chapter 6. Tokyo Bay Joy Juice. Joe Enright never liked the term wolf pack. It reminded him too much of the German U-boats that had preyed on Allied shipping during World War I, and in the current conflict, employing that very tactic. Now, here he was, commander of a wolf pack himself. Archerfish, along with her sister boat Batfish and the USS Blackfish, SS-221, left Guam January 10, 1945. Enright didn't care much for the name assigned his wolf pack either. Dubbed Joe's Jugheads, the 3-boat group headed for the South China Sea and the Luzon Straits. After a month of numerous aircraft contacts and small unworthy targets, on February 14th, Archerfish fired 8 torpedoes, 4 from the bow tubes, followed by 4 more from the stern tubes, when no hits were heard, all aimed at a target they believed to be a Japanese submarine. The crew heard the explosion of one of the Mark 18 torpedoes fired from the stern tubes, and then the distinct sounds of a vessel breaking apart. They initially received credit for sinking a submarine of 1,100 tons. Later, though, this target was removed from the sub's list of victims. To this day, crew members who were aboard Archerfish that Valentine's night maintain vociferously that they sent one of Hirohito's submarines to the bottom. Those 8 fish turned out to be the only torpedoes fired on the 6th patrol. Batfish had better luck. She and her crew sank 3 subs in 3 nights. After experiencing trouble with the bow planes that made quick evasive dives impossible, Enright took his boat back to Saipan for voyage repairs on February 19th. They departed there for San Francisco by way of Pearl Harbor on the 22nd. They were due for a major overhaul and dry docking at Hunters Point Naval Shipyard in the Bay Area. As usual, all along the way, they continued to practice various maneuvers, including diving and surfacing. Not far out of Saipan, one of the new officers on board was acting as diving officer for a trim dive. As soon as the boat's bow went beneath the waves, the sub suddenly pitched to a dangerously sharp angle and began a mad drop toward the sea bottom. "Mister, can't you control the dive?" Enright yelled down from the conning tower. "No, sir," the young officer quickly confessed. Captain Joe immediately had him relieved by one of the more experienced officers so he could get the boat back under control. He was able to do so, but not before Archerfish had bulleted to over 600 feet deep. It didn't take long to figure out what had caused the uncontrolled dive. The submarine was carrying a huge load of mail from Saipan back to Pearl Harbor. It had all been placed in the forward torpedo room, and the young officer had not taken that added weight into account as he calculated the compensation prior to diving. The boat arrived on March 13th at Hunter's Point, a spit of land that juts out into San Francisco Bay, south and east of the city. Among other things to be accomplished while they were there, someone had to do an inventory of the wardroom. They found the following items missing: 2 table forks, 1 table knife, 1 pepper shaker, 2 salt shakers, 2 sugar spoons, and 4 teaspoons, all misplaced during 6 war patrols. The yard also attempted to fix the lingering air conditioning problem. Their attempts didn't help the situation. Temperatures on the next war patrol averaged above 90 degrees in the control room and in the forward and after battery compartments when they were in warm waters. That led to loss of sleep and prickly heat, according to Enright's summation. Life could be tough enough aboard a submarine, even if the air conditioning worked properly. There was one particular chief electrician's mate who bunked in the chief petty officer's quarters in the after battery compartment on the 5th and 6th patrols. Though he was recognized as being one fine electrician and an all-around good fellow, he was a perfect example of another colorful archerfish character. He proudly wore the same pair of dungarees for an entire patrol, and didn't change his mattress cover once during the whole trip, even when a full can of talcum powder was spilled in his bunk. He also bragged that he would not shower until they were back in home port. He was still a likable sort, with a lazy eye and a ragged old chief petty officer hat he wore tilted to one side of his head. He most resembled Popeye, and loved to go about the boat singing the cartoon character's theme song. One day, after returning to Pearl Harbor, and before leaving on her next patrol, Archerfish was conducting exercises with a destroyer, diving and surfacing, making trial torpedo runs and radar checks. She was running submerged when a rather heated discussion began in the after torpedo room between one of the new officers who had just come aboard and gunner's mate first class John Pryor, an experienced submarine sailor. They had a difference of opinion about the proper way to load and fire the signal ejector, a device that allowed the submarine to send a flare to the surface to signal the units there with which she was operating. As usual, the officer won, even though Pryor had far more expertise in the use of the signal gun. Leo Doc Carter was in the after battery cruise mess when the IMC announcing system blared out, "Doc, to the after torpedo room." Carter grabbed the first aid shoulder kit that was always kept in the control room and ran aft as fast as he could. He found a terrible scene when he got there. There was smoke, blood, and smoldering clothes everywhere, and dazed men trying to deal with the emergency. He found Pryor, the most seriously hurt, lying on the deck, bleeding badly, the flesh ripped away from one side of his head. Carter did the best he could, giving him a shot of morphine and dressing the wounds. He managed to control the worst of the bleeding with the limited gear he had aboard, but he could only hope that his work had somehow saved Gunner's life. Looking at all the blood he had lost and at the severe injuries the man had suffered, he knew it would be touch and go. Captain Enright surfaced at once and raced at 4-engine flank speed toward Pearl Harbor, talking along the way on the radio with the medical staff back at the base. The doctor who met them in a motor launch at the entrance to the harbor quickly examined the injured man and assured Carter that he had done all the right things. Pryor was transferred to the Naval Hospital and would survive. It was during Archerfish's 6th war patrol that Doc Carter found himself having to perform first aid on a most unusual casualty, himself. Carter was on lookout watch when a dive was ordered. He scrambled down from the shears and was coming through the conning tower hatch just ahead of the other lookout. He wore his binoculars around his neck, and on the way down the ladder they struck a rung and bounced back up, striking him hard above the eyes. The resulting lacerations were bleeding profusely. He was relieved of duty and allowed to go aft to his medical locker. There he stood before a mirror in the crew's washroom and stitched up his wounds. Afterward he returned directly to lookout watch. Back in the Pacific for her 7th war patrol, Archerfish was once again in familiar waters, off Honshu and Hokkaido, serving lifeguard duty for Admiral Halsey's carrier-based aircraft while they continued to pound the home islands. That onslaught was about to be taken to an awful new level, but one that hastened the end of the war. Archerfish was on station just off the Japanese coast on August 6th and August 9th, 1945, the days on which the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, less than 1,000 miles away. That was too far away for them to see the mushroom clouds or hear the otherworldly roar of their impact, but they soon learned of them and what they had done. On August 11th, at about 02:30 in the morning, Enright heard sonar pinging and assumed it was from a Japanese submarine. He and his officers figured its captain was closing in, looking to get in one last shot before the war was finally over. "Boys, I don't want to take the offensive or the defensive," he bluntly announced to the crew in the conning tower. He had made the decision not to engage. He ordered them to dive and avoid the Japanese boat. The log entries for August 15th are subdued, with no hint of the elation that was sweeping the boat at the time. 1451. Surfaced. Heard over RBO that President Truman had announced that the Japs surrendered. 1545. Submerged. 2001. Surfaced. 2145. Received ComSubPac Serial 32 ordering the end of offensive action. On August 16th, as Captain Joe Enright later wrote, enthusiastically complied with Admiral Halsey's message to splice the main brace. That was an old nautical term meaning, "Let's have a drink." The skipper met each of the 3 watch sections as they completed their watches and offered them a toast to peace. That day, when they attempted to meet their regular radio schedules with Guam on 4,235 kilocycles and 8,470 kilocycles, the circuits were unusually busy, backed up with traffic from all the vessels trying to communicate at the same time about the end of the war. On August 19th, only 4 days after they received official word that the war was over, things were so relaxed that Archerfish swapped movies with USS Gato, SS-212, but in a most unusual way. While still in their patrol area, off the approach to the Tsugaru Strait between Hokkaido and Honshu, Gato sent over the movies they wanted to swap in a rubber raft. The trade was made, and the sailors paddled back to their boat. All this took place in broad daylight in the middle of the afternoon, with both boats lounging on the surface of the Pacific Ocean. Soon they learned they were to be one of a dozen submarines that would be a part of the flotilla that entered Tokyo Bay. Technically, they were part of an invasion force and would be in the bay for the surrender ceremony. The subs were immediately named Benny's Peacekeepers, after Captain Benny Bass of the USS Runner, SS-476. He was the senior commander among the skippers. They rendezvoused with the short-hulled destroyer USS Maddox, DD-731, on August 30th to begin the trip toward Tokyo. A kamikaze pilot had heavily damaged the Maddox off Okinawa the previous year, but she had come back to play a big part in the last major battle of the war. Her captain, Selby Santmeyers, was an old classmate of Joe Enright. Santmeyers set a fast pace. When he noticed the subs were having a tough time keeping up, he radioed back and asked when they would come up to position. One of Benny's peacekeepers called back, "At this speed, it will be sometime Tuesday." The destroyer captains slowed down by 1 knot. The American ships passed Sagaminada and entered into Tokyo Bay just after first light on August 31st. The aircraft carriers remained at the mouth of the bay. There was still a real fear that the Japanese might attempt to pull one last bit of treachery, or that radicals might stage some sort of suicide attack. The aircraft on the U.S. carriers were ready to fly at a moment's notice should that happen. 3 destroyers proudly led a long single-file column of warships, followed by the submarines as they steamed up the bay. Enright noted that the formation was so exact that only the last warship in the column could be seen from Archerfish's bridge. And the line of ships stretched from horizon to horizon. The Missouri, the submarine tender Proteus, and a hospital ship were already there waiting. Archerfish moored port side to Proteus's starboard side. It was an odd feeling. Here they were, in the harbor of the main city of the enemy they had fought so viciously for almost 4 years. But at least the dying was over. The mood on all the American ships tied up in Tokyo Bay was festive, like Christmas and New Year's Day rolled up into one. The next day, Joe Enright and a couple of his officers went ashore and took a walking tour of the massive Yokosuka Naval Yard, where many of their contacts had been constructed. They noticed that caves had been carved out of the limestone hills around the yard, and that's where many of the shops were housed. They saw a huge dry dock labeled 6, and they speculated that this was likely where their victim of November 29, 1944, had been built. They later learned that they were correct in their guess. They also noticed a number of small submarines under construction. These subs ranged in size from 2-man to 8-man boats, and there were hundreds of them in various stages of readiness. Clearly, they were being built to help repel Allied amphibious ships and their loads of troops when the inevitable D-Day-like storming of the Japanese homeland beaches finally occurred. All the other yards in the Empire likely had similar mini-sub projects underway. The officers could only imagine what these boats would have done if an invasion had actually been necessary. The loss of life on both sides would have been tremendous. Enright later wrote, "When anyone has asked me the question, was it necessary for the United States to use the A-bomb? I think of the subs they were building and the tremendous loss of our troops, even before reaching the beaches, had invasion been necessary. My answer is always yes. There is no question in my mind that the loss of life on both sides would have been many times larger if we had not used it." The atmosphere was even more electric on September 2nd. Most of the Archerfish officers moved over to the tender to listen to the ceremony on loudspeakers that had been set up there. The actual signing of the peace treaty took place on the teakwood deck of the Missouri, which was sitting almost a mile from where Archerfish rested. Among those taking part were General of the Army Douglas MacArthur, Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, and Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr., who was aboard Missouri already. The only representative from the Silent Service was Vice Admiral Charles Lockwood. There were also representatives from Great Britain, China, the Soviet Union, Australia, Canada, the Netherlands, New Zealand, and France. Mr. Mamoru Shigemitsu signed for the Emperor of Japan. General Yoshihiro Umezu inked the treaty on behalf of Hirohito's armed forces. Back on Archerfish, Doc Carter brought up topside a half-gallon of pure medical alcohol, several cans of grapefruit juice, and a bucket of ice. Beneath the overhang of the cigarette deck, he began dispensing a concoction that was quickly hailed as Tokyo Bay Joy Juice. The recipe was a bit strong to begin with, and a few of the celebrants of the armistice got sick. After they got the mixture right, several more trips below for ice and grapefruit juice were necessary. Once the peace accord was signed, the sky was filled with aircraft from the carriers anchored at the entrance to the bay. They swept overhead with a deafening roar, a din matched only by the cheers from the decks of all the ships that were tied up in the harbor. Admiral Lockwood hosted his submarine skippers at a party that afternoon in a building at Yokosuka that was already named U.S. Submarine Officers Club. Somehow he had managed to arrange for the nicely lettered sign as well as full bar service and a nice array of snacks. Lockwood told the 12 commanders that he was finally making good on his frequent promise over the last several years to buy them drinks once they had whipped the Japanese. As always, Lockwood was loyal to his guys. Still, the Archerfish's 7th war patrol was not yet completed. She left Tokyo Bay the day after the treaty signing ceremony, accompanied by 10 other subs, and bound again for Pearl Harbor. Enright noted that the boat's navigational lights were now turned on at sunset for the first time since she had put to sea. There was no enemy to hide from any more. They arrived in Pearl on September 12, 1945. In his summation paperwork for this final patrol, where the document asked for limiting factors this patrol, Enright cryptically entered surrender of enemy. A month after Archerfish arrived at Pearl Harbor, Captain Joe Enright was relieved of his command and assigned to teach engineering to the plebes at the U.S. Naval Academy. He later served as a submarine squadron commander in San Diego and New London, in the Military Political Division at the Pentagon during the Korean War, as commanding officer of the subtender USS Fulton, AS-11, as a member of the NATO Defense College in France and England, and as Chief of Staff to Rear Admiral Frederick B. Warder, Commander Submarines U.S. Atlantic Fleet. This last assignment came in 1957, just as the first nuclear submarines were being deployed. He later commanded USS Boston, CAG-1, a heavy cruiser that had been modified to carry Terrier surface-to-air missiles. That made her the world's first guided missile cruiser, and O-Boat Joe was her captain. When he left the Navy in 1963, Enright went to work for the Northrop Corporation, helping design long-range radio navigation systems. He died in Fairfax, Virginia, in July 2000, 2 months short of his 90th birthday, and only 2 weeks after Jerry Cornelison, Mike Klein, and Kim Gebhardt, a contingent of former Archerfish crewmen from the 60s, had stopped by for a visit. During that visit, they presented him with a scrapbook filled with memorabilia and a baseball cap with the sub's name embroidered on it. They asked him how he felt about sinking the Shinano, not sure if his memory was good enough to recall even that monumental event. But the old sub-commander smiled broadly and answered heartily, "Good. I feel good. We sunk the bastard." He also seemed to have an amazing grasp of other events and details of his command on Archerfish. The visitors' last memory of O-Boat Joe as they left that day was of him sitting there in the retirement home dining room, smiling, proudly wearing his Archerfish cap. Commander W.S. Finn took command of Archerfish. The boat was now assigned to Submarine Squadron 1 in Pearl and was to be used mostly for training purposes. The truth was that she didn't really have much to do. Captain Finn's biggest challenge was to ride herd on 70 or so young and vigorous sailors who were now free of the stresses of patrolling enemy waters and had too much time on their hands. There were also ample opportunities for them to find mischief in Hawaii once that war was over. On New Year's Day, 1946, the day before Archerfish was scheduled to leave Pearl Harbor and head for Tiburon Bay, San Francisco, one of the crew members pulled off maybe the most daring bit of larceny in naval history. He stole a submarine, a very special submarine. Late that evening, torpedoman Wilbur Wesley Wes Mayhew came back to the boat after what appeared to be a hard night in Honolulu, celebrating the arrival of the new year. The deck watch merely grinned and waved his shipmate aboard so he could go below, sleep it off, and be ready to work the next day. Mayhew did go below, but he returned topside only a few minutes later, carrying bolt cutters, a couple of burlap bags, and an assortment of hand tools. The sailor seemed to be on his way somewhere in a purposeful hurry. The deck watch could only shake his head and shrug his shoulders. He had long since given up wondering about sub-sailors. He watched the torpedo-man disappear down the dock and then went aft to check the mooring lines. The deck watch might have been more diligent had he known where Mayhew was off to. He had designs on liberating Uncle Charlie's submarine. Uncle Charlie was Vice Admiral Charles A. Lockwood, Commander, Submarine Force, U.S. Pacific Fleet. His submarine was a beautiful 5-foot brass replica of a fleet-type submarine that rose from the decorative pond in front of the submarine base's administration building. It was truly the Admiral's pride and joy. He stood at his window and watched it, its bow positioned out of the water at a 10-degree up angle, water pouring from its limber holes, as if it were proudly surfacing from the deep. A few hours later, the deck watch saw Mayhew staggering back down the dock, his arms full of tools and something wrapped in the burlap bags that appeared to be quite heavy. He pitched right in, though, and helped Mayhew get the load across the sub's brow and down into the forward superstructure. Wes wired his prize in place, just forward of the forward torpedo room escape trunk, so it wouldn't roll around once they were underway. Meanwhile, the deck watch hurried back topside to make sure Mayhew had not been followed. Now that he knew what Mayhew had done, he knew he would be labeled an accomplice if the larcenous torpedo man were found out. The next morning they were underway for San Francisco, and Mayhew, now quite sober, saw the whole situation in an entirely different light. He had no idea how he was going to get that heavy thing ashore once they got to Tiburon Bay, nor how he was going to avoid brig time when he inevitably got caught. He came up with the perfect solution. He sold the purloined brass submarine to torpedoman third-class Jim Stewart, who worked with him in the forward torpedo room, for $10. Now it was Stewart's problem. As they drew closer to the California coast, the 1-week passage almost over, Stewart had his own second thoughts. No problem. He sold the sub to a torpedoman's mate named J.W. Squarepeg Roundtree. Stewart got $20, doubling his money, and was quite proud of the deal he had made. Now it was Roundtree's problem getting the 60-pound brass sub off the boat without getting caught. He arrived at his own perfect solution. His ex-brother-in-law ran the honey barge, which took the trash and garbage from all the vessels anchored at Tiburon Bay. The barge pulled alongside Archerfish, apparently doing its dirty but necessary duty. Roundtree, with his purchase and a couple of his buddies to help, climbed aboard the honey barge and rowed across to the wharfs of San Francisco. To this day, nobody knows the whereabouts of Uncle Charlie's brass submarine. Or at least, despite the fact that the statute of limitations has expired by now, nobody admits that they know where it is. On March 13, 1946, Archerfish went to San Francisco Naval Shipyard for an inactivation overhaul. 2 months later, an Army tug towed her around Pinola Point and up to Mare Island Naval Shipyard. That was also on San Francisco Bay, up north near Vallejo. The final stages of inactivation were performed there. Commander Finn was relieved of his duties as commanding officer, and Lieutenant Commander C.J. Beers took over. It was his job to see her through her final days as an active vessel. After less than 3 years of service, Archerfish was decommissioned and placed in an out-of-commission in reserve status on June 12, 1946. She was turned over to the 19th Fleet to be berthed indefinitely at Mare Island. Some of the vessels from World War II found a second life with the navies of other countries. Others were sold to private companies and used as merchant ships. Some of them were modified for future duty with the U.S. Navy. Still others were cut up for scrap, used for target practice, or ingloriously junked. No one knew it in June 1946 as they sadly towed the Archerfish to her new berth at the northern reaches of San Francisco Bay. But this boat they were putting to bed had only begun her glorious and gallant history. She still had plenty of parties to crash. She had many more photo opportunities to nudge her way into. There were still many more hazards for her to bravely overcome. The old girl was far from ready to go to peaceful sleep. Second Commission, 7 March 1952 to 21 October 1955. O thou clear spirit of clear fire, whom on these seas I as Persian once did worship, till in the sacramental act so burned by thee, that to this hour I bear the scar. Captain Ahab in Herman Melville's Moby Dick. Chapter 7. The door to Hades. Explosion, flooding, and fire are three of the things submariners fear most. Many people assume that anyone who is confined to one of those steel cylinders while it is running deep beneath the ocean would be most afraid of drowning. Not so. An explosion, fire, or inrushing seawater could lead to drowning, of course, but even if the casualty is not initially catastrophic, and even if everyone aboard does his job and shuts off the damaged compartments, the problem can still send a boat to the bottom. If the vessel is not crushed by the pressure of the sea before it reaches the bottom, that can leave its surviving crew members to die a slow, agonizing death before they have any hope of being rescued. Fire is quicker, for certain, and there is no place to run away from it on a submarine the size of Archerfish. If the flames aren't contained quickly, or if they are not confined to a single compartment, then the fire and choking smoke can come and get them, seek them out, and claim them as surely as flooding seawater can. Archerfish, like her sister submarines, was prone to flooding, explosion, and fire. She carried 126 tons of lead-acid storage batteries in each of the two separate battery compartments. Charging batteries gave off potentially explosive hydrogen. Since she was an electric propulsion boat, there was more than ample opportunity for a spark to start a conflagration. Components wore out. Contacts got corroded. Insulation frayed. The danger was constant. None of these hazards was on the minds of the men reporting aboard the about-to-be-activated Archerfish in December 1951. After all, prior to decommissioning, their boat had been inspected, repaired, overhauled, and inspected again. She was in good shape. Since then, Archerfish had been resting peacefully for 5.5 years at Mare Island, California, near Vallejo, awaiting either the scrap heap or further service to her country. No one knew for sure which it would be for most of that time. Then the Korean conflict continued to rage on. The undeclared war lasted into the new decade. Archerfish was once again needed. The decision was made to reactivate the boat along with her sister Batfish and many of the others that had been stored away. After refurbishing, sea trials, testing, and training, Archerfish was slated to be sent to Key West, Florida, by way of San Diego and the Panama Canal. There she had a variety of duties, including helping to train other Navy vessels and fighting units in the use of sonar and other anti-submarine warfare techniques. The crew that began assembling on December 15th was an all-new group of men. So was their attitude toward life in general. Despite what was going on in Korea, there was no real feeling of imminent danger, no zeal to get underway in order to strike an immediate blow against a clearly identifiable enemy, as there had been during World War II. Now there were the Russians, rattling sabers and turning down the thermostat on the Cold War. The Red Chinese were flexing their muscles over North Korea, but there was nothing like the palpable threat of Imperial Japan. These submariners were all professional in their duties, still proud of the jobs they did each day, still cognizant of the dangers that were present any time they went out to sea in their boat. But these men did tend to display a wild streak, one that was off the scale, even for sailors. During this period of her life, both while still in San Francisco and once they arrived in Key West, Archerfish mostly was involved in single-day missions. The exercises allowed the ship to return to port each evening. That gave the men ample time to find trouble in the Georgia Street bars in San Francisco and the Duval Street bars in Key West. During the war years, it was not uncommon to see notes in the boat's logs mentioning men being overdue from liberty by a few hours. Typically, a captain's mast was held, and the offending party was found guilty. Unless the crime was especially egregious, the punishment was confinement to the boat for 1 or 2 weeks. The sentence usually began on the same day Archerfish left for patrol, when they were confined to the boat for weeks anyway. Almost from the beginning of the boat's new life, the crew seemed considerably more aggressive in their failure to return to the boat prior to the expiration of their liberty. Captains' masts were more common. The unauthorized absences were for increasingly longer periods of time. Accordingly, the punishment was usually harsher. One of the first crew members to report aboard the soon-to-be reborn Archerfish on December 23rd was a submarine veteran named Donato Danny Persico. He was the chief of the boat, the highest-ranking enlisted man on board. As a 20-year-old kid, Persico had survived one of the worst submarine accidents in American history. He had been aboard the USS Squalus, SS-192, a brand-new sub that went down in 243 feet of water off Portsmouth, Maine, while doing dive tests in May 1939. When a valve failed, the boat was suddenly jerked deep at a sharp angle. Persico and two other men, working in the forward torpedo room, were in the process of loading a dummy torpedo when the accident happened. With almost superhuman strength, he and the others were able to wrestle the heavy weapon into place and secure it before it crushed all three of them. 26 men died immediately. 33, including Persico, were rescued by a new and previously untested method, an experimental diving bell, developed by renowned Navy deep-sea diving and salvage expert Lieutenant Commander Charles B. Swede Mommsen. He was also the namesake for the rescue breathing apparatus carried aboard all submarines. Mommsen rushed to the scene of Squalus's sinking to oversee the rescue of the crew, and then the salvage of the boat. 4 Navy divers won the Medal of Honor for their efforts in the rescue of the crew of the Squalus. Persico was among the 8 crew members to be brought up on the Bell's final trip. On the way to the surface, the line to the Bell became entangled, and they were almost lost again. They sank back to the sea bottom while divers struggled to get them clear. But Persico lived to dive again. So did his sunken boat. The Squalus was raised and towed back to Portsmouth with help from several other vessels. One of them was another submarine, the USS Sculpin, SS-191, who located the sunken sub on the sea bottom in the first place. Back in Portsmouth, Squalus was not only refitted, she was renamed USS Sailfish, SS-192. The recycled submarine went on to conduct 12 war patrols during World War II. On one of those patrols, one of the cruelest ironies of the war occurred. Sailfish, the old Squalus, sank a Japanese ship one night in near-typhoon conditions. Her captain was proud of her significant accomplishment, which had occurred under less than ideal circumstances. He had no way of knowing at the time that aboard the enemy vessel they torpedoed were 21 survivors from an American submarine that had recently been sent to the bottom by the enemy. All but one of the American survivors aboard the ship died in the attack by Sailfish. The name of the sunken sub from which the Japanese had rescued those Americans? The Sculpin, the same boat that had found Squalus and helped in her rescue and salvaging. Pre-activation of Archerfish began on January 7, 1952. On March 7th, Captain W. A. Lent, Commander, Mare Island Group, Pacific Reserve Fleet, officially placed her in commission. Lieutenant Commander Mayneau de Grange assumed command as her skipper. He was formerly the executive officer, then the skipper, of USS Bowfin, SS-287, until that submarine was decommissioned in February 1947. During the several months while she was being reactivated, the crew took the Archerfish out of her slip at Mare Island, eased down San Francisco Bay, drove beneath the Golden Gate Bridge, and headed out to the Pacific for drills. She got her official insignia during this time, too. Yeoman Second-Class William Weathered from New Jersey had joined the crew of Archerfish in Mare Island. He had taken some art classes back at Dumont High School, and when he heard the boat's new softball team needed an insignia for their uniforms, he drew one up. It featured a fish wearing a Robin Hood cap, using a bow to shoot a torpedo. A copy was sent to the Pacific Fleet commander, and it was approved as the official unit emblem. It had taken Weathered only one night to create the design. He knew it was a hit when it began showing up on the boat's official stationery, but he really knew it was accepted when he learned that at least one of the crew members had already had the insignia tattooed on his forearm. Finally, on March 27th, Archerfish left Mare Island, headed for San Diego for a 3-week shakedown cruise. The feelings of one of her crew, a young submariner named Les Brown, might have been typical. I was sad when it was time to leave the yards at Vallejo. I had just started making it with Bobby Robeson's girlfriend. Robeson was another sailor aboard Archerfish the week before. This was with Rob's approval. We shared everything. Once we were underway, my sadness soon turned to anticipation, and I started looking forward to getting back to San Diego and my old girlfriend there. I hadn't seen her since I left Aspro to recommission Archerfish. On the way out of the bay, they passed beneath the Golden Gate for what they assumed was the last time for a while. It was about noon. That evening they encountered one of the typical fog banks along the northern California coast. With visibility down to 1,000 yards, they sounded fog signals for most of the next hour until conditions improved. After that, the transit seemed to be going well for the newly refurbished boat. By 6 the next morning, they were almost halfway to San Diego, about 100 miles west of Lompoc and Point Conception, and northwest of the Channel Islands, proceeding normally on the surface. The 4 to 8 watch was better than half finished, though there was considerable complaining because some of the men were having to stand extra watches, 4 on and 4 off, due to a short crew. At about 6:20 in the morning, an awful explosion rocked Archerfish. The boat was immediately in serious trouble. 3 electricians were on watch that morning. Electrician's mate, First Class Charles Brock, a submarine veteran of World War II, was the senior controllerman. Electrician's mate, Second Class Kenneth W. Kilowatt McCarter, was junior controllerman, both in the maneuvering room, and electrician's mate Third Class Jim Monty was the auxiliary electrician stationed in the control room. At the time of the explosion, a battery charge was in progress, and Monty had gone forward to take gravity readings on the cells in the forward battery compartment. The boat was making standard speed on 2 main engines, and 1 main engine was on the finishing rate of the battery charge. The bridge had ordered that all 4 main engines be placed on propulsion as soon as the charge was completed, and that a 0 float be maintained with the dinky engine. This meant that the oiler in the after-engine room had started the auxiliary engine, the dinky, so it would be up to the operating temperature when the electricians were ready to use it. The generator attached to the auxiliary engine would provide current for the auxiliary motors. That current would be fed from the batteries through the forward and after auxiliary distribution switchboards. When online, the auxiliary generator would provide voltage to the batteries to match the amount of juice required to meet the auxiliary power needs throughout the boat. That would make the drain on the main storage battery 0. Moments after setting up the after auxiliary distribution switchboard for the changeover, Brock and McCarter sat back to await the completion of the battery charge. Suddenly, the auxiliary distribution switchboard began spitting hot sparks, and boiling smoke poured out. Brock acted instantly, springing to kill the field circuit and remove the auxiliary generator voltage. Before he could get there, though, the switchboard exploded in his face. Stunned but still conscious, he reached for the emergency engine shutdown lever over his head. He couldn't believe what he saw when he looked up to try to find it. A thick wall of liquid flames that looked exactly like some kind of living monster had already followed the curvature of the pressure hull and now licked at the overhead. He would have had to reach through a 2-foot-thick stream of fire to find the shutdown lever. Instantly, he knew he had only one chance if he didn't want to be incinerated, and if he didn't want the hungry flames to spread to another part of the boat. He leaped as hard as he could for the watertight door that led to the after-torpedo room. He had no idea if he could beat the flames to it or not, but he knew it was his only chance to survive. Kilowatt McCarter was on the other side of the maneuvering room when all hell broke loose. By the time things had quit flying around the room and he had his bearings, he looked over to where his shipmate had been only seconds before. Charlie Brock was no longer there. His seat was completely lost in the smoke and flames. He was certainly a goner. McCarter's first thought was the same as Brock's, to try to get to the doorway to the torpedo room. He dismissed that at once. There was no way he could get through that seething mass of fire now. The only other way out was past the ship's lathe, where it was installed almost right up against the starboard side of the solid cubicle. He would have to try to squeeze through the narrow opening between the starboard side of the cubicle and the pressure hull. Then he could get out the doorway into the engine room. But when he tried to get around the cubicle, his heart fell. Through the smoke, he could see that the space, like every nook and cranny on the boat at the beginning of a trip, was full of provisions and spare parts. Since there wasn't really enough room for anyone to comfortably squeeze past there, and no one used it as a route through the maneuvering room, it was typically used for storage. Now it was crammed full with dozens of large, square 20-pound coffee cans and a big stack of film canisters, the movies for the trip. McCarter began digging wildly, frantically, trying to make enough room to ease past and escape. It didn't look good. His only way out of this hellish firestorm seemed hopelessly blocked. Jim Monty was still forward, checking the readings on the batteries, when he heard the deafening explosion. He suspected immediately that it came from either the maneuvering room or the after-torpedo room. Either one was bad news. He dashed wildly that way, worried about his shipmates back there, many of whom were likely still in their bunks. As he rushed through the after-battery sleeping compartment, he found the rest of the crew was already reacting, bailing out of bunks, following the emergency procedures they had drilled on so many times already. He had to fight his way past the mob of men until he finally reached the after-engine room. A firefighting party had already been organized. Someone put an RBA rescue breathing apparatus on him. Smoke was thick in the engine room, and it was hard to find air to breathe. Someone touched him on the shoulder. "Charlie Brock's still in there, Jim," the sailor said. "I don't think he made it out." He didn't mention Kilowatt McCarter. Monty didn't hesitate. He grabbed a battle lantern and went through the watertight door, stepping into the blinding smoke of the maneuvering room, determined to try to find his shipmates. Les Brown was the oiler on watch in the forward engine room. He was tired, half asleep, worn out by the first night of double watches, and all the celebrating they had done the previous few nights before getting under way. He was almost knocked sprawling by the thunderous explosion. His first thought was that a torpedo had exploded in the after-torpedo room. Just then, as he turned to look that way, several giant fireballs came rolling his way along the deck of the after-engine room. He tried to dodge them the best he could. The concussion had knocked his throttleman, Will McBride, off his feet. He scrambled up and climbed onto one of the engines to try to get away from the Roman candle shots hurtling his way. When they could, both men moved to try to get the watertight door to the after-engine room closed. If it was a torpedo that blew up, it would have breached the hull, and seawater would be pouring in already, sinking the boat by the stern. They had to seal off that compartment. Of course, closing that door also meant shutting off anyone back there from rescue. Soon they learned that the fire was in the maneuvering room, that it was confined to that compartment, and that it was being fought from back there already. They tried not to think about the men who had been working in maneuvering, McCarter and Brock, and what kind of shape they might be in. They began to attack the blazes from their side. Bobby Robeson was in the galley, helping the cook work up a good breakfast after their first night at sea. He, too, heard and felt the horrible explosion, as the whole boat seemed to shudder with the concussion. He, too, thought of a torpedo somehow detonating by accident, and of the damage it could do to the boat. Smoke soon worked its way to his compartment. A few minutes later, he glanced at the hydrogen indicator on the bulkhead. Robeson swallowed hard. The needle was pegged to the right. The hydrogen level in the boat was dangerously high. Another explosion was very much a possibility, but there was no place to go to get away from it. If the hydrogen ignited, they were all likely goners. When Charlie Brock fell backward through the doorway into the after torpedo room, his first notion was to get back up and try to shut and dog the door. He didn't want those teeming tongues of flame to reach out into this compartment and find something else to consume, to feed on, to keep going. The heavy smoke was already pouring through the doorway into the after torpedo room. But try as he might, he couldn't find the strength to reach back into the maneuvering room and grab hold of the door. Something seemed to be holding him back, and that something was now screaming at him. "Don't go back in there! Damn it, Charlie, don't go back in there! You'll get burned up!" It was the boat's chief electrician, John Shewell. "John, I'm just trying to shut the door," Brock yelled. "I thought—" Shewell was certain Brock was trying to get back into the inferno, trying to go back in to attempt to save his shipmate. He had a firm grip on Brock's belt and wasn't going to let him commit suicide. He finally let go and helped Brock secure the door. Carl Glassberg was asleep in the after torpedo room when something woke him. It sounded like a blast furnace. He jumped up in time to see Charlie Brock fall through the doorway. He could see brilliant hot fire blazing everywhere on the other side of the door until Brock and Shewell closed it. He and several others grabbed all the CO2 fire extinguishers in the compartment, reopened the door, pinned the extinguisher handles open, and threw them into the hellish inferno, then pulled the door shut again. By now, the torpedo room was almost filled with thick, black, heavy smoke, and there was no ventilation. The men crouched down near the deck to find the only breathable air. Lieutenant Jack Venable, the officer of the deck, was on the bridge that morning. As soon as he could breathe, Charlie Brock called him on the 7MC and reported the fire, then told him that 3 engines were still running. 2 of them were on propulsion, and 1 engine was still on battery charge. Then, in a halting voice, he told the OOD that MacArthur was still in maneuvering, still in the midst of that hell. Though it seemed like hours, that report to the bridge came only a minute or so after the explosion of the switchboard. Venable gave the men in the after torpedo room permission to open the topside hatch onto the main deck so they could proceed forward away from the choking smoke. He also ordered all engines shut down from the engine rooms and asked Brock to come to the bridge as soon as he could manage so he could give him a full report. A minute later, Les Brown and the others in the engine room reported to Venable that they had formed a firefighting party and that a man with an RBA was entering the maneuvering room to check on the extent of the emergency. That man was Jim Monty. Monty found the going impossible once he was inside amid the smoke and fire of the maneuvering room and looking for Charlie and Kilowatt. The smoke was so thick he couldn't tell if the battle lantern was working or not, even when he held it right next to the RBA's faceplate. The place was hellish, like the inside of a kiln. CO2 fire extinguishers were spewing all around him, but he could see that they were, thankfully, helping knock down the fire. As he tried to squeeze his way through the narrow space around the port side of the cubicle, he spotted someone working his way forward toward him. "I was looking for you and Kilowatt," the man yelled. "I'm looking for Charlie and him too," Monty responded. "Charlie got out into the torpedo room. He's okay. If Kilowatt's in here, he's a goner." The heat and smoke were unbearable, and it was clear there was nothing else they could do in there. They went back out the way they came in. Meanwhile, everyone who could was continuing to rig the fire extinguishers and throw them into the maneuvering room. A rough brigade was formed. One man strapped on an RBA, opened a door, threw in an extinguisher, then turned and walked back before the fire blistered him. The next man took the RBA off the first man's face, put it on himself, grabbed an extinguisher, and went to toss it into the inferno. Finally, Because of the CO2 and the fact that most anything in the compartment that would burn had already been consumed, the blaze seemed to be dying out. As he made his way to the bridge, Charlie Brock couldn't stop thinking about Kilowatt McCarter. Before the blast, he had been showing him some of the intricacies of making an old boat like Archerfish behave herself. During his submarine career, McCarter had so far served only on the more modern boats, but he had been eager to learn, interested in doing the best job he could do now that he was on Archerfish. He was most likely still down there in the midst of all that smoke and fire, and he was almost certainly dead. Brock couldn't get out of his mind the fact that he had bailed out of the room and closed the door behind himself when he did. He had closed and dogged the only way out of the fiery hell that was the maneuvering room. That had been the right thing to do, absolutely the right thing to do. Save the boat, save the other men and the boat, even if it cost the life of a shipmate. He knew it was the right thing to do, but it didn't make it any easier for him to take. Once on the bridge, Brock repeated what he had told the OOD before on the 7MC, including his belief that electrician's mate Kenneth McCarter was dead in the maneuvering room. As he talked to Venable, Brock noticed the OOD kept staring oddly at him. Finally, Venable said, "Find Doc McDonald, Charlie. Get those burns taken care of." For the first time, Brock realized that his face and neck were stinging mightily. His hair and eyebrows were singed, his head and neck badly scorched, and his right ear painfully blistered and oozing. He went below, looking for Jim McDonald, the hospital corpsman. But when he got to the control room, Brock made a truly frightening discovery. The hydrogen detector was pegged, not just in the red danger zone, pegged. The amount of the explosive gas in the air inside the sub was well above safe levels. In all the excitement and chaos during the fire, the main battery disconnects had not been pulled. They had been charging right up until Venable ordered all engines stopped. Brock felt faint. With the air as saturated with hydrogen as it seemed to be, even the slightest spark could trigger a catastrophic explosion. It had happened to the USS Cochino, SS-345, up near the Arctic Circle back in 1949. A series of fiery hydrogen explosions would have led to the loss of her entire crew, had another submarine, USS Tusk, SS-426, not been nearby to rescue them. Even then the boat was lost. One civilian engineer from the Cochino died, many crew members were seriously burned, and 6 men aboard the Tusk drowned in the brave rescue that played out that day on heavy Arctic seas. Now Brock knew that there was only one thing left to do. He had to pull the disconnects and take the batteries offline, or there would certainly be an explosion. He quickly asked Venable for permission, and it was granted. He didn't tell the OOD of the imminent danger. Likely, Venable knew it only too well. He also likely knew that there was no other choice. If there should be any kind of spark when he pulled the disconnects, and if the hydrogen concentration was any greater than 3%, the fire in the maneuvering room would be nothing in comparison to the conflagration that would be set off. Brock didn't hesitate. His hands trembling, he reached up, grabbed the disconnects, and broke the circuit. All was well. There was no spark, no flaming blast. Now he finally could go aft to the galley to find Doc. As he rounded the coffee pot, he saw a familiar face. It took him a moment to realize who it was, calmly sitting there, getting ointment applied to burns on his face and arms. Kilowatt. Brock grabbed his friend and hugged him, ignoring the stinging pain and Doc McDonald's fussing. He couldn't believe it. The guy was alive. McCarter was just beginning to tell about how he had somehow clawed his way through all those coffee cans and film canisters and squeezed impossibly between the lathe and the cubicle, where there was not enough room for a man his size to pass, and how he got out of there into the engine room. He had just started to tell him how bad he had been feeling because he believed he had left Brock behind to die. That's when a couple of officers separated them, taking Brock to the wardroom and keeping McCarter in the crew's mess. They wanted both men's versions of what had happened, but they wanted them separately, without collaboration. It was the Navy way. Now there was another problem. Archerfish was dead in the water, bobbing on the Pacific at least 30 miles from land. Fortunately, the seas were relatively calm, but they needed to go somewhere soon. The fire had destroyed all the cables feeding the auxiliary power board. There was more damage, of course, and it was obvious that it would take days to find and fix it all. Captain Desgrange called a meeting in the wardroom as soon as the emergency was past. Clearly they would need to return to Mare Island to assess the damage and get it repaired. According to the scuttlebutt that swept the boat afterward, the skipper pulled no punches at that hastily called meeting. "Boys, my father-in-law owns a marine towing company, the one that would most likely be sent to come get us." He scratched his chin, then set his jaw stubbornly as he went on. "My worst fear is that one of his tugs would be sent out here to give us a tow. I'd rather hang off the Turtleback and kick my feet in the water and paddle us all the way back to Mare Island than have him come get me." With that, he told them they had no choice but to find a way. The chief electrician, John Shewell, was the one who came up with the jury rig that got them back. He removed enough shore power cable from the after engine room to splice the burned cables back into the auxiliary power distribution board. This allowed them to run the lighting motor generators, main motor cooling pumps, bilge pump, and other necessary equipment. After a couple of hours, they were able to get underway at reduced speed using the main engines. Not everything worked. Bobby Robeson remembers that only one of the 2 grills in the galley and the coffee pot were functioning. No one complained about having to wait for a cup of joe. They were just happy to be alive. Only 2 men suffered burns serious enough to be noted, Charlie Brock and a torpedoman named Santo H. Formulo, who was likely the man Jim Monty encountered in the smoke and fire of the maneuvering room while looking for his shipmates. Neither man missed any duty time because of his injuries. It was later determined that the original explosion was caused by a dead short across the after battery auxiliary power circuit breaker. The fire was officially listed as having started at 6:20 a.m. It was reported out at 6:28. At 10 o'clock, while 30 miles west of the Point Concepcion light, Archerfish reported to Com-Sub Flot 1 about the fire and the extent of the damage, and near the end of the transmission that there were no serious personnel injuries. By then, the boat was already moving under her own power. Captain Desgrange's father-in-law was never called. Though it was never confirmed, several reports by crew members said that all but one of the fire extinguishers on board were used to control the fire. The first endorsement to the official report to the Judge Advocate General concerning the potentially disastrous fire on Archerfish did not blame anyone for the accident. It did say, "While the casualty which occurred is not attributable to any violation of existing instructions on the part of personnel aboard the USS Archerfish, nevertheless, its seriousness must not be minimized. Information as to the probable cause of this electrical casualty and the methods by which the possibility of such a casualty can be minimized will be disseminated to the force." It was so disseminated. The boat's close call may well have prevented a more tragic occurrence on another boat somewhere. Battery circuit breakers designed to prevent such a fire were soon installed on all active submarines. The Bureau of Ships also decided that using a less flammable material in the switchboard would likely prevent an accident like Archerfish's. However, when it was learned that such a change would cost a whopping $15,000 per submarine, the plan was tabled. Incidentally, the endorsement to the report to the Judge Advocate General was authored by Charles B. Swede Mommsen, the man who made possible the rescue of Danny Persico and the 32 other men from the Squalus back in 1939. Les Brown, the oiler on watch in the forward engine room when the front door to Hades opened, put the event in perspective. What an experience! What a crew! I think it helped us bond faster. But Brown did have one lingering concern. Now that they were returning to San Francisco, what would happen with the girlfriend he and Bobby Robeson had been sharing? No need to worry. When they got back to Mare Island, he and Robeson discovered their mutual love had already found herself another sailor. They had to find romance elsewhere until Archerfish was once again ready to head for the Caribbean and her next great adventure. Chapter 8. The Big Ditch. Archerfish's first trip through the Panama Canal, on her way to Pearl Harbor and the Pacific War back in 1943, had been relatively uneventful. There was the incident with the binoculars and the one straggler who simply didn't come back to the boat when she was scheduled to leave. This time, in the middle of 1952, the crew members seemed intent on leaving their mark on the Big Ditch during her 4-day passage. Archerfish moored port side 2 at the north side of Pier 2, berth 6 at Rodman Naval Station, Balboa Canal Zone, on the Pacific side of the isthmus on June 30th. There was trouble almost immediately, and it is no surprise it involved sailors who had gone ashore, or that it was aggravated by demon rum. The narrative from the boat's log said, July 1st, 1845. The below-named men were placed under arrest by the duty officer and were directed to remain below decks for alleged violations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. EMFA SS J. D. Kelly, violation of UCMJ Article 134, disorders to the prejudice of good order and discipline, unauthorized diving overboard while under the influence of intoxicating liquors. EMFN SS Joseph V. Patterson, violation of UCMJ Article 134, disorders to the prejudice of good order and discipline, unauthorized diving overboard while under the influence of intoxicating liquors, and UCMJ Article 109, wasting or spoiling property other than military property of the United States, diving overboard with the executive officer's laundry and losing it. 1900. Kelly broke arrest and departed from the ship in direct disobedience of orders from the topside deck watch. 1909. Kelly was apprehended by duty personnel, returned under guard to the ship, and sent below. 1930. Kelly again broke arrest and attempted to depart from the ship, apprehended by duty personnel, and sent below. 1950. Patterson broke arrest and departed from the ship in direct disobedience of orders from topside watch. 1952. Patterson was apprehended by duty personnel, returned to the ship under guard, and sent below. Kelly and Patterson had been part of a big group who left the boat to play in a beer bowl game, which is typically little more than an excuse to get off the boat early and drink beer. In beer bowl, each team can have as many players as it wants, but only 9, including pitcher and catcher, can be on the field at any one time. Most of those 9 would take their beers with them. One version of the game places a beer at each base, and a runner must chug a beer before advancing to the next base. A fielder must chug a beer before throwing the ball. The batter must do so before advancing to first base. Usually, no one bothers to keep score, and the game lasts until the brew is gone or nobody bothers to take the field. As was typical, there was more beer than baseball at the game Kelly and Patterson and the rest attended that day. Afterward, as the group approached the boat, Kelly decided to jump off the wharf into the harbor and swim across to Archerfish, rather than walk all the way around the basin to the pier. Charlie Brock, Jim Monty, and some of the others who were along talked him out of it, but the idea of taking a swim had been implanted. When they stepped on board the boat, Kelly spied a big pile of brown paper packages of clean laundry on the deck. It had been recently delivered and was neatly stacked there, waiting for the owners to pick it up. He grabbed a package and headed for the side, intent on throwing it over. Again, cooler heads prevailed, and he was dragged back before he sent somebody's fresh, clean clothes into the drink. Suddenly, Joe Patterson saw his chance. He grabbed a bundle and jumped over the side, clutching the package to his chest like a life-preserver. When he hit the water, he began ripping open the paper and tossing the nice, clean, freshly pressed uniforms into the air. With the distraction, Kelly jumped over the side as well. The others looked on in horror. The uniforms were khaki, officers' clothes. The two well-oiled sailors were making a mess of the laundry belonging to the boat's executive officer, Lieutenant Vance R. Wanner. Once they were corralled and sober, the men knew that they had picked the wrong bundles of laundry to toss into Balboa Harbor. 4 days later, when they were through the canal and underway for Key West, Captain Desgrange held mast for the two mischievous sailors. Patterson got 14 hours of extra duty and verbal warning and admonition. Kelly got 1 week's confinement in the brig, beginning when they arrived at Key West, and received his own tongue-lashing. Most of those who were witness to the crime thought they got off lightly, but it was still comical, seeing the two men cavorting in the water with the exec's clothes floating all around them. While making the trip through the Panama Canal, Archerfish caught up with and passed a big Swedish freighter while crossing Gatun Lake. They sped up and got some distance ahead of the ship, running at full speed through the freshwater lake that makes up a part of the canal. They wanted to flush out the main motor and main engine coolers. When they reached the approach to Gatun Locks, there were several ships ahead of them in the queue, and the canal pilot ordered, "All stop." He notified the skipper that they would have to lay to until the traffic jam ahead cleared. A tropical rain shower was passing over, and the skipper figured it would be a good time to hold a short swim call. The officer of the deck passed the word. "All hands not actually on watch may lay topside for swim call." Most of the crew was happy to oblige. A few tugged on their swim trunks. Those who didn't have trunks handy stripped naked and stood around on the submarine's forward deck, allowing the rain to rinse them off. Some dived into the murky water and enjoyed a good swim. They paid little attention to the big Swedish transport they had passed as it eased alongside. The ship was close enough for those on her deck to get a good view of the American submarine crew, many of them naked as the day they were born, dancing around on the deck in the warm rain and splashing in the lake. The ship was directly alongside when the Archerfish crew heard laughter, female laughter. Sure enough, a sizable contingent of women had gathered on the transport's railing, and they were laughing and pointing at the naked sailors. The crew had no idea it was customary for Scandinavian merchant ship crews to carry their wives with them. On July 3rd, they were through the canal and underway for their new home as part of Submarine Squadron 12 at Key West. They were now officially transferred from the operational control of Com-Sub Pac and were part of Com-Sub Lant. At the same time, the boat had now left a significant part of her past behind. She was no longer the World War II diesel boat plying the waters of the Pacific in search of the enemy. She was in new waters and had new priorities. Archerfish had now truly begun her second life. Chapter 9. Gitmo and Gorillas. Archerfish pulled into Key West at the very end of the Florida Keys on July 7th, 1952. There was no rest for the weary. They started exercises the very next day. Their primary job was to be the mechanical rabbit for the Fleet Sonar School, which was located at Key West, teaching young Navy sonarmen how to find submarines with their ears. They also ran extensive torpedo exercises with the other subs, which involved firing practice torpedoes at each other. It was, for the most part, fun duty, even though they had occasionally to dodge lobster pots and nonchalant fishermen. Then, their duty done, they were back in port almost every night. There was another fire, this one in the boat's control room, on July 12th. This occurred while the commander of Submarine Squadron 12 and his staff were aboard conducting a personnel, material, and administrative inspection. Fuses had blown in the No. 2 motor generator as a result of personnel error. With no injuries and little damage done, it was no more than a reminder of what had happened off the California coast a little over 3 months before. On July 14th, Archerfish's home yard was changed from Mare Island to Portsmouth. In a manner of speaking, she had come home. In addition to performing its tasks in Key West, the boat also spent a great deal of time in Guantanamo Bay, Gitmo, an arid outpost on the southeastern tip of Cuba. The mountains north of the base are covered with jungle-like rainforest, but they prevent much rain from falling on the city and naval station there. There are hurricanes, mostly in late summer and fall, and even occasionally earthquakes. One especially strong one in 1947 cracked the pavement on Wharf Baker and littered Sherman Avenue, the base's main street, with boulders. Except for the drier-than-normal weather, the climate is tropical. Those who were stationed there at the time still laugh about a Defense Department memorandum that came down in 1950, ordering the base to begin keeping track of ice buildup in the harbor. Of course, there has never been any. The area is known for its diving spots, but otherwise it is not an especially hospitable place. Nowadays, its location in Castro's Cuba makes it an especially dangerous place to be. Since Castro cut off all water and other utilities in the early 60s, the base is totally self-sufficient. It even maintains its own desalinization plant. When Archerfish tied up there for the first time on August 6, 1952, Castro and his rebels were already active in the nearby Sierra Maestra, just beginning their civil war against the government of Cuba. It would be 7 more years before he prevailed. There were usually 2 or more Key West-based submarines in Gitmo, providing services to the fleet training activities there. All surface craft in the Navy on the East Coast were required to go to Guantanamo regularly to be tested for operational readiness. The submarine's job was simple: prove the other Navy craft were not ready. They often did just that. There was yet another close call for Archerfish during this time. A deck log entry calmly recounts the incident without even hinting at its potential deadliness. 11:05 submerged. 11:05:15 main induction failed to shut in normal power. Made unsuccessful attempt to shut main induction by hand. 11:06 surfaced. This was the exact same malfunction that had sent the Squalus to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean 13 years earlier. The only difference here was that the Archerfish Christmas tree correctly indicated that the valve had not shut properly. The crew was able to surface the boat before potentially mortal flooding began, or Archerfish could have met the same fate as Squalus. Ironically, Danny Persico, the last sailor out of Squalus alive, was still serving aboard Archerfish the day the main induction valve failed to shut. It's not clear if he was chief of the watch at the time or not. As chief of the boat, he well could have been. It's easy to imagine the thoughts that coursed through his mind in that quick minute or so, remembering the tragedy of his old boat even as he took steps to prevent its happening again on this one. Shooting to the surface likely saved their lives. There's no indication of what caused the problem in the first place. All we know is that the log indicates conditions normal only a minute after the failure. As you might have assumed, life in Key West and the area was not all work and no play for the A-Fish crew. In August, after a week of exercises in the Guantanamo Bay operating area, they steamed about 100 miles west to Santiago for a few days' liberty. A couple of young Archerfish sailors, one an officer, got introduced quickly to the ways of the world when they wandered into a large bar in the town. They were enjoying one of the island's signature drinks, rum and Coca-Cola, when a very friendly and attractive young lady joined them, without invitation, at their table. They were savvy enough to realize she was likely a prostitute, but they were not ready for what she did after talking with them for a bit. Before they could even realize what was happening, she suddenly removed a breast from her bra, and without comment, squeezed milk into each of their drinks. "Rum y Coca-Cola con leche," she announced with a flirtatious grin. "Rum and Coca-Cola with milk. Welcome to Santiago de Cuba." The two wide-eyed Navy men thanked her politely, then promptly got up and left the bar. A potentially dangerous encounter took place a few days later, back in Gitmo. A group from an aircraft carrier challenged the Archerfish crew to a beer ball game. Of course, the 311 boat could not allow any challenge to go unanswered. After the game, one of the sub-sailors was not able to find his baseball glove. He asked the carrier guys if he could look in their equipment bags to see if they had picked it up by mistake. They quickly became surly, accusing the sub-sailor of calling them thieves. That didn't stop the search. He dumped 4 bags of equipment on the ground and started rummaging through it all. Sure enough, he found his mitt. By then, the carrier boy's mood had turned very ugly, and 3 chief petty officers started toward him. The sub-sailor picked up a bat and suggested strongly that everyone should calm down and go about his business. One of the men took a run at him anyway, and with perhaps the best swing of the day, the sub-sailor laid the CPO out cold. Before anyone else became brave enough to try something else, the Archerfish guys made a quick retreat. One seaman from the submarine, Jack Andrews, remembers that it appeared they were outnumbered about 40-1, so that was likely a prudent retreat. It turned out that the skimmer, CPO, was okay, except for a sizable knot on his head to go along with his wounded pride. The Archerfish crewman of the Lost Glove and Quick Bat was busted down a rank when official word of the altercation got back to the skipper. Beginning with her second commission, Archerfish typically had a different photo taken each year for its Christmas card, the one the crew members sent home to their families, to their girlfriends, and to their favorite barmaids. The picture that was used for Christmas 1952 showed the boat passing majestically between windward and leeward points at the entrance to Guantanamo Bay. One day in January 1953, the frogmen assigned to Guantanamo announced to all vessels in the harbor that they would be holding a drill that night. Their intent was to simulate blowing up every ship in port. In preparation, all ships beefed up their security that evening in an attempt to foil the announced plan. There was a battleship, a couple of cruisers, some destroyers, several auxiliary ships, and, of course, Archerfish. When night fell, all the surface ships illuminated their huge spotlights and continuously swept around their ships, looking for the enemy. Archerfish maintained 3 topside watches armed with flashlights with fresh batteries. Still, despite the warning and all the vigilance, the frogmen did indeed manage to sink every ship in the harbor that night without getting caught. Even though the watchstanders on Archerfish claimed to have spotted one of them and threw their coffee cups at his bubbles, the frogmen managed to set off a flare in the area of the boat's bow planes, simulating an explosion. The next day, the frogmen showed up at each vessel with a letter asking that the skippers sign it to verify the sinking the night before. Captain Desgrange refused to sign. "That charge would never have sunk us," he maintained. "We would have sealed off the forward torpedo room to stop the flooding, and we would have remained afloat." The frogmen were angry and told Desgrange that they would certainly be back to prove their point. Despite an even bigger watch than the previous evening, the frogmen somehow managed to get on board the boat, set off a flare over the conning tower, and get back off the boat again without anyone seeing them. This time, they had thoroughly blown up Archerfish. Desgrange then had to admit that the guys were good. He willingly signed their letter when they showed up again the next morning. Whether they were in Key West or Guantanamo Bay, the Archerfish crew was always mindful of the civil war that was just beginning in Cuba, but they never felt any closer to the struggle than when in Gitmo. Fidel Castro and his band of guerrillas were in the early stages of their attempt to overthrow Fulgencio Batista, the Cuban dictator. They operated out of the mountains north and west of Guantanamo City in Oriente Province. Later in July 1953, Castro led his most ambitious assault yet, an attack on the Moncada Army Barracks in Santiago, which was not that far away. That assault resulted in Castro's capture by Batista's troops and his incarceration, but it also gave the young revolutionary the national prominence he needed to continue his revolution. As part of the Navy's public relations efforts, the Archerfish held a Visit Ship Day in mid-January. Locals who worked on the base, along with military personnel assigned to the base and their families, were invited to come aboard and tour a real live submarine and talk with her crew. No one was surprised when some of the Cuban visitors arrived carrying rifles. It was not uncommon to see young rifle-toting men in Guantanamo in those days, and everyone assumed they were part of Fidel's revolutionary forces. These armed visitors were told they would have to leave their guns topside, and they complied. Still, several of the crew noticed that these men were very young and seemed truly menacing. It was clear then that Castro's fight was getting more and more serious. A few days later, on a day when there were no operations underway, a group of men from Archerfish decided a fishing trip and picnic would be a good way to beat the boredom. Everyone was broke, and there was nothing else much to do on the base in Gitmo. Among the band of happy fishermen were Les Brown, J.D. Kelly, he of the exec's laundry fiasco, Bobby Robeson, Kelly Elkins, and John Poopsie Welsco. They managed to scrape together enough money to buy a case of beer for every man on the trip, and several bottles of rum. It was hot after all, and they kept reminding each other that it was a bad idea to drink the water in that place. They also swiped lunch meats, cheese, bread, and condiments from the galley. The fishermen checked out a 20-foot Navy motor launch and some fishing tackle from Base Special Services, and then they were all set for a fine afternoon of angling. The plan was to venture up the Guantanamo River, a decent-sized stream that ran swiftly down from the mountains. It was hardly a lazy river. Its water was green, dirty, and filled with debris. Still, the fishing was supposed to be good up that way, or so somebody said, and off they went in that direction. Never mind that no one had thought to bring bait for the fishing tackle they had checked out. If they had to, they decided, they'd just use bologna and cheese. As soon as they were out of sight of the dock, they broke out the beer. That's when they realized that they had also forgotten to bring ice. But warm beer was better than no beer at all. It was a hot, clear day, and they were all dressed in dungaree shorts and sandals. No one had thought of suntan lotion either. Once across the bay and on the river, their progress slowed considerably. The current was swift. Nobody seemed to mind. The beer was good, the scenery magnificent, and they were all having a wonderful time, each man trying to outlie the rest. The riverbank looked like a jungle, with vines and trees overhanging the river, like pictures of the Amazon. Some of the men even jumped into the muddy water for a swim, further slowing their quest for a good fishing spot. Eventually, though, they were well up the river. Nobody had bothered to wet a hook yet. None of them noticed the small gunboat until it was almost on top of them. It appeared out of nowhere, grumbling down-river toward them. Its occupants were all armed and wearing camouflage uniforms. The vessel had what appeared to be a 20-millimeter deck gun on the bow. Whoever they were serious. Several of the men on the Navy launch thought at first that it must be the MPs. They busily tried to hide the beer and to look sober while doing it. Then it was obvious these were not true military types at all. They had to be some of Castro's young guerrillas. They had the same hard look in their eyes as the rifle-toting men who had toured the submarine. Now, though, the Archerfish guys had invaded their territory. They could not ask them to abandon their rifles this time. The coxswain of the Navy launch idled down, and the guerrilla gunboat pulled up alongside and tied the two vessels together. No one on the gunboat said a word. They just stared across at the Americans, their faces grim. With as much beer as had been consumed, it was inevitable that someone on the Navy boat would say something smart. Several did. More than a few desperately needed to pee and were about to make the request. They hushed quickly when the guerrillas waved their rifles in their direction and said something back in rapid Spanish. Whatever their words were, they were not a friendly welcome to Cuba. Bobby Robeson knew a little Spanish and tried to communicate. ¿Qué es el problema? He asked, the words skewed by his Missouri boot-heel drawl. Then one of the guerrillas, one who appeared to be a bit older than the others, at least 20 years old, said something in half English, half Spanish. Robeson couldn't believe his ears. It sounded as if they were being accused of coming up the river to try to get to a convent farther upstream, that they had designs on raping the nuns there. And they were serious. It didn't take much knowledge of the Spanish language to deny the accusation. No, no, Robeson told them, as emphatically as he could. He told them they were just looking for fish, that they didn't even know about any convent or nuns. All the while, the two boats, still lashed together, floated back down the swift stream. The guerrillas on the gunboat continued to nervously wave their rifles at the wide-eyed sailors, glaring at them angrily, menacingly. Eventually, they must have believed Robeson's denials, or decided this launch full of drunken sailors posed no threat to the revolution, at least not to anyone else but themselves. The guerrillas slowly turned the launch around. As they unhooked their lines, they emphatically pointed downstream, the way the submariners had come. There was no mistaking the message now. They were to leave, do so immediately, and not come back this way again. That's exactly what they did, and much quicker than they had made the trip upriver. Along the way, someone pointed out a big sign on the riverbank that had somehow escaped their attention earlier. It warned that no one was to go any farther upriver than this point. Back in Guantanamo Bay, with most of them severely sunburned, the beer and rum mostly gone, and not a single fish to show for their adventure, they returned the launch. They were thankful for two things. The menacing young rebels had not seen fit to shoot them all to death, and they now had one hell of a story to tell the guys back at the boat. Les Brown left the Navy not long after that to take advantage of the GI Bill and get an education. He later wrote, "Oh, the good times and the stories that crew provided I shall never forget. I would never have left if I had known what was up for that wonderful boat." It's a safe assumption few others would have either. Chapter 10. The Projector. The challenges of a submarine command are many. Some of the seemingly more trivial ones are actually the ones that try a skipper's patience most. On March 13, 1953, Captain Mayneau de Grange sat down and wrote the following memo, using his best military style, to the supply officer at the U.S. Naval Supply Center in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Subject: 16mm sound motion picture equipment, type IC/QEM1A, serial 206, manufactured by Ampro Corporation. Request for instructions on repair to. Reference: A. BSSO 212069 and NSD Mechanicsburg invoice 275936/0 of 12653. B. Instruction book for 16mm sound motion picture equipment type IC/QEM-1A, Nave Ships 385-0217. Preliminary IC, Instruction Book 646. 1. Subject equipment was received on 18 February 1953, pursuant to Reference A. After approximately 25 hours of operation, the projector, stock number SO18P 024-707-0493, became inoperative due to failure of piece number 24D of Figure 72, intermittent assembly, of Reference B. 2. Inasmuch as the failure occurred well within the 1-year equipment guarantee, as stated on page II of Reference B, instructions as to proper action to repair subject projector are requested. A copy of the memo was sent to the Bureau of Ships as well. Archerfish's movie projector was on the fritz, and that was serious business. Captain Desgrange hoped to quickly get the part they needed and get the projector going again. That, as you may have guessed, would not happen. Life is tough enough on a submarine without having someone screw up in the most disgusting fashion. Barry Buckley was standing in the boat's mess one day, just inside the door that led to the adjacent berthing space. All the seats were taken, filled with hungry submariners enjoying their meal, and he was waiting for someone to finish eating so he could get his own food. Suddenly, a powerful jet of the most foul-smelling, disgusting mess imaginable shot from the drain under the drinking fountain next to the sink. The stuff rained down on everyone in the mess hall. There was no doubt from the very beginning of the noxious explosion about what it was. It was pure, raw sewage from the boat's No. 2 sanitary tank. Sailors scattered everywhere, cursing, yelling, running for doors and hatches, trying to escape the nasty fallout that was raining off the overhead and turning the atmosphere in the compartment into a moist, stomach-churning mist. Buckley managed to duck back through the door and dodge the revolting shower, but others weren't so lucky. It is an unwritten rule on submarines that the unfortunate person who forgets to shut a drain valve before blowing sanitary tanks has to clean up the revolting mess. The below-decks watch was the one who had to mop up the nauseating result of his inattention. He had been blowing the sanitary tank and forgot to shut off the valve to the drain, blasting the men in the crew's mess with, well, a true mess. On March 23, 1953, the commanding officer of the ship's Parts Control Center at the Naval Supply Depot in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, forwarded Captain Maynard Desgrange's memo about the malfunctioning movie projector to the Chief, Bureau of Ships, in Washington, D.C., for appropriate action. Jack Peach admits he was out all night having a good time, and that he showed up back at the boat just in time to go on duty as the stew burner for the day. He managed to make it through the noon meal okay, despite a strong hangover and a weak stomach. By mid-afternoon, though, he was quickly fading. Then he noticed the menu called for liver and onions for the evening meal. His stomach did a flip-flop. Still, duty was duty. He had to get it done. Somehow, in a feat of superhuman effort, Peach managed to get the liver and onions cut up and fried without losing the battle with his digestive system, though he almost fell asleep several times as he stood there, wavering dizzily over the grill next to the hot deep fryer. He poured the cooked liver into a pan and put it in the oven to keep it warm until mealtime. Then, his body finally at the point of shutting down, he told the mess cook he was going to grab a nap, and asked him to wake him up in time to put out dinner. Of course, the mess cook forgot to wake him until just before dinner time. The warmed-up liver had the consistency of shoe leather, and the onions could have been shoestrings. The first men to sit down to Peach's disastrous meal let their feelings be known in no uncertain terms. The duty officer, Lieutenant Chuck Cushman, put it a little more succinctly when he jumped on the IMC announcing system. Anyone in the duty section not actually on watch may go to the boat next door to get a respectable meal. he told the entire boat. That was when Peach made the decision to change his rate to sonarman. He knew his cooking days were numbered. On April 16, 1953, J.R. Tucker, by direction, sent a memo from Chief, Bureau of Ships in Washington, D.C., prepared by J.P. Daly and typed by B. Goldstein, to Commanding Officer, USS Archerfish, SS-311, care of Fleet Post Office in New York. It said, "Your letter, SS-311, RDZ, WEW L8, SER 102 of 13 March 1953, and SPCC MEC Endorsement 748, ECP VC Serial 3047D of 23 March 1953. Damaged part should be returned to Ampro Corporation, 2835 Northwestern Avenue, Chicago 18, Illinois, under the guarantee clause of contract AF 33 038 11493 for repair or replacement and return." Now Captain Desgrange was getting some action, and right from Bewships itself. He had been told what he needed to do to get his motion picture projector fixed. He had someone box up the part, and off it went to Chicago. They would be watching movies again in no time. Despite all the hijinks and good times, Archerfish was involved in serious work during her days in Key West. At one point, the inner door on the No. 4 torpedo tube was removed and replaced by a new and special type. This new door was designed to allow the firing of the brand-new wire-guided torpedoes that the Navy was experimenting with. Archerfish may not have been the first sub to try the new torpedoes, but she was certainly in the forefront. With the new fish, a wire actually spools out behind the torpedo and stays attached to electronics inside the submarine. The weapon can receive continual updates from the boat's fire control computer, giving it much more accuracy. The wire is eventually cut after detonation or when the torpedo runs past its target. The wire-guided weapons are still commonly used on today's nuclear submarines, but the wire is finer. It spools out from both the submarine and the torpedo, and the torpedoes are much faster. George Knuckles remembers another exercise in which the Archerfish was involved, one that seems harrowing to the uninitiated, but was commonplace for submarine crews at that time. They were ordered to go out of Key West a ways into the area of the Gulf Stream. Then they were to dive and sit on the bottom of the ocean, simulating a distressed submarine. Submarine rescue vessels, ASRs, like the USS Penguin, ASR-12, and USS Petrel, ASR-14, then lowered their diving bells and attached air hoses to the boat in an attempt to rescue the crew. On this day, they were down for what Knuckles was sure was at least 17 hours, a long time for a boat like Archerfish. He remembers that after 13 hours the air inside the boat was so foul it was impossible to light a match. Things did not go well. The Gulf Stream was so strong at that spot that they had not accomplished much at all. Finally, the exercise was declared over, and it was time to head for the surface. But when they began blowing the tanks, the bow was stuck in the sandy bottom. The stern was coming up just fine, but the sub was standing on her nose. Knuckles was on watch in the after-engine room. He recalls a desk drawer coming open and spilling its contents everywhere, and a rain of loose objects, anything not tied down, went rattling past him as the stern assumed a sharp up angle. To everyone's relief, the bow was finally torn away from the bottom, and they quickly corrected the angle. Nobody was hurt, but the inside of the boat was littered with stuff that had flown around. Everyone breathed easier once they were sure the drill would not turn into the real thing. As he had been told to do, Captain Desgrange had sent the bad part from Archerfish's movie projector back to the manufacturer on May 7th, 1953. Almost 3 months passed. He heard nothing. On July 31st, he sent the following memo on Archerfish stationery to the Ampro Corporation in Chicago. Subject: 16mm sound motion picture equipment part, repair of, reference A, CO USS Archerfish, letter SS311, VRW CGC, serial 199, dated 7 May 1953. 1. In accordance with instructions received from the Bureau of Ships, Washington, D.C., the intermittent assembly from subject motion picture equipment was forwarded to you for repair or replacement under the guarantee clause of contract AF 33 038 11493 on 7 May 1953. 2. It is requested that information concerning the repair or replacement of subject part be furnished this command. 3. It would be desirable to have an operable part furnished this command as soon as practicable, in order to make use of the equipment. This equipment is the only motion picture equipment on board this vessel. As always, a copy of the memo went to the folks at the Bureau of Ships in Washington. After better than 4 months without a movie projector, the skipper of the Archerfish was getting steamed. Archerfish was on her way back to Key West from another trip to Guantanamo. The boat was running low on provisions, and for breakfast one morning the cooks served up a thin, watery gravy poured over grits. There was the usual grousing, but no one thought any more about it. Back at the Key West Naval Station, the boat proceeded to the Marine Railway, where she was dragged from the water and serviced. She had been in the water for 359 days since her last docking, 166 underway and 193 in port, so she was in need of some work. About a third of the hull was sandblasted. The rest of her had to be cleaned by crew members using wire brushes. It was hard, dirty work, and nobody liked doing it, but it was an all-hands operation. Apparently, as the hot tropical sun beamed down, and the tortuously slow work went on, one of the sailors remembered the grits and gravy breakfast of a few days before. Now was the time to get some revenge. As he scraped away at the corrosion and barnacles, he neatly scoured out USS Gritfish in large letters on the boat's bottom. Everyone admired the handiwork, had a good laugh, and went on about his work. The skipper was not pleased when he saw it, though. Everyone available worked that section of the hull until the boat's new nickname was cleaned off. Soon after she was back in the water, Archerfish was also converted to a children's daycare center. At least she was for a little while. Jim Petrelba's wife, Betty, had to be hospitalized at the Naval Hospital in Key West for several days. Petrelba received 4 days emergency leave so he could care for his 3 small children. He was due back aboard Archerfish before she left port the next Monday morning for a week's worth of operations. Monday came, and Betty was still in the hospital. Petrelba requested an extension of his leave, but it was denied. He couldn't find a babysitter anywhere who would be able to keep the kids for up to a week. There was only one thing to do. Petrelba packed up the kids, put them into the car, and drove to the base. Without hesitation, he brought them aboard Archerfish, ignoring the curious stares of his shipmates. He sat all 3 down on his bunk in the after battery while he changed into his dungarees and got ready for his assigned duty once the boat pulled away from her mooring for a full week at sea. Somehow, word of the young stowaways got to the wardroom. The chief of the boat was summoned, and he soon hustled on back to the after battery berthing space, heard Petrelba's story, looked into the eyes of the contented young submariners on the bunk, and made a quick command decision. "Get these kids and your butt ashore," he said. "I'll take care of getting your leave extension granted." Captain Desgrange never received a reply to his letter to the Ampro Corporation, in which he politely but emphatically asked for help replacing the bad part to his boat's movie projector. A notice did show up on September 7th, indicating a replacement part had been shipped 12 days before. The shipment was never received. Finally, by the end of September, the skipper wrote the following letter and dutifully, as always, copied the Bureau of Ships. Dear Sirs, Piece number 24D of Figure 72, Intermittent Assembly, of Instruction Book for 16mm Sound Motion Picture Equipment Type IC/QEM-1A, Navships 385-0217, Preliminary IC Instructor Book 646, was forwarded to you for repair or replacement on 7 May 1953. A request to you for information dated 31 July 1953 was not answered. On 7 September, a copy of your form number 8291, serial number 48327, was received indicating that a parcel post shipping date of August 26, 1953, was scheduled. The repaired piece has not been received to date, and more important, the projector, which has been out of commission since March 1953, is still out of commission. That is a period of 7 months. It is considered that the above resume of service would be unsatisfactory to any customer, including a naval vessel. The Bureau of Ships is requested to review the strength of its contracts and contractors. It is requested that this correspondence be considered a tracer on shipped material, a fervent plea for better service, or whatever else that might assist in placing the projector back in commission. A submarine can be hazardous to a man's health if he is not constantly aware of his surroundings. Because of the close quarters, bumped heads, lacerations, and the like were common aboard Archerfish, and such casualties kept busy whatever dock was serving on board at the time. If a man watched his feet to keep from stepping into an open hatch, he might well crack his head on something overhead. If he was watching for obstructions protruding from the overhead, he could easily step into an open hatch. Lieutenant Bill Chipman had been checking rig for dive one day when he stepped from the galley into the control room at a particularly inopportune time. Someone had opened the deck hatch outside the radio shack to go below to the dry storeroom and had left the hatch open. Chipman disappeared down the hole in the boat's deck. He fractured his arm in the fall. On October 19, 1953, the Department of the Navy, in response to Captain Mayneau de Grange's letter of September 29th, instructed the commanding officer of the Naval Supply Depot in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, to send 1 projector 16mm motion picture sound type AG2-1S18-P-2-707-7 to the USS Archerfish, SS-311, at the Naval Station, Key West, Florida. The estimated cost was $650. The saga of the broken movie projector was finally over. It had taken only 8 months to get it resolved. On July 21, 1954, Commander Mayneau de Grange was relieved of his command of Archerfish by Lieutenant Stanley R. McCord. Not much else changed. Chuck Michele remembers that they still did daily operations, mostly out of Key West for the sonar school, and that they spent their evenings in the Brown Derby or other watering holes of choice. But the tan sombrero was particularly popular with the crew at that time. Captain McCord recalls August 2nd as a typical Monday morning in Gitmo, one in which his old boat showed she could still hold her own. As usual, 2 submarines opposed the fleet's sortie out to the training area. The 2 subs on this particular morning were Archerfish and USS Odax, SS-484, a Guppy conversion. Guppy meant that the boat had received the greater underwater propulsion power modification to make her faster and more maneuverable. Audax had been the first boat to undergo this transformation back in 1946, and as a result, she had been the Navy's fastest submarine for a while. The two subs left Guantanamo Bay before dawn, with each boat taking up a patrol area outside the bay, Audax to the west and Archerfish to the east. Soon the fleet came steaming out of the bay, one carrier and two cruisers, escorted by 4 destroyers, intent on detecting the submarines and sinking them should they attack. Archerfish was angling, working to get into firing position, when the crew heard on the underwater telephone that Audax had been detected and was being worked over by the destroyers. McCord and his crew decided to take advantage of the situation. They managed to penetrate the screen of the destroyers while they were occupied with Audax, and fired salvos at the carrier and a cruiser. Then, to show everyone that they had company in their midst, they fired off 2 green flares. Finally, to further demonstrate to everyone how completely their convoy had been penetrated, McCord ordered an immediate surfacing right in the middle of the fleet. McCord remembers signal lights flashing all over the place when the surface ships saw the attacking submarine pop to the surface. The exercise ended right there. "We received all kinds of congratulations when we returned to port that night," Captain McCord recalls. The point had been made that the old fleet boats were still a threat. Still, things were changing rapidly for the Navy's submarine fleet. On January 17, 1955, the historic words, "underway on nuclear power," were transmitted from aboard a brand-new boat just leaving Groton, Connecticut. The USS Nautilus, SSN 571, had become the world's first nuclear-powered submarine, capable of running submerged for months instead of hours. But most of the old fleet boats found a new life, another way to contribute. It was also in 1955 that Archerfish took on one of these new challenges. They were ordered to head for Ascension Island and to perform a most unusual mission while she was on the way there and back. That sent many of them to their atlases. Ascension Island is a rocky, 35-square-mile volcanic peak, resting south of the equator, due east of Recife, Brazil, in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean, between South America and Africa. The island was used extensively as an air base by the United States in World War II. It remains a strategic U.S. Air Force and Royal Air Force base today. Because of its handy location in the middle of the ocean, it also is used by various communications companies and is still valuable as a tracking station for NASA. In 1955, the lonely outpost figured heavily in a top-secret effort by the United States military. On a regular basis, rockets were being fired toward Ascension Island from Cape Canaveral, testing their ability to deliver warheads to an enemy country, such as the Soviet Union. And regularly, those rockets were missing their targets by a discouragingly wide margin. Finally, someone figured out a possible cause: the variation in the Earth's gravitational pull. It is simply not the same everywhere on the planet's surface, and those differences were enough to cause the rocket's courses to vary. Archerfish's job that January was to ride down to Ascension Island and back and do measurements the whole way to verify the hypothesis. They had 2 hitchhikers, Dr. Lamar Warzel and another scientist from the Lamont Geological Observatory at Columbia University. With them, they brought an odd-looking contraption called a gravity meter. It looked like an old-fashioned icebox, but it contained a complicated series of calibrated pendulums. The meter was designed to measure the Earth's gravitational pull from a relatively stable platform, like the one offered by a submerged submarine. Someone had realized the submarines were actually more stable than ships, since they could go beneath the surface to calmer waters. Archerfish was the submarine chosen for this mission. While there is no verification that this was the first gravity meter on a submarine, there is documentation that the first such use took place in 1955. Once again, Archerfish was out front. The trip to Ascension Island was monotonous, since the boat had to stop and dive to a depth of 100 feet at regular intervals, then remain as motionless as possible while attempting to gain a stop trim, maintaining a neutral buoyancy and zero bubble as the scientists took their readings. Still, even though most of the men aboard were a bit gray about the nature of the stopping and starting mission they were on, they were glad to be doing something different, and something that everyone assured them was worthwhile. Once they got to Ascension Island, Lieutenant Stan McCord and some of his officers did take a quick trip ashore while they were anchored in Clarence Bay. They borrowed a car from the resident British magistrate and drove over to evaluate the condition of the old World War II airstrip. They had learned that the island was mostly known for the green sea turtles that nest there, and for the several hundred Air Force and RAF guys who called it home. There really wasn't much to see, but they counted potholes in the old runway, so the CO had something to enter into his report. After a brief stay at the island, they followed the same routine: dive, hover as best they could, measure, surface, day in and day out for the next 4 weeks, all the way back to the Keys. A future incarnation of Archerfish would find her involved in similar work, but much more thoroughly performed, and that vital job would give the old boat a continued reason for existence. It was early 1955, and though the crew didn't realize it at the time, Archerfish soon began a long, slow voyage to another term in the reserve fleet. She spent part of February in Trinidad in the British West Indies. Back in Key West, Lieutenant Commander George Now replaced McCord. There was a change of command ceremony on the afterdeck at 0900 on April 2nd, 1955. Archerfish ended April anchored off Front Gable, Whitehall, in the Severn River at Annapolis, Maryland. For the next week, reserve officers and sailors from Houston, Texas, spent time on the submarine, marveling at the continual stories of the boat's history. On May 8th, she was moored to the ammunition pier, Fort Mifflin, Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia, where she offloaded miscellaneous lots of small arms and pyrotechnics. Later that day, she moved over to Pier C at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard for a major overhaul as part of the decommissioning process. She was getting herself ready for bed once again. Archerfish had one more brush with fire before she went back to sleep. On June 27th, a welder was working with a cutting torch in the chain locker. The sparks ignited the pitch coating in the forward superstructure. Nobody was hurt, and there was no serious damage, but it took an hour to get the fire out and to make sure it stayed out. At the end of August, the boat was hitched to a civilian tug named McAllister Brothers and pulled out of the Philadelphia Navy Yard. YTB 149, a Navy tug, was moored to the port quarter of Archerfish to provide steering for the tow. 4 hours later, McAllister Brothers transferred her charge to the Navy tug USS Accokeek, ATA 181, for the trip up the coast past New Jersey and Long Island to New London, Connecticut. Once there, the crew had another rash of captains' masts for violations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 86, absent without leave, and a bout with a hurricane toward the middle of September. There were no casualties from either. On October 21, 1955, Rear Admiral F.T. Watkins, Commander Submarine Atlantic Fleet, came on board, broke his flag, and placed the vessel out of commission in reserve. The last entry in that day's log reads, "Final diary entry. No personnel remain on board. Activity decommissioned." Archerfish was asleep again, enjoying a well-earned rest. None of the people who were there that day, not Rear Admiral Watkins, Commander Now, Chief Gordon Larson, Steward's Mate 3rd Class James Whitten, nor any of the others, could have dreamed how much she was going to need a nice long nap. Third Commission. The Key West Years. 1 July 1957 to 22 January 1960. The man who knows it can't be done counts the risk, not the reward. Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 11. Pink Submarine. The submarine's next life, a period of about 2.5 years from mid-1957 to just inside 1960, found the old diesel boat in familiar territory, doing customary work. But Archerfish still found an opportunity to get herself into the record books, see her picture in Time magazine, and make her motion picture debut. Toward the end of the period, there appeared a very dark cloud on the horizon. It was clear the Navy had every intention of finally putting Archerfish to sleep for good. In late November 1956, though, the Navy still had use for the old girl. The Chief of Naval Operations issued Notice 04770, directing the activation of Archerfish from the Reserve Fleet in New London. After 6 months of refitting and repairs at the Thames shipyard in New London, Connecticut, she was placed back into commission at 0821 on the morning of August 1st, 1957. Lieutenant Charles E. Beck was named her new skipper. A month later, he was promoted to lieutenant commander, retroactive to the day of his boat's commissioning, and just in time for him to take her back south. Once again, there was scurrying activity all around the freshly painted submarine, everyone working hard to get the boat back in service and ready for sea. Most of the new crew reporting for duty came from other boats and were already qualified in submarines. However, they now had to re-qualify in Archerfish. Once again, each man had to learn the location and purpose of every valve and switch in the boat. In addition to their primary duties as electricians, cooks, enginemen, torpedomen, and the like, they had to become involved in the seemingly never-ending school of the boat. That included the officers, too. Learning Archerfish became each man's priority. They knew that not only their own lives, but the lives of their shipmates and that of Archerfish herself depended on their being able to react instinctively to any emergency in any part of the submarine. Soon, underway training began, and it wasn't long before the crew was beginning to function as a team. Simulated drills for fire, flooding, collision, chlorine gas, and any other conceivable emergency were practiced all hours of the day and night. Then, just when the crew thought they were getting good at it, they were practiced again. During this training period, there was an incident that reminded everyone anew how dangerous duty on a submarine could be, even when she was still in a training mode. Archerfish was routinely tying up to her mooring when a freak accident almost ended tragically. Whoever had the con at the time tried to pull the stern into the pier by using the after capstan. The eye-splice in No. 4 mooring line was secure to the cleat on the pier. The line handlers had taken about 4 turns of line around the drum of the after capstan, and were holding the line taut to prevent slippage as the capstan head slowly rotated to tighten the line. As they waited for the strain to drag the sub-stern toward the pier, the tension on the 3-inch nylon line became more than it could take, and it snapped like a broken rubber band. The end of the line whipped around viciously and struck the chief of the boat, Sidney Burke, a brutal blow to his back near his kidneys. Burke never fully recovered from the injury, but it could have been worse had it struck him in the neck or head. Archerfish was officially transferred back into the active fleet in a ceremony at 0930 on September 14, 1957. The next day, members of the United States submarine veterans of World War II came aboard and held a memorial service on the main deck aft. It was obvious to all in attendance that this boat, the one that had sunk the Shinano, still held special meaning for these old submarine sailors. It was also obvious that each man who attended that day had a personal commitment to perpetuate the memory of those shipmates who gave their lives in submarine warfare. Today, there are over 3,500 men still at their battle stations aboard the 52 U.S. submarines that were sunk during World War II. They are not considered to be lost, but are instead still on patrol. James Haywood, president of the United States Submarine Veterans of World War II in 1985 to 1986, wrote, "It is our belief that no shipmates shall ever be lost to the nation or to history as long as any living person has knowledge of their sacrifices or remembrance of them." One of the ways that commitment continues to this day is through ceremonies such as the one held aboard Archerfish that September day in 1957. At last it was time to get under way, assume a heading of 180 degrees due south, and once again return to the familiar waters of the Caribbean. After stops in Charleston, to work, and Savannah, to play, Archerfish was once more back in her old haunts, Key West and Gitmo, once again part of Submarine Squadron 12, and once again moored starboard side to Pier 3 at the U.S. Naval Station. Most of the next 2 years were spent the same as before, helping the fleet train sonarmen in detecting submerged submarines, practicing firing torpedoes, and doing it all mostly on daily operations. The bars in Key West and Guantanamo once more became a home away from home for the crewmen of Archerfish. In early 1958, the scientists in the Navy Hydrographic Office again needed a stable platform that only a submerged submarine could provide. They requested the services of Archerfish for a special mission. The boat left Key West on January 13th, steamed by way of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and crossed the equator on February 8th. They stopped long enough to welcome aboard King Neptune and his royal court, and to go through the obligatory pollywog shellback crossing ceremony. Steve Ramos was aboard at the time, and he described the traditional ritual as gruesome, and says, "We were all happy to get that ordeal over with." Pollywogs are sailors who have never crossed the equator before. Those who have, the shellbacks, devise all sorts of disgusting initiation rites for the ceremony. Once the torture is over, the new shellbacks receive a certificate signed by Davy Jones himself, and then have the right to be the ones to dish out the punishment to a new group of pollywogs in future crossings of the equator. Though not an official part of naval regulations, this traditional rite of passage is taken seriously enough by the Navy to generate an entry in each man's official service record, indicating the date, the longitude when crossed, where the vessel was bound, and the proclamation that the man be recognized as a shellback. Without this proof, a man could be required to submit to the entire ritual all over again the next time he crossed the equator. On February 15th, Archerfish moored at berth 12, Broadway Square, Recife, Brazil. They had chosen a most opportune time to visit Brazil. It was Carnival, the annual pre-Lenten party, and the whole town was swirling in a festival that put Mardi Gras in New Orleans to shame. Steve Ramos was a young lieutenant junior grade when they visited Recife, but he remembers that the captain, Charlie Beck, and the exec, Pete Poteet, made certain Archerfish arrived in port on Saturday, the day before the festival began. They knew all the shops would be closed when Carnival kicked off on Sunday and wouldn't reopen until after Ash Wednesday, 4 days later. The skipper wanted the crew to be able to take advantage of the tremendous bargains on gemstones that were to be found in the town's famous markets. The primary thing crew member Sam Houston remembers about the visit to Recife was the unusual way the townspeople toasted the festival. He and his shipmates went ashore and were fascinated by the wild parades that wound their way through the streets. He noticed that the marchers mostly consisted of Indians who had come in from the nearby jungles, and that even the townspeople lined the streets to look at the revelers' wild, colorful costumes and primal dances. When the sailors went into one of the nearby clubs for a nightcap, they were puzzled to see that almost everyone in the joint was walking around with a handkerchief held to his or her nose. There was an odd smell in the place, unlike anything they had encountered in other aromatic port bars. Someone finally saw that the club's patrons occasionally squirted some sort of pressurized gas from little cans they carried, containers that looked like ether cans, saturating their handkerchiefs and then deeply inhaled the fumes. Houston and his shipmates decided to stick to alcohol, though they felt dizzy already from all the fumes in the air inside the club. One sailor, J.J. Kronzer, had another nagging problem. He had met a young girl while ashore, a local beauty with no front teeth. He really had no interest in the girl, but she apparently fell in love with him at first sight. She spent the next 4 days trying to lure him off the boat, much to the embarrassment of Kronzer and to the amusement of his shipmates. After a stop in Port of Spain, Trinidad, Archerfish returned to Key West on February 28th with another raft of stories to tell. In April, she took a run up the east coast of Florida to Jacksonville. They were not at all prepared for the rousing welcome they got as they entered the mouth of the St. Johns River. NBC Television had just begun running the documentary series The Silent Service on the network. One of the early episodes had included the story of Archerfish and her showdown with Shinano that night back in November 1944. The crew was surprised to see local television news crews out, filming them as they eased into Jacksonville. The boat moored at the Naval Reserve Training Center and held open house all day Saturday and Sunday. The publicity brought them plenty of customers. Tom Salisbury, one of the crew members aboard that weekend, remembers crowds so large that visitors often had to stand in line for 3 hours to go down the after torpedo room hatch, the point where the tour began. This enthusiastic reception foreshadowed the boat's popularity when she visited ports of call around the world over the next few years and invited the locals to come aboard. Archerfish stopped at Kingston, Jamaica in June 1958 and spent a couple of days in Havana Harbor in September, a mere 3.5 months ahead of Fidel Castro's New Year's Day takeover in 1959. That's also about the time the boat got official word that she was to be deactivated once again, beginning in March 1959. Then, only a few days later, an odd letter from the Chief of Naval Operations arrived, saying the inactivation had been deferred, pending a decision that would be made prior to 1 February 1959. No one knew what to make of it, but it was still clear that Archerfish had only a short time left before going back into mothballs. Since there was no accounting for the rationale of the Navy brass, Archerfish and her crew carried on, conducting their exercises, with all aboard working hard and having a good time in the process, especially during a visit to New Orleans in the middle of December 1958. Later that month, several Archerfish crew members decided to spend their Christmas leave in a brothel in Havana, Cuba. They were scheduled to fly back to Key West on New Year's Day 1959 and return to the boat the next day. Their plans were unexpectedly changed when they walked out of the Hotel Packard on New Year's morning. Cars were wildly racing up and down Prado Boulevard in front of the hotel, blowing their horns, waving Cuban flags, and tossing firecrackers. Or at least the sailors thought they were firecrackers. They soon realized they were hearing gunshots. Fidel Castro's revolution had arrived in Havana. The city was under siege by an army of rebels. For the next several days it was touch and go trying to get back to Key West. All flights had been canceled, no public transportation was operating, and there wasn't a taxicab in sight. The sailors figured they would be able to think better over a couple of beers, so they started the long walk to the waterfront bars, where they had been spending most of their time the last few days. The first one they found open was New Henry's, about halfway between New Chico's and the Miami bar. Once inside, they found the bar lined with other submarine sailors out of Key West who had found themselves in like circumstances. There were 3 men off USS Trotta, SS-421, 2 from USS Chivo, SS-341, and several off Odax. Soon after the sailors had settled down to some serious drinking, a group of well-armed rebels burst through the front door and lined them up against a wall. The rebels were getting ready to kill them when the bartender somehow convinced the rebel leader that these were merely American submarine sailors, there on leave and without their boats. After checking the sailors' military ID cards, Castro's men finally lowered their weapons and demanded drinks for everybody. Using the bartender to interpret, the rebels explained that the sailors would be placed in protective custody. They were escorted upstairs to the Rooms by the Hour hotel and locked in, then advised not to attempt to leave the hotel until the rebels got full control of the waterfront district. Then they would be back to release them. It wasn't such a bad deal. The sailors were given a couple of cases of Hatui beer, 144 bottles to a case, and a case of rum from the bar, just in case they got thirsty. Several hours later, the rebels returned, but not to free them. Instead, they brought some companions to keep the submarine sailors company while they mopped up those still loyal to Batista. Apparently, the armed resistance in the area was stronger than they expected as they fought to gain control of the waterfront. It was about midnight when they finally came back again, and this time they let the sub-sailors go. At the same time, they were invited to the victory party the rebel group was getting started at the Miami bar. It was one hell of a party, and the deposed Cuban leader Fulgencio Batista indirectly paid for everything for the next couple of days. The sailors finally started getting nervous about being over leave, and as a group decided they had better walk to the American embassy and turn themselves in. The place was packed with American civilians trying to flee the country. There was nothing to eat and only water to drink. Kids were crying, and the air conditioning was on the fritz. It didn't take long for the sailors to proclaim that they had had enough of the embassy, and that the party they had left would be a far better spot to await their ride. They told the Marines guarding the door that they were returning to the waterfront and would be back in a couple of days when things were a little quieter. The Marines told them in no uncertain terms that they weren't going anywhere. It was late in the day when the sailors were finally herded into a stake body truck and taken to the airport. There, a plane provided by the State Department was waiting to take them to Key West. It was back to Gitmo and weekend liberty in Montego Bay, Jamaica, in mid-January. During this time, the boat was conveniently allowed to pick a southerly operating area on Fridays and for the following Mondays. This allowed them to surface after the end of the week's exercises, head south on all 4 engines, and spend the weekend in Jamaica. Ocho Rios was a crew favorite. There were 2 new tourist hotels there, and it was far from Kingston's depressing slums. The hotels seemed eager to have young sailors around to socialize with unaccompanied female tourists, and the crew members of Archerfish were more than happy to oblige. They also spent time in Port Antonio, a favorite haunt of movie star Errol Flynn. In February, the Archerfish narrowly missed her opportunity to become the Navy's first pink submarine, but she still managed to get some camera time in a classic motion picture. Director Blake Edwards, who later did the Pink Panther features, was shooting a movie, a comedy titled Operation Petticoat. It starred Cary Grant, who played a harried submarine skipper, and Tony Curtis, who portrayed the fictitious boat's conniving supply officer. Ironically, Curtis had actually been a submarine sailor in the final days of World War II. He had been inspired to join the Navy and volunteer for the submarine service when, back home in New York City, he watched Grant playing a sub-captain in a 1943 movie called Destination Tokyo. Edwards needed the services of several World War II-era submarines, including one that was to be painted a brilliant pink color as part of the Madcap movie's plot. The director asked for and got the Navy's cooperation and brought his crew to Key West to shoot. Lieutenant Albert Sam Houston remembers that Archerfish had all but been selected to be the pink submarine and the star of the film. She would have played a big part in the movie, but the captain of the USS Baleo, SS-285, was apparently a better politician. His boat ended up getting the leading role instead of Archerfish. Scuttlebutt was that the boat's seaman gang was paid $40 each, a considerable sum in those days, to do the pink paint job on Baleo. Still, Archerfish showed up in several of the scenes and was involved in shooting much of the underwater footage for the movie. The log entry for February 20th revealed the official name of the Hollywood-oriented operation. 07:45. Baleo underway from alongside. 09:50. Set speed 10 knots. Commenced Operation Mopix with YTB 543. The log entry for February 27th was more explicit. 10:15. Commenced steering various courses at various speeds while shooting various scenes for the movie Operation Petticoat, in company with YTB 543. YTB 543, a Navy tug named Etowina, was used as the platform to film the underway scenes. Mike Klein remembers a morning in Key West when a group of old World War II fighters, dressed up to look like Japanese Zeros, zoomed overhead, so low one of them clipped the whip antenna of another submarine. They were part of whatever scene was being shot that day, but Klein saw several of Archerfish's crew members do double takes. They had actually been in the war, and the Zeros looked all too real to them. Word was the producers had hired crop dusters to fly the planes because they were the only ones crazy enough to do the stunts. Part of the fun of the movie being shot in Key West was spotting the stars as they traveled to and from the set. Curtis and Grant passed by in their convertibles at the end of each day's filming, but it was difficult to get close enough to the set to actually see anything that was going on. Baleo was tied up most of the time she was in port, way down near the Coast Guard station. Still, some of the sailors ventured down there and tried to attract the attention of the starlets. They had no luck. A few weeks later, Archerfish was involved in much more serious operations. Once again, they were diving to the bottom, resting in the sand, mimicking a distressed submarine. The Petrel lowered a diving bell from the surface to the sub to effect a simulated rescue attempt. On this day, Captain J. M. Hyde, commander of submarine refresher training in Key West, elected to ride down in the bell. Once the bell had sealed itself against the boat at the forward torpedo room escape hatch, Hyde opened the hatch and entered the submarine. A few minutes later, he went back out the hatch and entered the bell again, then ascended to the surface. Drills such as this one continued for most of the rest of the year. They eventually culminated in a truly amazing feat that put Archerfish right back in the news once again. The boat was scheduled to spend some time in the Marine Railway in March 1959. That's where one of the junior officers, Michael Giambattista, and some of the sailors gained a new appreciation of the character of the submarine on which they were serving. They learned one day that they had a stowaway aboard. There was a small alligator living in the bilge below the maneuvering room. No one knew or admitted that they knew where the critter had come from. Some of the sailors wanted to keep it around as a pet, but of course they couldn't. The ill-tempered critter had to be removed so chipping could get underway in preparation for painting. Later that day, a couple of the men were working away, chipping paint in the after motor room bilges, when one of them yelped in surprise. His buddy thought he might have found another gator, maybe the sweetheart of the one they had kicked out of the bilge. Not so. The sailor had spotted daylight. They could look out through a hole in the hull and see the dry dock. For who knew how long there had been a little more than layers of paint between the crew of Archerfish and the sea. Holes in her hull or not, Archerfish soon found herself involved in yet another cutting-edge operation. The Navy had devised a hybrid weapon that was half torpedo, half rocket. They had dubbed the ordnance sub-rock, or submarine rocket. These odd fish were designed to be launched from a submarine's torpedo tubes. Then, once away from the boat, they ignited their rocket motors and roared away, breaking the surface of the ocean and heading for their objectives. They were designed to hit targets up to 35 miles away, usually on land, or they could be used against other ships or submarines. Since they were designed to carry nuclear warheads, a direct hit was not necessary. They were intended from the outset to pack quite a wallop. In 1959, though, the sub-rocks were not yet reliable. Archerfish, operating out of Port Everglades, Florida, had to sit on the sea bottom in order to give a stable enough platform for the rocket's launch out of the boat's torpedo tubes. Mike Lintner remembers that there was a high abort rate. The strange fish were quite temperamental. The work Archerfish was doing proved eminently valuable, though. The sad word they had all awaited finally came in June 1959. Archerfish would likely be decommissioned in February of the next year. As if she were showing her opinion on the subject, the boat's number 2 sanitary tank overhead discharge line ruptured on the same day the notification came down, causing one smelly mess. A complete shipyard overhaul was already scheduled for the first few weeks of the following year, but if she was to be deactivated only a month later, that made no sense at all. Captain Beck told his superiors that he thought, with just a little loving care and some dry dock time, the boat could meet all her commitments until the first of the year, and serve her country right to the end. He was of the opinion that a full yard overhaul so close to decommissioning was a waste, but that it would be a good idea to do some upkeep in August or September to take care of the deteriorated areas they had discovered in the superstructure. F.J. Harlfinger II, Commander Submarine Squadron 12, concurred. So that was the plan. They would nurse the old girl along until she could be laid down to rest, likely for the last time early in 1960. She had done her job well. Hell, she was still doing her job well every day. Despite that, it appeared once again that Archerfish's days of service were numbered. Chapter 12. From the Bottom. As a young officer fresh out of Annapolis, Michael Giambattista found himself spending a long, cold winter as a student in sub-school at New London, Connecticut. The harsh, biting wind off Long Island Sound seemed to find its way easily up the Thames River to the submarine base. Or one wicked nor'easter after another lined up to smack them with cold rain, sleet, or stinging snow. That made it most imperative that he request warm weather duty when he put in for his first service aboard a submarine. The possibilities he preferred were Charleston, San Diego, Pearl Harbor, or Key West, where he had lived for a while as a child. However, assignments were based on academic standing in the sub-school, and Giambattista had admittedly done less than his best while in New London. He just knew he would end up someplace with winters as bitter as they were there in New England, and he wished 1,000 times he had studied a bit harder. Still, he managed to land an assignment to Key West after all. It wasn't necessarily his first choice, but it would certainly be warmer there than up north. Besides, his childhood memories of the place were pleasant enough. He chose Archerfish for the same reasons most of the other wardroom officers did. She mostly operated only on weekdays in and out of Key West. It was perfect for those who wanted a relatively normal family life, or, on the opposite end of the scale, those who enjoyed the island's notorious nightlife. Giambattista reported to Archerfish for duty the same day as one of his classmates, Jim McNerney, known to his friends as Nummy. Though they had been at the Naval Academy at the same time, Giambattista had not known McNerney while they were there. That soon changed when they reported to sub-school and became housemates in the same snake ranch. All the occupants of the house had a good time, but Jim's seemingly continuous partying was coupled with an indifference to studies that made Giambattista look like a scholar. I had concerns that having Nummy here with me on our first submarine might not be to my benefit, Giambattista remembers. They usually got underway early from the submarine basin and proceeded out the South Channel, a route used only by Archerfish and the fleet of shrimp boats. They were on station in that day's operating area by 0800 and proceeded to dive to 100 feet or so while turning into the Gulf Stream. They assumed a forward speed of 3 knots, and most resembled a salmon that was attempting to swim upstream but mostly remained in the same spot. After diving, they hovered there, conducting their drills, spending the rest of the day bucking the ocean current until 4 or 5 in the afternoon when they surfaced. The atmosphere inside the boat was stifling, humid, and by the time they reached the surface, the air was so foul it was hardly fit to breathe. They usually found that they were in about the same spot where they had dived that morning. Giambattista's concerns about Nummy and his escapades soon proved to be well-founded. Only a few days after he reported aboard Archerfish, they had to hold up getting under way so McNerney could dash down the pier and race up the brow to report for duty. Giambattista also got into his only serious trouble thanks to Nummy. The exec put Giambattista in charge of making sure his fellow Annapolis alum showed up in time for duty. Of course, that was an impossible task, and Mike had to pay the price. Later, Nummy had an opportunity to make it up to his old sub-school classmate. Archerfish was in transit, heading back to Key West, down the Florida Strait, between the mainland peninsula and the Bahamas, when they encountered unusual sea conditions. A 25-knot wind was opposing a brutally strong tide that night, and the waves were crashing on top of the resulting chop. That meant Giambattista, who was on watch on the bridge, was getting doused. The sky was black, moonless, and the eerie bioluminescence of the water washing over the bridge was almost hypnotic. The young officer was getting a good bouncing around, and that, along with the breaking waves, the swirling phosphorescence, and the lack of a horizon for reference, eventually had him totally disoriented. Just when Giambattista realized that he was in trouble, that he didn't know up from down, his old buddy Nummy showed up 15 minutes early to relieve him. For once, Giambattista was more than glad to turn over the watch to him. The atmosphere in Guantanamo Bay was certainly different when they returned there for operations in mid-January 1959. Because of Castro's revolution, Guantanamo City was no longer available to them for an evening's recreation. From that point on, there was a fierce stare-down going on between the Marines at Gitmo and Castro's troops just across the fence that marked the perimeter of the base. Sailors visiting Guantanamo had to settle for whatever recreation they could find on the naval base itself. The world was most definitely changing, and Archerfish was admittedly getting tired. One malfunction caused the old boat's crew to rely on truly ancient navigational methods. They had made one of their weekend runs down to Jamaica and were on the way back on Sunday night so they could be ready for operations on Monday morning. As they left Ocho Rios behind, the boat's gyro compass quit working. The armored car magnetic compass had long since given up the ghost due to neglect. They had no reliable way to tell which direction they were going. When Mike Giambattista took the watch at midnight, navigator Bill Willis advised the young officer to simply steer by the North Star. He instructed Giambattista to keep Polaris 2 points on the starboard bow, and they would eventually make landfall on the south coast of Cuba, hopefully close to their assigned operating area. It worked. They did. Charlie Beck was relieved of his duty as skipper of Archerfish on September 5, 1959. He was reassigned to the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island, for duty on the staff there. Lieutenant Commander William Evans assumed command of the boat in a change of command ceremony at 08:30 that morning. 1 month later, he and the crew were involved in one of the most amazing human feats ever accomplished, and one that only added to Archerfish's already storied history. In late September, a quartet of brave divers had begun riding out into the open sea with Archerfish. They were Medical Corps Commander George Bond, Chief Engineman Cyril J. Tuckfield, Commander W. F. Mazzone, and Lieutenant L. S. Van Orden. The submarine slid to the bottom of the ocean to a depth of around 200 feet. Once there, resting in the sand, a pair of the divers slipped into the forward torpedo room escape trunk, went through an elaborate rapid pressurization routine, and then opened the door to the outside. From there, using nothing more than their swim fins and Mae West life jackets, they floated to the surface. It was all in an effort to prove the possibility of relying on such a buoyant, free ascent to save the lives of sailors who might find themselves trapped aboard an imperiled submarine. In addition to wartime sinkings, there is a long list of peacetime submarine accidents that have claimed the lives of most or all of the crew of those unfortunate boats. The Navy had noticed that many peacetime submarine accidents occurred in depths of 300 feet or less. However, in many such accidents, those who had survived the initial trauma that caused the sinking still died before they could be rescued. They were unable to escape the sunken submarines and get to the surface. While successful rescues had been mounted over the years, using everything from cranes to diving bells, many subsailors died on the ocean floor awaiting help. There were those in the Navy who believed strongly that a buoyant ascent, a long float to the surface after quick pressurization, was possible from depths as far down as 300 feet. That's what Archerfish's brave passengers were intent on proving in the early fall of 1959, despite the naysayers who maintained that the whole thing was impossible and would almost certainly be suicidal for those who tried it. The boat's operation on October 1, 1959, did not look promising in the beginning. Hurricane Gracie had passed to the north over the last few days and then worked her way up the Atlantic coast of the United States. Hurricane Hannah had been heading for the Atlantic coast as well, following closely in the footsteps of her destructive sister. But then, in a hopeful development, Hannah made a sudden veer to the north and was not likely to strike land or interfere with Archerfish's mission. Indeed, when the submarine arrived in her operations area that morning, 15 miles southwest of Key West, near Vestal Shoal, the seas were almost glassy calm, and the sky had only a milky overcast. Just as he had been doing for the past several weeks, Captain Bill Evans ordered the boat to go to the bottom. This day, though, the seafloor was a good 100 feet deeper than where they had been operating most recently. That was by design. They finally settled into the sand at a depth of 320 feet. Remember, the pressure of water increases by 1 atmosphere every 33 feet, and Archerfish was designed to operate no deeper than 412 feet. Remember, too, that conventional wisdom prior to that time was that a human could not survive if he tried to float to the surface from any great depth without a breathing apparatus. The pressure of the air he had in his lungs would have to be equal to the awful, squashing pressure of the seawater around him. He would have to somehow let that pressurized air out as the water grew less dense. Even if he managed to breathe out, the pressurization process would compress nitrogen in his blood, causing nitrogen narcosis, or the notorious rapture of the deep, in which the diver would behave irrationally and possibly in a suicidal manner. Those same nitrogen bubbles in the blood would also cause the bends, an agonizingly painful condition that could lead to serious injury or death. With the help of archerfish, the divers had already proven that, if the proper procedure was followed, the buoyant ascent could be accomplished with few side effects from depths down to 200 feet. Today they were going for the record. They were determined to prove that their fellow submarine sailors could have a fighting chance for survival, even if they became stranded at what had previously been thought to be deadly ocean depths. The submarine rescue ship Penguin hovered overhead, letting archerfish know by underwater telephone when she was in place. Next, she dropped her diving bell into the green waters. 3 scuba divers rowed the bell down, holding on outside as it plunged deeper and deeper. Another man was riding inside the bell. All 4 men were there to observe and photograph the experiment, as well as to try to rescue the researchers if something went wrong. Meanwhile, in Archerfish's forward torpedo room, Commander George Bond, a Navy doctor from Bat Cave, North Carolina, and Cyril Tuckfield, a gregarious chief petty officer from Miami, were getting ready to go to work. They wore only swim trunks, face masks, a Mae West life vest, and on their wrists pressure gauges. They looked as if they might be getting ready to take a dip at the beach back in Key West, instead of earning themselves a place in Navy history and the Guinness Book of World Records. When word came that the bell was on the way down from Penguin, the 2 men climbed up into Archerfish's forward escape trunk and dogged the hatch beneath them. Now there was no way to communicate verbally with the crew of the sub, the men with the diving bell, or the men on the rescue ship that floated just over 300 feet above them. Bond and Tuckfield began to quickly run down their checklist. Satisfied all was in order, Tuckfield opened a valve, and seawater began gushing into the escape trunk. It was surprisingly cold, considering they were off the southernmost tip of Florida, but they were also on the murky sea bottom. The sunny surface was a football field's length above them. In no time, the cold water was up to their chins. Next, just as they had done at more reasonable depths and on less historic days, they cracked another valve that allowed highly pressurized air to hiss into the cramped compartment. They breathed it in deeply. When the air pressure around the 2 men reached the equivalent of about 240 feet of ocean pressure, the gauge on Dr. Bond's wrist cracked. It was of no more use to him. As the atmosphere in the constricted compartment grew heavier and heavier, Bond held his nose while keeping his mouth closed tightly and tried to equalize the pressure in his head to keep his ears from rupturing. The entire pressurization process took less than half a minute. It had to go quickly. Taking longer would have dire consequences. All the while, Bond held his feet against the door that led outside the submarine, out into the unbelievably harsh surroundings of the ocean depths. He would not have to kick the door open. When the pressure inside the escape trunk was equal to the tons of seawater outside, the door would ease open on its own. That would be their signal that it was time to go. When Bond felt the doorway move slightly, he yelled, "Bottom!" Tuckfield quickly shut the air valve. The 68-degree water was still up to their necks, and they were breathing air that was pressurized to 10 atmospheres, about 134 pounds per square inch, higher than the pressure of air on the surface of the ocean, where they were headed. The 2 men were thankful for one thing. The scientists had warned them that air under such intense pressure would likely be painfully hot. Instead, this stuff was only pleasantly warm compared to the frigid water that had them shivering and their teeth chattering. Now, with the pressure inside the escape trunk equal to that of the seawater outside, they had to move in a hurry. They would begin to feel rapture of the deep if they tarried too long. Quickly, Commander Bond used an air hose to inflate Tuckfield's Mae West jacket to 140 pounds of pressure, and the chief returned the favor. Then they each slipped through the door and outside the submarine. Even a big barrel-chested man can normally hold only about 7 quarts of air in his lungs. Bond and Tuckfield had the equivalent of 18 gallons of air compressed into theirs when they eased out the door in the side of Archer Fish's escape trunk at just after 11 o'clock that morning. Cameraman John Light, one of the divers who had ridden the diving bell down, saw the bubbles of air already escaping from the mouths of Bond and Tuckfield as the 2 men began to ascend. He quickly snapped a photo that showed up in Time magazine 2 weeks later. The 2 researchers in swim trunks and face masks are visible in the photo, rising upward amid bubbles with the dark bulk of Archer Fish in the background. All the way up, Bond and Tuckfield forced the compressed air to escape out their mouths as the water pressure around them lessened with every foot they rose. The air in their Mae Wests leaked out through automatic valves as well, or they would have exploded. From the escape trunk door in Archer Fish's forward superstructure to the surface of the sea above was a distance of 302 feet. The 2 men made the ascent in only 53 seconds. From the time they first entered the escape hatch until they reached the surface, only 7 minutes had passed. When they grabbed a life ring and were pulled aboard the Penguin, both men reported feeling fine. There was no evidence of nitrogen poisoning or of the bends. The crews of Archer Fish and Penguin and the 2 brave divers had shown the world. The risk was certainly worth the reward. They had just given new hope to generations of submarine sailors to come. There were several interesting side notes to the story. In one of their ascents, Bond and Tuckfield were able to equalize the air pressure in the escape trunk to the water pressure outside in only 13 seconds. In a real emergency, with 5 or 6 dozen men in need of rescue, it was good to know escape could be done that quickly. Archer Fish loaned a life raft to the submarine rescue vessel to be used by the naval photographers and their support personnel who were documenting the events of October 1st. When they got it back, the morphine that was part of the raft's emergency supplies was missing. There was also Chief Tuckfield's infamous retort before one of their departures from the escape trunk door. Dr. Bond politely asked the CPO if he would like to be the first one out of the submarine this time. Without hesitation, Tuckfield responded, "Screw you, O glorious leader." Bond, as had been customary in their previous ascents, led the way out into the ocean depths that day as well. Chapter 13. SS to AGSS. Between her recommissioning in 1957 and the middle of November 1959, Archer Fish had steamed almost 50,000 miles, enough to circle the world twice, with a little left over. By that time, all indications were that she was about to be decommissioned for the 3rd time, and the general understanding was that she would end up like so many of her sisters, sent to the Navy of some foreign government, scrapped, or used for target practice. Then, around Thanksgiving, the boat received some odd news. They were being sent back to the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard in January, as anticipated, but not to get her ready for mothballs. Archer Fish, despite her glorious past, no longer had any modern military capability. The new nuke boats were assuming more and more of the operational roles. No one could imagine what the Navy had in mind for the old girl this time. To further confuse the issue, a call for volunteers was sent throughout the submarine force. Only single men were eligible to apply. No married men need bother to try. Personnel selected would report to Archer Fish and prepare for a 2-year special mission. In early December, the boat steamed up the east coast of Florida once again, bound for Jacksonville. She was to help with target practice for the Airedales, the Navy pilots who were based there. As usual, after a day's work, a sizable contingent of crew members went ashore to quench their thirst. Despite its being December, most of them decided it was time as well to take a swim in the ocean. They stripped down to various stages of undress and dived into the surf off Jacksonville Beach, just as the shore patrol rolled up and started yelling at them. When ordered out of the water, the swimmers ignored the command. They told the shore patrol, "If you want us, you'll have to come in and get us." They had no plans to cut their swim short. The shore patrol had no intention of getting soaked trying to pull a bunch of drunken submarine sailors out of the surf either. They could only hope none of them drowned as they climbed back into the vehicle and drove on. When they got good and ready, the Archerfish sailors, now refreshed and ready to finish their tour of the local establishments, waded out of the Atlantic, got dressed, and continued on to the next bar. Just before Christmas 1959, the commander of the Atlantic submarine fleet notified the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard that Archerfish would be there beginning the 1st of February for docking and repairs. It was estimated that the work would cost $10,000, and that's all that was allotted for her refitting. Somehow, they had to get it done. December 22nd, 1959. Dear Mom and Dad, I won't be coming home as planned. Today, I shipped over for 4 more years. I'm now on the USS Archerfish, SS-311. We are leaving Key West for the yards in Philadelphia on the 26th of January for about 10 weeks, and from there we are off on a 2-year world cruise. This is the reason I shipped over. I think that a chance to go around the world for 2 years is worth another 4 years in the Navy. Kenny. Kenneth Pig Henry first heard about Archerfish's new assignment while he was still serving aboard Trutta. Word was they were looking for volunteers who were unmarried. The Navy wanted an all-bachelor crew because the boat would be gone for so long at a time, and it would not be convenient for crew members to go home for any family emergencies. It was still something of a mystery, but it certainly sounded intriguing. Trouble was, Henry also heard that over 300 submarine sailors had volunteered for the 61 enlisted positions on the boat. There were also plenty of commanders and executive officers in Key West who were taking advantage of the opportunity to transfer over their worst troublemakers, making sure they were out of their hair for at least 2 years. Henry had concluded there was little chance he could get a billet aboard Archerfish. Besides that, Henry was tired of the Navy. He had fulfilled his military obligation and was counting the days until he could get out. Finally, his time came. He was transferred to the receiving barracks at the Key West Naval Station to await discharge. He had purchased a bus ticket to Miami and a plane ticket home to Baltimore. With help from some shipmates, 2 cases of C-store cigarettes, 50 cartons, had been smuggled off the base and were safely secured in the baggage room at the Greyhound bus station. He had already written his folks, letting them know he would be home by Christmas. Now, all he had to do was sit in the legendary Gate Bar, so named because it was just outside the main gate to the base, and wait for his discharge date. One afternoon he struck up a conversation with a second-class personnelman from the receiving barracks who was also drinking lunch that day. "Pig, what would it take to get you to ship over?" the personnelman suddenly asked out of the blue. Henry had not even considered staying in the Navy. He figured it was time to go home and get started on a career that would keep him out of bars and on solid ground. But a quick thought hit him, and he spoke before he realized it. "Get me a set of orders to Archerfish for that world cruise and I'll stay," he answered. The personnelman told him to sit right there until he got back. Henry told him he had no intentions of going anywhere until it was time to catch that Greyhound and ride it to Miami, then fly home to Baltimore. 3 hours later, the man was back with orders in hand. Henry had not moved. "Here you go, Pig. The boat's on the way in from daily operations. You can ship over after you report aboard." Henry was speechless. Just like that, his life had taken a sharp right turn. He was about to re-up for 4 more years, with at least the first 2 aboard a diesel boat that was supposed to be leaving soon for an unheard-of 2-year world cruise. He was so close to going home, to not being in the Navy. "What the hell? I'll do it," he said, and motioned for Betty, the barmaid, to bring him and his new best friend another beer. Henry reported aboard Archerfish that night, and to this day he maintains that it was one of the best decisions he ever made. Unwittingly, he had just become part of a crew that would be envied for years as they sailed throughout the world on what was truly to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By the way, he safely smuggled the 2 cases of tax-free C-store cigarettes back onto the base. Mike "Mother" Lintner didn't have a choice. He was one of the guys who had run afoul of his exec and soon found himself Archerfish bound. He had shipped over on the USS Atuli, SS-403, when her skipper promised him he could stay with her for at least a year. When the CO went on leave, though, the boat's XO promptly informed him he was gone. Gone for 2 long years. He was reassigned to Archerfish, the boat he had recommissioned in 1957. "I'm really doing you a hell of a favor," the exec told him. Lintner didn't believe it for a minute. He tried to reach the captain to plead his case, but it was to no avail. The squadron commander's office simply told him to put in a letter. Meanwhile, the exec pointedly instructed him to pack his sea bag and get off the boat, or the chief of the boat would do it for him, and the COB would deliver sailor and sea bag to the brig. Lintner stomped across the brow and off the Atuli. He made his way over to Archerfish's berth, still trying to figure out a way to get his old billet back. It didn't take him long to realize that the exec on Atuli had told him the truth after all. He had indeed done him a favor. He didn't know them all at the time, but in short order he would serve alongside Turkey Neck, Nasty, Chainfall, Pine Tree, Greasy Joe, Pigpen, Bacco Bill, Squeaky, Looney, Dirty Hermie, Bush, Dinky, and a whole bunch of other colorful characters. Mike Lintner had just become the latest to join what would truly be the grandest of adventures. Archerfish conducted her final operations as an SS on January 11, 1959. She fired a torpedo for the final time that day, a Mark 14-3A. Lieutenant Junior Grade Jim McDermott was the boat's first lieutenant, gun boss, and torpedo officer, as well as being a Mustang, an officer promoted up from the enlisted ranks, who had ridden submarines during World War II as an enlisted man. He made the approach and final setup and gave the order to fire. The launch was McDermott's qualification shot in order for him to receive his gold dolphins. On January 22nd, the Chief of Naval Operations sent out Notice 5030, redesignating Archerfish from an SS to an AGSS, an auxiliary submarine. From that day forward, though she was no longer classified as a man of war, she would continue to be a warrior in her own right. The boat left Key West on January 25th, headed up the eastern seaboard for Philadelphia. No one aboard knew it at the time, but after all her years there, she would never return to Key West again. Archerfish arrived at the mouth of the Delaware Bay on a foggy afternoon. The pea soup was so dense they postponed the long navigation upriver past Wilmington to Philly until visibility improved. Captain Evans gave the order to anchor for the night. The boat showed anchor lights, and crew members were told to take turns ringing the ship's bell so no one would run over them in the fog. There was one problem. Nobody could locate the bell. It was later learned that A.B. Snyder, one of the cooks, had thrown it over the side with the trash one night, soon after the boat sailed from Key West. He wanted to make sure that the cooks would never have to polish it again. The crew had to improvise. They found a piece of angle iron in the pump room, hung it from the shears, and beat on it all night with a hammer to keep someone from running them down in the murky fog. Michael Klein remembers it was a mild night, and the captain gave permission to use the cigarette deck. The bay was flat calm, and the fog and darkness only added to the peacefulness of the evening. After all the turmoil she had been through, it seemed appropriate that the boat have a restful night before she started getting ready for her next escapade. Later, Klein was on watch in the radio shack and assisted Captain Evans in placing a ship-to-shore telephone call to his mother, who lived in Chester, Pennsylvania. She was expecting her son home that night, and the fog had delayed his arrival until the next day. Such calls were much more complicated in those days, before satellite links and cell phones. They were limited to only a few hundred miles offshore. The cost of the call was determined by the vessel's precise location, and the charge had to be calculated using a convoluted grid system that appeared in the boat's telecommunication manuals. The radioman on the vessel had to initiate the call by contacting a ship-to-shore operator. The charges were usually reversed, with the party to whom the call was placed paying for it. Otherwise, the radioman on the boat had to keep up with the cost, based on the complicated grids and formulae in the manuals and how long the call lasted. Then it was also his job to collect the money from all the men who made calls and mail it to the telephone company. Once both parties were on the line, the conversation was awkward at best. It was necessary for both people to remember to say "over" at the end of each thought, so the person on the other end knew it was his or her turn to talk. Still, in addition to the captain's call, Klein assisted several other Archerfish crew members in connecting with home that foggy night as they lay at anchor in Delaware Bay. And yes, Radioman Klein did call his own mother that night. She was thrilled to hear from him. Chapter 14. A Sailor's Dream Cruise. For the next 8.5 years, Archerfish led an existence that would have challenged the credibility of even the most creative Hollywood scriptwriter. At times, it seemed she was trying to outdo the movie Operation Petticoat, in which she had played a bit part, or provide fodder for the writers who created the gambling, bootlegging, rule-flaunting crew of McHale's Navy, a television sitcom popular during much of Archerfish's Seascan years. The irreverence and adventures of her crew might even have topped that of the crews of other military-related sitcoms. Hogan's Heroes, which first aired in the mid-'60s as well, and MASH, which wouldn't debut until 4 years after Archerfish was gone. It is important to note, though, that the boat and her very able crew spent those years doing far more than simply testing the limits of naval decorum and leaving a legendary legacy of unsurpassed high-jinks. She was also engaged in a vital top-secret mission that helped in no small way to maintaining U.S. nuclear superiority over the Russians and other potential enemies during the Cold War. She never fired a shot or faced down a Russian vessel, but her contribution was just as valuable as anyone else's in maintaining the crucial nuclear balance that has so far kept the atomic bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki the only ones ever dropped in anger. The nature of that important mission was hardly a factor, though, in how most of her crew ended up taking the ride of their lives. They wanted in on what one newspaper dubbed a sailor's dream cruise. Like Ken Henry before him, Dale A. Nasty Ness was intent on getting out of the Navy and heading home to Joplin, Montana. He had been in Portsmouth Naval Shipyard as part of the commissioning crew on USS Barbell, SS-580, and was looking forward to putting the Navy behind him. The yeoman had already begun the discharge process. They were talking one day, filling out the paperwork, when the yeoman casually mentioned something interesting that had recently crossed his desk. "I got this notice from Gallant. It sounds kind of crazy," he said. "They're looking for volunteers, single men only, to take a 2-year cruise around the world." "Hold on," Ness called out. "You say a 2-year around-the-world cruise?" "Well, that's what the notice said." "Stop writing and listen," Ness said. "If you can get me orders on that boat, I'll ship over for 2 more years." "You serious?" "Damn right." "Well, go on back to the galley and I'll see what I can do." Later that day, the yeoman looked Ness up and reported that he had made a few phone calls. His orders to Archerfish would show up in the mail on Monday. Sure enough, they did. Dale Ness shipped over on Monday afternoon and caught the train that night for Philadelphia to join his new boat. William G. Dinky Earle had gone a step farther. He had already left the Navy after making second-class engineman on the USS Bream, SS-243. He missed the life, though, and rejoined in 1959, even though he had to take a reduced rating as a fireman to get back in. When he got to Key West and reported aboard a Thule, he met Mike Lintner and Bacco Bill Heisley. They told him that they had just gotten orders to a boat that was about to leave on a 2-year trip that would take them all over the world. Heisley was excited, but Lintner was still angry about being transferred off a Thule. Earle liked the sound of the mission and went over to Archerfish with his records to see if he could talk himself aboard. The engineering officer at the time, Lieutenant Jack Willis, didn't sound very promising, though. "I've still got one married second-class engineman I've got to transfer off," he said, "but I can't swap him for a fireman." "Wait, look at my record and qualifications." Willis did. You aren't nearly as bad as some of the others that are coming aboard," he said. "I'll approve the swap." George Hughes knew all along that he wanted to be on Archerfish. He was serving aboard Trotta in Key West and shared the same wing of the barracks with the Archerfish crew. He remembered wading through their empty 7-Up cans each morning, the remains of their rum and 7 parties the night before. He vowed then that he would one day serve with those guys. When the chance came, he took it. A Kentuckian named Duell E. Possum Perry was fortunate enough to get an assignment to Archerfish right out of submarine school in New London. He was more than ready to get out of New London and onto his first submarine. He was packed and set to leave when he got word that he had to stick around for a while longer for a 3-week submarine electrician school on the base, and that he had to wait 2 weeks for an opening in the class. It seemed like forever, but Perry finally finished the class. His woes were just beginning. When he got his orders to Archerfish, he grabbed the first bus that would get him close to home, Harlan, in the far southeast corner of Kentucky. It was sort of on the way to Key West and his new boat, and he wanted to spend a few days with his family. The bus got him to within 30 miles of Harlan and dropped him off there at 2 a.m. He had to hitchhike and walk the rest of the way home. Somewhere between Connecticut and Kentucky, though, Greyhound had lost his bags. All he had was the uniform he wore, his orders, and one change of civilian clothes that he carried on a hanger. After his leave was up, he put the few other civilian articles of clothing he had in a bag, climbed into his lone uniform, and caught a Greyhound for Key West. In his haste to get on the road, he forgot to throw his orders into the bag. By the time the bus arrived in Miami, he was dirty and tired. Dirty enough that the shore patrol picked him up at the bus station and threw him into a paddy wagon. They finally believed his lost baggage story and let him go, but not before he agreed to put on his civvies instead of the grungy white uniform in which he had been traveling. They delivered him back to the bus station just in time for him to catch his ride down US 1 to Key West. The Marine Guard at the gate to the naval station was suspicious. "Let me see your Liberty card," he barked. "I don't have one. I'm traveling under orders and reporting to Archerfish for duty." "Then show me the orders." "I left them at home in Kentucky." Where's your uniform?" "Greyhound lost them." "They lost all your uniforms?" "All but one." "Then why don't you have it on?" "It's filthy. I rode all the way from Harlan County, Kentucky in it, and it was dirty. The shore patrol in Miami made me take it off, or they were going to put me in the brig." "You're not getting in this gate without a uniform on." With that, Possum went and put on the wrinkled, filthy uniform, and the guard finally let him pass. Lieutenant Jerry Davy, the exec on Archerfish, wasn't sympathetic either. He threatened to court-martial Perry for showing up for duty in such a messy uniform and with no orders. Still, when he heard the whole story, Davy calmed down and turned him over to the chief of the boat, Joe Pino. He and the crew got the young sailor cleaned up and found him some dungarees to wear. Perry knew then that he was finally home. William E. Robbie Roberts was aboard USS Toro, SS-422, at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard when he got word he had been selected to go to Archerfish if he wanted to. He had heard enough about the boat and her mission that he was more than ready to go. Trouble was, he was in Maine. His new boat was in New London by then, and he had less than 48 hours to report. He managed to make it down to New London by the next night and dropped off his records and sea bag just in time to get some sleep. There was one other complication, though. Roberts still had his car parked just outside the gate. He could hardly leave it there for 2 years. "C.O.B., can I have liberty long enough to see if I can sell my car?" he asked Pappy Bettis the next morning. "You got till noon. We get underway then." Roberts ended up giving the vehicle back to the finance company, along with an extra $100. Some of the crew members who joined Archerfish later in Operation Seascan had their own interesting stories to tell about how they came to be aboard. Lightning Larry Meyer almost made a terrible mistake. He and a friend had decided to volunteer in 1963 for Operation Deep Freeze, the Navy's aptly named mission in support of the exploration of frigid and desolate Antarctica. 2 days after they put in their requests, Meyer saw a message about the need for an unmarried electrician on Archerfish. He, too, had heard plenty about this boat and her round-the-world escapades. He went, hat in hand, back to the exec's stateroom to request that his Operation Deep Freeze transfer chit be returned, that he had changed his mind about the frosty assignment for which he had put in. "I see you came to your senses," the exec said with a smile as he handed the papers back to Meyer. "No, sir, I got a better deal," Meyer proclaimed as he handed him the chit for transfer to Archerfish. Kenneth R. Andy Anderson may hold the record for traveling the longest distance to join Archerfish. When he graduated from submarine school in New London in the spring of 1963, he received orders to report to Archerfish in San Francisco. He flew across the country, reported to Treasure Island, and gave his orders to the yeoman there. "Welcome aboard, but your boat is now in Japan," the yeoman happily told him. "Oh, and you have to get your shots before you leave." Anderson went through the agony of getting all his immunizations, then caught a bus headed northeast to Travis Air Force Base and a plane that would take him to Japan. When he got to Travis, he discovered the hospital corpsman at Treasure Island had not added his immunization records to his orders, so he had to take the battery of shots all over again. Still, he was soon on his way, doubly inoculated, across the Pacific to Yokosuka, Japan, where Archerfish was supposed to be. But when he got to the base at Yokosuka and stuck his orders through the window to be stamped, the yeoman there looked at him sideways. "Sailor, your boat is in San Francisco," he told him. "I just came from there," Anderson explained. "They told me it was here." "Nope, she's in San Francisco, all right," the yeoman assured him, and arranged for him to hop a flight back across the Pacific. Back at Treasure Island, he again stuck his orders through the window to be stamped. The yeoman there looked at the paperwork for a moment. "Hey, there was another guy here a week ago looking for Archerfish. She's in Japan." "That was me. I just got back from Japan. They say she's here." "No, she's in Japan. No doubt about it." So it was back to Travis, but no round of inoculations this time. After his second westward trip across the Pacific, Anderson again went to the submarine base at Yokosuka and shoved his papers through the window at the waiting yeoman. The yeoman considered the young sailor's orders for a minute, rubbing his chin thoughtfully the entire time. "You know, there was a guy in here a few days ago looking for archerfish. That boat's in San Francisco." With amazing calm, Anderson explained once again that he was that guy, that he had made 2 trips to San Francisco and 2 to Japan looking for archerfish, and that the boat didn't seem to be in either place. The yeoman did some checking and assured him that she absolutely was still in San Francisco. Anderson had no choice. He caught another plane eastbound for San Francisco. This time, the yeoman did some more serious checking and found that archerfish had been at Hunter's Point all the time, just down the bay, almost within sight of Treasure Island. Anderson caught a ride down to Hunter's Point and reported aboard on Sunday night. He was just in time. Archerfish was underway early the next morning. Her first scheduled stop after a brief stay in Hawaii? Yokosuka, Japan. "I should have been awarded wings, along with my dolphins, for all the time I spent in the air," Anderson says. By 1967, the boat and her exploits were near mythical throughout the Navy. When Gerald L. Corny Cornelison was in submarine school in January of that year in cold, snowy New London, his instructors liked to warm up their students with tales about various submarines in the fleet. Those stories were often about a legendary all-bachelor boat that had literally sailed the 7 seas with its playboy crew. The boat that was the subject of all those stories was never named, and Corny and his classmates assumed she was an amalgam of several vessels, or that the stories were mere fairy tales, little more than liberally embellished sea stories. After graduation, the class was assembled to receive their assignments to the various submarines in the fleet. When the chief got to Cornelison's name, he did a double take. "Cornelison? USS Archerfish? Son of a bitch!" he exclaimed. "Archerfish! That's the boat, sailor! The old bachelor boat! How the hell did you get on Archerfish? There's a 2-year wait to get on that boat! Son of a bitch!" Corny joined Archerfish in Hawaii as soon as she pulled in from Midway. He still doubted the veracity of the tall tales about the boat, but getting an assignment to a boat everyone seemed to admire, and to do so in Hawaii after a long, chilly New England winter was more than he could have hoped for. It didn't take him long, though, to learn that the stories he had heard told and retold in his sub-school classroom on those cold, snowy days were absolutely true. Totally and absolutely true. Chapter 15. Kenny Woods and His 60 Thieves. Someone had come up with the idea of meeting a commitment to the United States Air Force by providing a submarine that would have otherwise been put out of commission. Archerfish was an unmodernized fleet boat with no role in the mix of nuclear and high-speed diesel-electric submarines that were being used by the Navy in the 1960s. She was 18 years old and in too poor repair to be a candidate for modernization, but she was, oddly enough, perfectly suited for the new job she was assigned. A fleet boat like Archerfish was actually a very effective surface ship that just happened to be able to dive. She was designed to handle much better on the surface than when submerged. She was in reality slow and clumsy underwater, but an excellent vessel when operating on the surface. Her bow was flared and had a large buoyancy tank. That made her tend to ride over waves instead of trying to bore right through them the way modern submarines want to do in those rare times when they are on the surface. The bridge area of a fleet boat was designed for surface operations as well. The fair water extended back on either side of the conning tower and periscope supports, or shears, and ended in a deck area called the cigarette deck. In addition to those on watch, other crew members could come topside and enjoy the open air and relatively generous space. Archerfish also had a small superstructure. Her weight was concentrated low in the hull, allowing her to ride well for a ship of her size, much better, in fact, than most surface ships of the same displacement. In short, all this made her a perfect hydrographic survey vessel, and for the delicate work she would be doing, she would be able to dive as necessary and offer a much more stable platform underwater than any ship could possibly do on the surface. She would be required to take readings at least every 60 miles along a prescribed track, using an extremely sensitive device that compensated somewhat for the ship's motion. When the sea was calm, those readings could be taken on the surface, and almost any old vessel would do. However, when the ocean was too rough, the submarine could simply dive, go to a depth where sea conditions were calmer, take the essential readings, and then surface again and drive on. From all the articles that the Navy Public Relations guys managed to get published in the local papers and the military publications, it appeared that Operation Sea Scan was to be a relatively mundane undertaking. The releases admitted that her mission was classified, but hinted that, as with most hydrographic survey operations, she was to steam over a broad area of the North Atlantic in Phase 1 and the Pacific in Phase 2, measuring and recording such exciting things as wave heights, seawater temperature, the composition of the ocean bottom, and weather conditions. There were photos accompanying the articles showing the exotic racks of equipment that would be used. They weren't exactly lying. Those ocean and meteorological readings were, in fact, religiously taken, recorded on computer punch cards, and sent back for analysis by the U.S. Naval Hydrographic Office. The information they gathered contributed considerably to the updating of ocean charts and to oceanographic research. In truth, though, Archerfish and her crew had a far more crucial role to perform, one that got no play whatsoever in the press because of its top-secret nature. As with her mission to Ascension Island several years before, she would also be taking precise measurements of the Earth's gravitational field, and she would do so with other equipment that was much less visible. The Air Force was still having trouble keeping missiles on target because of variations in gravitational pull at different places on the globe. Simply put, if it was necessary to accurately send a nuclear warhead to an enemy target by intercontinental ballistic missile, it would be difficult to do so. The scientists programming the rocket that carried it could not factor into its trajectory the correct force of gravity along the way. A nuclear force offered little deterrence if it was not accurate enough to be a real threat. There was a real fear that the Russians might eventually find out that the United States could not hit the broadside of a barn with their ICBMs. They might well decide then that they could go claim a few new countries for communism with impunity, or launch their own first strike against the United States. The vital information the Air Force needed to make their ICBMs more accurate would come from Archerfish, the scientists from the Naval Hydrographic Office who rode along, and their supersensitive instruments. That was the real reason for Operation Sea Scan, and for prolonging the sub's life for at least 2 more years. The areas they were to probe on this mission were primarily missile ranges. Parts of the globe that had been surveyed already were mostly on land, but vast areas of the Earth's oceans were still a mystery. The readings Archerfish took in her first month alone provided more information than had been gathered up to that time. While there was some interest by the media in her disguised oceanographic surveying job, most of the considerable news coverage focused on the unusual length of her cruise and the odd requirement for becoming a member of her crew. She would be gone for a long time and would seldom return to her home port. That's why the Navy sought only unmarried crewmen. The expense of moving families and dependents from the east to the west coast, and the likelihood that married sailors would worry about their wives and children, were the primary reasons for the requirement. Another reason was the way the mission was to be conducted. It would be difficult to break off the strictly regimented survey schedule to return some sailor to a port should a family emergency arise. Some higher up in the Navy had concluded that having all bachelors would make things much less complicated. They neglected to consider the rather obvious complications that cooping up 6 unmarried sailors on such a long voyage might create. The Philadelphia Evening Bulletin, in an article printed on April 19, 1960, made note of the 2-year mission and the all-volunteer crew. That and the fact that all but 2 of her crew members were bachelors. The submarine USS Archerfish is being readied at the Philadelphia Naval Base for a 2-year sailor's dream cruise of the world, with liberty in every port, the article began. The Navy is also providing fulfillment of its famous old enlistment slogan, "Join the Navy and see the world." Dolphin, the publication of the submarine base at New London, and Naval Base News at Philadelphia also pointed out that Catholic priests and Protestant ministers had recorded sermons to be played back on the boat since she was to be gone for so long. They, too, made much hay of the all-volunteer, almost all-bachelor crew. But even with all the hoopla, and despite the secret vital mission she was to perform, Archerfish arrived at Philadelphia in early 1960 to find that there was very little money available for the refitting she desperately needed. The Navy didn't want to spend any money on the boat. They had turned her over to the Hydrographic Office already. The Hydrographic Office maintained they didn't have any money allotted for that purpose. They were under the impression that the Navy was going to fix up Archerfish so she would be seaworthy. The orders were that the boat was to be made safe to dive to a depth of 200 feet and be able to maintain a speed of 10 knots. The 200-foot restriction would keep them from having to find and fix problems with the boat's watertight integrity at greater depths. The only work that was approved was whatever it took to accomplish those 2 simple goals. Not another penny was to be spent on Archerfish. The crew quickly realized the quality of the overhaul they were to receive was directly proportional to their ingenuity and the limited time they had to accomplish it. Not only that, but time was as scarce as money. The first phase of sea scan was to be conducted mostly in Arctic waters. If they didn't complete the overhaul quickly and get underway on schedule, the weather in the higher latitudes would quickly worsen in the fall. The mission would have to be postponed for a full year. It was far too crucial a job to be put off that long. Despite that obvious fact, neither help nor sufficient money was forthcoming from the Navy. After offloading the boat in Philadelphia, they moved into the submarine barracks in Building 619. It was a far cry from their digs in Key West. The berthing area was one big room, considerably larger than what they were accustomed to, but with a lot more people. The entire room was filled with double bunks, with only lockers separating each man from his neighbor. They made the most of their Spartan living quarters, though. The barracks craps game that had been going on here for as long as anyone could remember was still underway. There was also a poker game in the lounge that had at least as much longevity, and there was always a long line of sailors waiting to grab the next open seat. There were also the bars of Philadelphia to keep them distracted. Much of that soon changed. When the seriousness of the job they faced was fully realized, the crew of the Archerfish turned to and performed miracles. Despite the continual crap games and long nights in the bars, these dedicated men performed superhuman feats of strength and endurance. They also displayed a streak of larcenous ingenuity that was beautiful to watch, unless the observer was the one having his pocket picked. Still, they did whatever was necessary to ensure that the boat was seaworthy in time to leave the yard the first week in May, bound first for New London, then the North Atlantic. Even before their new captain assumed command, and before the new executive officer came aboard, the crew was already beginning an amazing scavenger hunt, trying to find the gear they needed to make Archerfish ready for her mission. Often, they could not afford to go through channels or do the proper requisitioning paperwork. They simply found what they needed and did whatever they had to do to appropriate it. The creative acquisitions began as soon as they berthed in Philadelphia. Even before leaving Key West, they had requested new sonar equipment to replace the totally outdated JP system in the after port corner of the forward torpedo room. There was no money available for such a luxury. About the same time, they learned that the sonar school in Key West was replacing some of their obsolete but far more modern JT equipment. Instead of being scrapped, that gear ended up on Archerfish. Since they had managed to find the sonar equipment on their own, Bueships was kind enough to okay its installation. Not pay for it, mind you, or make sure the crew had all the accessories they needed to put it into operation. Once they acquired the sonar gear for nothing, Ted Armstrong ordered cable for it. It was supposed to be waiting for them at Philadelphia. It wasn't, so more was ordered. Time was running short, though, so Armstrong, with the help of Tom Salisbury, scavenged up enough cable around the shipyard to get the job done. Maybe it did belong to another submarine that was to be refitted, but it was not being used at the moment, so Armstrong and Salisbury put it to immediate good use on Archerfish. Speculation had been rampant since they left Key West about who their new skipper would be for Seascan. He would have to be a unique individual. It was highly unusual for a submarine skipper to be single. The leading contender was, ironically enough, a Philadelphian named Kenneth Woods. He had grown up at 4015 Nielsen Street, not far from where Archerfish was tied up at the confluence of the Delaware and the Schuylkill rivers. At that time, Woods was commander of USS Sea Lion, APSS 315, a boat that was also overdue for commissioning. He was actually looking for a command that would take him back to the Pacific, and had been assured he would get the next boat out of San Diego. When he was first offered Archerfish, he couldn't accept it, even though everyone agreed that he, a bachelor, would be perfect for the job. Shortly before, he had called in a marker with the detailer, Commander Eric Hopley, who had promised him the San Diego boat. Woods had already said he would accept the Pacific command when it became available. Now he was stuck. Woods was the stepson of a Philly police detective and a solidly honest man. He would not go back on his word to Hopley after the detailer had pulled strings to grant his request, even if it meant he would miss out on a truly remarkable command. Still, he didn't say a firm no to the all-bachelor boat when he left for operations aboard Sea Lion near the Virgin Islands over Thanksgiving 1959. While there, he got a call from his division commander. Did he want Archerfish or not? After pondering the offer for a couple of days, Woods finally agreed to take the boat, but only if it was okay with the detailer who had stuck out his neck to get him the Pacific command he had asked for. It was. In early 1960, Woods was relieved of his command of the Sea Lion and headed for Philly to take over Archerfish from Bill Evans. Woods was surprised when he arrived to see stories about his new job on television and in the papers. The Navy publicity machine had made much of the hometown boy makes good angle to the story. Woods was a graduate of Frankford High School in Philadelphia and of the Naval Academy, where he had played both football and baseball. He had been in the submarine service for 9 years. His stepfather was Frank Vandergrift, a police officer in the city's North Central Detective Division. He and Wood's mother were present for the change of command ceremony in early March. Woods was a popular choice among the men who were already on Archerfish. He had a reputation as a skipper who always watched out for his crew. He also had the knack of good leadership. Word was that he made each man want to carry out his duties to the best of his abilities at all times. And best of all, no matter what time it was locally, when they pulled into port, Ken Woods always granted liberty as soon as the maneuvering watch was secured. It was a few days after Woods took command, a Tuesday, and a cold, snowy day. Dale Ness and Ken Henry were in good spirits because they were going to be getting a new executive officer that day. They had had several run-ins with the departing exec, and they looked forward to getting off on the right foot with their boat's new second-in-command. They were also feeling good because they had been doing some day drinking as well. The two men were running an errand, but decided it was too far to walk all the way from the barracks over to the marine railway and back. They spotted an unoccupied dock mule, small tractor, with a string of trailers hooked behind it, and decided to borrow it for the trip over and back. Ness took the wheel, and Henry hopped on the rear trailer, acting like the brakeman on a runaway train. Soon the two sailors were having the times of their lives, speeding and weaving the train through the slush and icy puddles, splashing cold, dirty water on anyone who got too close to their winding route. Suddenly, an officer wearing dress blues stepped out from nowhere directly into their path. Ness didn't slow down one bit. He figured the guy would have no idea who they were, and if he got splashed, well, he could just get his uniform cleaned. When he saw the runaway dock mule heading his way, the officer tried to dodge, to keep from getting run over or drenched. When he jumped, he slipped in the slush and dropped the papers he carried directly into the tractor's path. Ness jumped on the brake and just managed to get his train stopped before running over the officer. The enraged officer jumped to his feet, slapping at the mud on his uniform and picking up the scattered papers he had been carrying. He was seething. "What boat are you men from?" he demanded. Ness gave him a semblance of a salute and a crooked grin, and in his best military manner said, "Archerfish, sir." A slow smile broke out on the officer's angry face. Good. I'm Lieutenant David K. Dimmick, your new executive officer. He paused a beat for effect. Now, what are your names? Dimmick was in for another shock when he first saw the boat he had inherited. Archerfish was literally in pieces, and the work that was being done looked like total chaos. But he also learned that Kenny Woods and Jim McDermott, the boat's first lieutenant and gun boss, had already inspired a sense of loyalty among the crew. The schedule was impossible, the funds almost non-existent, but the crew was unbelievably devoted to getting the job done any way they could. If I had demanded a textbook relieving procedure, I'd still be there, in the naval yard, Dimmick says. He quickly took his cue from the crew. Their job was to get the boat shipshape by the first week of May, whatever it took. He was willing to do his part. He learned to turn his head and ignore the crew's actions when appropriate, and to do whatever it took to expedite them when called for. If someone handed him a paper to sign, he simply signed it without reading it and told the bearer, "Now go away." There was an ominous moment that first day on his new boat. It happened as Dimmick went through one of Archerfish's hatches. As he grabbed hold to keep his balance, a large piece of rust came loose and fell into his hand. He promptly called his life insurance agent in New London and increased his policy by $10,000. The yard period had actually gotten off to a very slow start. Then when Woods and Dimmick came aboard and the new engineer, Miles T. Graham, showed up, things finally began to happen. Kelsey Ray Chainfall Farrell can attest to that. He was working outboard of the No. 4 main engine when he realized he had forgotten to bring a needed pipe plug into the cramped space with him. Rather than wiggle back out to get what he needed, he yelled, "Hey, inboard! Give me a pipe plug!" He didn't specify a size, because anyone working there knew precisely what he required. There was no response, so he yelled again, this time a bit more profanely. He needed the pipe plug. "What size?" came the reply in an unfamiliar voice. "About the size of my goddamn thumb," an irritated Farrell screamed back. There was silence for a moment, and then a large red face, clearly angry, appeared at the front end of the engine. "I'm the new engineer," the newcomer growled. "Now, how big is your thumb?" Like Dimmick, Miles Graham's first impression of Archerfish was less than stellar. When he arrived at the shipyard, he went directly to the boat to check in. No one seemed to be doing much of anything productive, and the whole situation was a mess. He was told that all 4 main engines needed overhauling. None of them were operational at the time. 3 of the 4 main generators were grounded. The one good generator was on an engine that had a bad blower, and there was no good blower available. Both high-pressure air compressors were in pieces, completely disassembled, as was most of the auxiliary equipment. The stills were not capable of making water. Despite all this, there was only 1 engineman and no auxiliarymen or electricians working on board when he got there. Graham could not believe what he was hearing. He spun around and promptly headed for the boat's office to see what was going on. He found the engineer he was to relieve sitting back, his feet on a desk, reading a comic book. Graham did not bother with any pleasantries. "I relieve you," he blurted out. "Where's the crew?" The man told him he was not sure, so Graham gave cab fare to Flunky Joe Forrest, a sailor in the duty section, and told him, "Go find my people and get them back here, now." The first sailors to straggle back that day were assigned to the port section. The rest went to the starboard section. Shifts for everyone in the engineering department from that point forward were 12 on and 12 off, 7 days a week. That was the point where the crew really began to come together, where they learned what they were made of, both as individuals and as a submarine crew. Those who weren't willing to do the job were quickly gone. The rest became closer than any crew since the war, developing a strong bond that still exists today. The work and pressure of the next couple of months were what tempered this ragtag group of men into hard steel. Joe Cummings says, "Most boats were divided into 3 crews, the wardroom officers, the chiefs, and the rest of the crew. On Archerfish, we only had 1 group, 1 crew, and we were all part of it." After about 2 weeks of the punishing new schedule, Graham mustered all the members of the engineering department at shift exchange and made an announcement. "Men, we are no longer going to do the 12-hour shifts," he proclaimed. Everyone looked at each other. The boat was in almost as big a mess as when they had started the impossibly tortuous work hours. Time was running out, too. They were in serious danger of not being ready to depart on time. The entire mission was in jeopardy. They couldn't imagine why he was willing to let up on them now. Graham ignored their blank stares, clenched his jaws, and went on. "From now on, we're going to work around the clock. I expect each of you to work until you can't stay awake. When you can't stay awake, sleep where you are. When you wake up, start working again." There was no doubt at all about how serious Graham was. All liberty was cancelled. Jean Doc Barboza gave the men little white pills that helped them stay alert. Someone else discovered another way to keep awake. The electricians were using half-gallon cans of Gilly, 190-proof alcohol that was used to fuel torpedoes and clean electrical parts. If the sailors took the rags and dirty parts out of the liquid and allowed the bits of dirt and solder to settle to the bottom, they could then pour off the cleaner liquid from the top of the container, mix the stuff with coffee or soda, and drink the devilish mixture, or use it to chase down Doc's little white pills. The need for sleep disappeared entirely. When David Dimmock strolled through the boat, he was pleased to see everyone now busy, working together, getting her ready. But what he saw in the engine room gave him pause. There were no deck plates as such, only makeshift walkways fashioned from 2x12 planks. One misstep and a body would crash many feet into the bilges, with the probability of receiving severe injuries. The only acknowledgment of my presence was the glazed-over pairs of eyeballs. They all seemed to be focused on infinity. Those on their feet moved as if they were in a trance. They looked as if they had been drugged. When Dimmock found out that was precisely what was going on, he took it up with Miles Graham. The exec soon learned his opinion didn't matter down there. It was Graham's engineering space, and those men were his personnel. It was his internal affair. Dimmock could only worry, hoping nobody died or went loony before they finally got under way. Even the yard workers noticed how hard the Archerfish crew was working, how serious they were about getting their boat ready for sea on time. They knew too well the obstacles the men faced. Some of the yard workers began punching out at the end of their shifts, then staying on to work for free, helping the crew out for several more hours, either out of the goodness of their hearts or for the barter materials the crew members seemed to be able to come up with. By this time, Mike Giambattista had had his duties expanded. He was no longer just the boat's SLJO, shitty little jobs officer, the one who got the bulk of the jobs no one else wanted. He was also named supply officer. Once they were off on the mission, he quickly learned what a chore it was to feed the crew and replenish supplies and refuel outside the Navy's well-established supply chain around the world. As it turned out, his training by the boat's leading cook, Commissariman Second-Class Clarence D. Red Dog Balthrop, and the things that happened there in the Navy Yard were excellent preparation for what lay in store for Archerfish. Balthrop, from Nashville, Tennessee, was a master at getting the most for his money. After each meal, he had the mess cooks put their leftover but perfectly good food into number 10 cans instead of throwing it away. Then he handed it out the back door of the galley to appreciative yard workers. In return, the workers did extra tasks for the boat in their shops. Tom McCormick remembers that among the extras they received in return for the food were engraved belt buckles for the entire crew. The commissariman in the submarine barracks took an immediate dislike to the guys from Archerfish. 35-pound cans of coffee and sugar seemed to suddenly begin disappearing, not long after the boat first sidled up to her berth in the yard. The large tins made wonderful cumshaw, or bartering material. Greasy Joe Ozier recalls that they managed to get all the boat's hand-hole covers and injector drip pans for each of the 4 main engines chrome-plated, in exchange for the items that had been appropriated from the galley. The enginemen, in their quest to get help for their impossible task, were constantly slinking around the galley, trying to lift the coffee and sugar cans for their own cumshaw. They were so clever and relentless that there was no way to stop them, so Red Dog came up with a partial solution. He sent Tom McCormick and another mess cook to one of the shops to bring back sheets of brown cork insulation, the material attached to the inside of the boat's pressure hull. The wily cook had a creative use for the cork. He ground the material up until it had about the right consistency and then blended it into the cans of coffee. He cut at least 5 pounds of cork into every 35-pound tin of coffee before he allowed the enginemen to steal his special blend of Joe. Soon, though, the crew had moved beyond expropriating coffee and sugar. The boat was in desperate need of a left-hand blower for the No. 2 main engine. When Mike Giambattista called the Naval Supply Depot in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, near Harrisburg, they maintained there were none available for Fairbanks Morse diesel engines. Graham got on the phone that night, woke up a supply clerk, and explained that the things came in pairs, and the depot had already sent them a right-hand blower by mistake. The matching left-hand one, the one they really needed, had to be there somewhere in his warehouse if he would only get off his duff and go look for it. "You're welcome to come up and take a look," the clerk told him sarcastically. He was only interested in getting back to sleep, and told Graham what he wanted to hear. "I'll even let our security folks know you're coming. Help yourself when you get here. Good night." The sleepy clerk likely never thought the Archerfish boys would take him up on his offer. He didn't know Miles Graham. The engineer grabbed Jim McDermott, got a car, and struck out for Mechanicsburg, which was about 120 miles to the west. They got there at 2 a.m. It took them a while to locate the correct warehouse, but once they did, they quickly began opening crates, looking for the right blower. When they found it, they knew they had to find a way to get it back to the boat. It was too big to take in the car. No problem. They found a Navy truck with the keys in it, loaded the crate on the back, and strapped it down. Graham drove the borrowed truck, and McDermott followed in their car. The Marine on the gate at the naval yard was more than curious about the late-night delivery and the lack of paperwork. Graham merely told him that the truck's precious cargo was the one single element that would win or lose the Cold War. Its contents were top secret, highly classified, but crucial to the effort. "I cannot tell you more," the engineer bluffed. "It is a matter of national security. I'm not at liberty to divulge any further information about our mission. For your sake, I hope you won't force me to have to call the officer of the day." The intimidation worked. The guard allowed them to pass. They arrived at the boat just as the day shift was reporting. A big crane swung over, picked up the blower, and placed it in position. It was bolted into place before the sun was up. There was fallout. A few days later, Captain Woods and Lieutenant Graham were summoned to the office of the Commandant of the 4th Naval District. They had to explain why they took the blower without the proper paperwork, and why they had borrowed a truck to get it back to Philly. When the Commandant heard the whole story, and the fact that the clerk had told them to come up and get whatever they needed, he simply commended them on their ingenuity in solving the problem, and wished them well on their impending trip. Kenny Woods was still in the process of evaluating his new crew and the work they were doing. He always carried a small green memo book in his pocket, and he used it to make notes to himself about things that urgently needed to be done. He had noticed one engineman in particular. When he asked the officers who the man was, they answered, "That's Pigpen." He thought they were saying Thigpen. Woods wrote in his notebook in bold letters, "Get rid of Thigpen." Thankfully for both, he never got around to doing it. While they were getting some of the things they needed through normal channels, like anti-corrosive and anti-fouling paint, it was still difficult to get smaller parts, such as fuel injectors for the engines, spare valves for the compressors, and other expensive items. It was common knowledge that the other submarines in the yard for overhaul had an abundance of such parts in their cages, the fenced, locked storage areas that were assigned to each boat, but they were not willing to share. The Archerfish crew happened upon a scheme that worked quite well. They sent a couple of guys to the cage area that had been assigned to one of the other boats. They went on the pretext of trying to find someone who they needed to talk with. While one sailor engaged the other boat's men in conversation, an accomplice slipped around and unlocked one of the windows to the cage. He also memorized where all the parts were stored. All the other boats in the yard were on normal daytime working hours. Only Archerfish's crew worked around the clock. That meant the other boats' cages were locked but unguarded at night. Since the weather was cold, the windows stayed closed and were rarely checked at quitting time when everyone left for the day. In the wee hours, the men from Archerfish sneaked back and crawled through the window that had been unlocked the previous day. They were able to shop at their leisure for the parts they needed. Once inside the cage area, it was often necessary to pick locks to get at the stuff they wanted. Mike Mother Lintner and Galen O. Turkey-neck Steck became very adept at it. They fashioned burglar tools from tap extractors and hacksaw blades, and these implements became invaluable in filling the orders for the parts they were unable to obtain through normal channels. It's important to note that there was a strict ethical code in place during this entire process. The Archerfish crew never took anything they didn't specifically need, and they never took anything personal. Since it was Navy property in the first place, and they were going to use it on a Navy boat, it wasn't really stealing. They were merely enhancing the Navy's distribution process, redirecting items to where they were most needed. Besides, it kept the supply petty officers from having to worry about all that paperwork, so their methods were good for the Navy in the long run. Since the Archerfish's unique requisition system seemed to be working so well, the men became even bolder. Mike Lintner was determined to replace the missing ship's bell, the one that was thrown overboard on the way out of Key West by A.B. Snyder, so he wouldn't have to polish it anymore. One night, Mike went aboard USS Hake, SS-256, the reserve training submarine for the Philadelphia area, and helped himself to their bell. He also spotted a desk and a safe in the yeoman's office that he knew Archerfish needed worse than Hake did. He had to take the desk apart to get it through the torpedo loading hatch. Lintner also managed to remove the captain's bridge wing chair from the aircraft carrier USS Tarawa, CV-40. These items went into Lintner's office in the after torpedo room and became the home of the slush fund. Using Cumshaw, he was able to formica the fronts of all lockers on the port and starboard sides and added stainless steel trim. He gathered 2 years' worth of Playmates of the Month from Playboy calendars and had the beauties laminated into the formica. The whole thing added a nice decorative touch and made life in the after torpedo room much more pleasant. In mid-April, the commandant of the shipyard in Philadelphia notified the hydrographic office that there was no way to finish the requested work on Archerfish in time to meet the deadline. Ships sent Hydro a succinct 2-word message. Now what? The crew didn't care. They were still determined to make the voyage they had signed on for, and to begin it in 1960 as planned. David A. Looney Stevens recalls that a crucial part of the periscope assembly needed to be replaced. Naturally, there was no money available to buy a new one. Stevens and Joe Cronin, the chief auxiliaryman, borrowed a couple of pairs of coveralls and 2 hard hats from one of the shops, grabbed their tools, and went aboard one of the other boats that was in the yard for overhaul. They had long since discovered that if you act as if you belong where you are, you can usually bluff your way into any place. They proceeded to the conning tower, removed the built-in stadimeter housing assembly from the bottom of the periscope, and calmly walked off the boat back to Archerfish. No one challenged them along the way. Speedy Gonzales was walking through the yard one day when he spied a small water valve. It was just like the one they needed in Archerfish's pump room, but had not been able to get through proper channels. There was a rub, though. The valve was still attached to a copper line that supplied water to a spigot outside one of the yard buildings. Gonzales happened to have his tubing cutter with him and promptly liberated the required valve. He ignored the spray of water and the quickly forming puddle he left behind as he returned to his boat to install the much-needed part. Then there were the aluminum deck plates from the after-engine room and the angle iron framing that held them in place. The old ones somehow got misplaced during all the confusion when the boat first hit the yard and they began tearing her apart. Again, no problem. One night, the guys from the engine room found what they needed right there on the dock on a pallet where they had been removed from USS Angler, SS-240. At least the deck plates were there. The framing was still rigged inside the other sub. It took them most of the mid-watch, midnight to 4 a.m., but they managed to get the framing unbolted and everything moved to Archerfish. Before daylight, the entire deck assembly was installed, deck mats fitted, and bench lockers in place. When the boat first arrived in Philadelphia, over 5,000 gallons of lubricating oil had been pumped out of her storage tanks and main engine sumps. It, too, had disappeared by the time they needed to reload it. There certainly was no money set aside to go out and buy more oil. Some of the riggers from Shop 72 in the yard located a railroad flat car loaded with 55-gallon drums of oil. They were only too happy to assist the Archerfish crew in acquiring the stuff. It was after midnight when the riggers delivered the flat car full of oil to the pier. They had borrowed a steam pump and hose from Shop 56. Then, even though their shift was over, they stayed long enough to help strike down the oil. When the job was finished, they even helped wipe the empty drums clean and return them to the storage area. This episode almost ended in disaster. Larry Doc Dockenhausen was working below decks that night, making sure the lube oil storage tanks were buttoned up and ready to receive the purloined petroleum. He had crawled into number 4 lube oil storage tank, looking for rags or other debris before bolting down the manhole cover. It was a tight squeeze into the L-shaped tank as it turned back under the main motors, but he had wriggled back to its far reaches, away from the manhole that let him in. Suddenly he saw oil pouring into the tank through the fill pipe. There was no other way out except through the torrent of oil. Dockenhausen yelled at the top of his lungs. No one could hear him over the noise of the shipyard. He held his breath and crawled through the deluge of oil until he managed to make his way to the manhole before he drowned in the stuff. It turned out that the filling and transfer valve for the oil tank had not closed properly. I can think of better ways to find out a valve is not working properly, Dockenhausen says with a touch of understatement. Next on the shopping list were new mooring lines. The old ones were seriously frayed, but, as usual, there were no funds for new ones. This time, the USS Cutlass, SS-478, was selected to be the latest donor to the Archerfish Refurbishing Fund. They had 1,200 feet of brand-new nylon line lying right there on the pier, prime for the taking. By morning, new eyes had been spliced in the line, and all the old stuff had been replaced. For a nice touch, dirt and grease had been tossed on it, so it looked well used. A lot of people were looking for the line the next day. They never noticed that Archerfish had already put it to good use. The boat was tied up with it. It wasn't long after that incident that an irate executive officer from another boat showed up in Dave Dimmick's office. "One of your thieving crew stole a watertight locker right out of our superstructure," the officer charged. "No way," Dimmick answered. "We don't need your damn locker. We already have one." And to prove his point, he took his fuming counterpart down to the boat to show him. Sure enough, there was the locker, welded into the forward superstructure up by the escape trunk, just as Dimmick had said. Neither man knew that the Archerfish crew members had gone aboard Cutlass in the dark of the night, removed the locker, brought it over, welded it into place, cleaned the welds, then painted it to match the superstructure of its new home. They had accomplished all that before anyone aboard Cutlass even knew it was missing. Then there was the anchor chain incident. This particular scrounging expedition was not quite so successful, however. When it came time to house the boat's anchor and chain, they were nowhere to be found. Again, they had been lost in the confusion and disarray of the last several months. Luckily, the usual reconnoitering mission to the shipyard's outside security cage turned up a beautiful refurbished chain of the proper size and length, already sandblasted, painted, and color-coded, and a submarine anchor as well, both waiting conveniently for them on pallets, ready for the taking. The crew members borrowed a forklift, did some smooth talking to get past the security guard at the gate, and loaded it aboard Archerfish. Soon they were getting the blame, as usual, for lifting the chain and anchor. With innocent faces, the crew members denied everything, assuring everyone involved that the stuff was theirs. They offered to show them the items to prove it. Who could tell any different? After all chain and anchors looked the same. This time, though, they were caught red-handed. Welded onto the fluke of the anchor was the designation SS-477. The USS Conger, SS-477, got her anchor and chain back. Archerfish had to go out in search of more. They eventually found them, and this time made certain not to get caught. There is one more chapter to the stolen anchor story. Dave Dutch Holland was serving aboard Conger at that time. He reports that after his boat got its anchor back from the bunch of thieves on the 311 boat, it was installed in its proper location. Shortly afterward, Conger was out for sea trials. It was time to go through the routine of dropping anchor. When the chain was let go, it played out smoothly, except it kept going and going and going until the anchor and the chain rested on the bottom of Delaware Bay. A tug had to come out and drag for it until it could find and recover it. One day, when Archerfish had loaded aboard all of the mattresses they could find, they realized they were still short 7 bunks and mattresses. Mike Lintner noticed that Cutlass was nearby and loading out at the same time. He casually walked over to their work barge and got in line with the guys who were moving stuff from the barge to their boat. He had already diverted 4 skid bunks and mattresses, and was carrying another when a lieutenant junior grade from Cutlass noticed him. "Hey, you're an Archerfish sailor. What are you doing with Cutlass stuff on your shoulder?" the officer called. "I'm just helping my buddies out," Lintner answered with a straight face. "Just being a good sailor." The officer was so impressed with Lintner's willingness to help that he ordered 2 of his own sailors to pitch in and give him a hand. They unknowingly helped him steal the last 3 bunks and mattresses they needed, carrying them right on board Archerfish. Lintner told them that his boat had loaned them to the Cutlass at the beginning of the yard period and were simply taking them back now before getting underway. By the last few weeks of the refitting, all the other submarines in the yard set up rotating watches on both the Archerfish's brows to stop any more of their stuff from finding its way to the boat. They made lists of anything coming aboard to check against items that suddenly turned up missing. Eventually, no one from Archerfish was allowed on any other submarine in the yard. Each boat checked yard badges and Navy ID cards. If an Archerfish sailor needed to see someone on another boat, he had to wait on the pier until the person came out to talk to him. No matter. The crew had somehow accomplished the impossible. On May 5th, 1960, the overhaul was pronounced complete at a cost of $562,910. Of course, there is no way to determine what the work and equipment would have cost if a lot of it had not been creatively appropriated. The crew was excited to finally be on their way, but there was one sad note. One of the long-time Archerfish sailors, Joe Snow, was transferred off the boat just before they left. Joe came aboard as part of the pre-commissioning crew in April 1957 and had been aboard ever since. He knew the boat as well as anyone and had worked his heart out over the last several months, just like the rest of the crew. If anyone deserved to go on the cruise, it was Joe, but he had one big strike against him. He was married. Snow had actually talked his wife into giving him a divorce, with the promise to remarry her when he got back in 2 years, but that didn't move the brass. They were adamant about wanting only crew members with minimal family ties. When the boat got underway that afternoon at 1600, they still didn't have everything they needed. For example, Roy P. Rick the Rack Harden lamented that they had forgotten to get themselves a couple of chairs for the radio shack. They had to sit on apple crates en route to New London. By the time Archerfish reached the mouth of the Delaware River, the boat had been rigged for dive, and both the rigging and compensation had been double-checked in preparation for the first dive. The skipper had decided that all its dives would be green board dives. Instead of sounding the diving alarm, commencing the dive, and shutting the openings while the ship was in the process of descending, Archerfish would shut the openings first, then begin to dive. All the safety indicators would be green board, before the dive started. When they were far enough out into the Atlantic, they made a green board trim dive. All compartments were checked for leaks, and the equipment was cycled using an extensive checklist, as the boat was eased down to 200 feet. Notes were made of the many discrepancies they found. When Captain Woods was satisfied with the results, they surfaced and headed for New London. There was no time in their schedule for them to return to the yards. All problems had to be corrected by ship's company. It was extremely rare for a submarine to leave the shipyard without sea trials, and just as unusual for a boat not to be able to return to correct discrepancies. No one knows of any other instance either in which ships restricted a boat's dive depth rather than fix the weak spots in the submarine's pressure hull. Rumor has it that soon after Archerfish's departure from Philadelphia, one of the boats in the shipyard sent a priority message to the submarine base in New London. Its contents were supposedly quite straightforward. Lock up your wives and daughters and all your loose equipment. Kenny Woods and his 60 thieves are heading your way.